Chapter 891. Half an hour ago. A carriage covered in snow stopped in front of the city gate. Sheng Guanqing opened the curtain and poked his head out. He looked at the towering city tower and asked in surprise, "Is the capital in front?" "Yes." Xiaoheng nodded and opened the curtain a little. He looked at the endless crowd and said, "There are many people coming in and out of the capital in December. It's not so crowded on weekdays." "It's not bad," Sheng Guanqing said. The Zhao kingdom was a lower country. Although it was not as rich as the Yan kingdom, the court was stable and the people lived and worked in peace. There were many praises for the court and the emperor. The emperor of the Yan kingdom was a tyrant. Most of the people's opinions about him were negative. However, he was so powerful that no one dared to resist his tyranny. Xiaoheng smiled. The Zhao kingdom was not strong enough now, but he believed that one day the Zhao kingdom would become a higher country. It required the efforts of many people, or even the efforts of several generations. But as long as they did not give up, there would be hope. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiaoheng asked Sheng Guanqing. When Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went from the Zhao kingdom to the Yan kingdom, they took the land route. There were many checkpoints and detours. Because they did not have the privilege of the royal family, many official roads could not be taken. The process was greatly delayed and it took nearly 2 months to reach Xingdu. This time, they used the identity of the eldest imperial grandson to take the official road dedicated to the court and change to the water route in the second half of the journey. They were lucky. The water began to freeze when they reached the shore. From early November to early December they walked for a whole month. "No, I'm not tired," Sheng Guanqing said. He was lying. Even Xiaoheng was tired, let alone a sick person like him. But the two brothers knew that Sheng Guanqing did not have much time left. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Every step he took was like stepping on the roof of the King of Hell's palace. He did not know when he would fall. The carriage entered the city. Although Sheng Guanqing was tired, he did not let go of the opportunity to appreciate the capital. "There are so many Tonghulu sellers," he exclaimed. There were very few of them in the Yan kingdom. It was also very difficult to see a Tonghulu vendor on the street, but there were actually quite a few shops that specialized in selling Tonghulu. Xiaoheng asked the coachman to stop the carriage in front of a Tonghulu store and bought a bunch of each flavor. "Here." He handed a handful of candied haws to Sheng Guanqing. Candied haws are from Zhao kingdom. Sheng Guanqing picked a big and red one. Yan kingdom didn't have it before. "So you like to eat candied haws because you miss your hometown?" Xiaoheng watched him eat in silence. Sheng Guanqing actually didn't have much of an appetite, so he played with it a few times. "Why don't?" He paused and said, "I'll go later?" "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng asked. Sheng Guanqing looked at the candied haws in his hand and stammered, That." Xiaoheng laughed and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Sheng Guanqing denied flatly. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Mom will be very happy to see you." Sheng Guanqing said in a low voice, "I'm not doing that. I don't know how to do that." The last 2 words of each of his sentences were vague and unclear. Xiaoheng could only make out the intonation, but Xiaoheng could still make out the 4 words through the telepathy between them. "I'm not the top scorer. I don't know how to study." Such a proud and arrogant brother actually had times when he was not confident. Sure enough, it was true that when you cared too much about someone's opinion, you would become worried about personal gains and losses. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Mother will like you." Sheng Guanqing curled his lips. "Look at you. I know what kind of son she likes." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Is that why you secretly memorized poems?" Sheng Guanqing's tiger-like body trembled, and his hair stood on end. "When did I recite a poem?" Xiaoheng burst into laughter. The 2 of them were really brothers. One of them exercised and strengthened his body behind his wife's back, while the other secretly memorized poems. Stupid sons had to meet their mothers eventually. The carriage arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue near dusk. Sheng Guanqing hesitated and refused to get off the carriage. When he finally got off the carriage, he leaned against the wall and stood in the alley, refusing to go over. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he quite thick-skinned? Why was he more shy than he was about meeting his mother? The 2 brothers stood in the alley diagonally opposite for a long time. Xiaoheng saw little Jing Kong leave, so Sheng Guanqing slowly followed Xiaoheng. That was how the snowflakes on their shoulders came about. At first, Princess Xinyang didn't realize who she was calling, but when Sheng Guanqing, who was wearing a white cloak and holding a stick of candied haws, crossed the threshold, Princess Xinyang suddenly stopped in her tracks. The wind around them seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the snowflakes fell in large patches. The whole courtyard was extremely quiet. Her gaze fell on the handsome face that was somewhat similar to Xiao Heng's. Her breathing stopped and her heart skipped a beat. Calling him brother didn't prove anything. It wasn't like Xiao Heng didn't have a brother. But her heart suddenly began to ache. It hurt so much. Why did her heart hurt so much when she looked at this person? Her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and her throat swelled painfully. Brother is back, Xiao Heng said. Then, in the next second he also froze. His gaze slid from Princess Xinyang's beautiful face to her bulging belly. Wait. He had only been gone for 9 months. What was going on? Shang Guanqing had long been so nervous that he was stunned. His brain was buzzing and he couldn't think at all. Xiao Heng guessed right. When it came to meeting his mother, Shang Guanqing was definitely more nervous than Xiao Heng. All the face that he had given up all these years was now used up on Princess Xinyang. So shy. What should I do? Shang Guanqing belatedly realized that he was still holding a candied hawthorn in his hand. He blamed himself for being so nervous that he even forgot to put such a childish thing back in the carriage. What should he do? His mature and aloof image. Yujin was also extremely agitated. Who was this brother that the young duke had brought back? Judging from his age, he was about the same age as the young duke. Could it be? No way, right? Wasn't young Master Shaoqing already dead? Princess. She looked at Princess Xinyang in disbelief. Princess Xinyang was already a bit out of breath. Pregnancy had changed her body. Under the influence of hormones, tears came at will. She wasn't at all like her former aloof self. Xiao Heng pulled his stunned brother to Princess Xinyang and said softly, "Mother, let's talk inside." The mother and son trio entered the room. Yujin was also waiting on the side. Xiao Heng sat in the middle. Princess Xinyang and Shang Guanqing faced each other. Princess Xinyang looked at the child and couldn't stop her hot tears. Shang Guanqing wasn't sad at first, but when he saw her tears he suddenly felt distressed. The two people's emotions fluctuated too much. Only Xiao Heng could explain what had happened. Xiao Heng started with Shangguan Yan's identity. The female slave of the Yan Kingdom was actually the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom. She was framed and sold to the underground martial arts arena. She was rescued by Marquis Xianping. Princess Xinyang knew what happened after that. But what Princess Xinyang didn't know was that the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom didn't kill Shang Guanqing. She just hid him. When she left, she secretly took Shang Guanqing with her. Shang Guanqing was poisoned. The Qin Kingdom's medical skills were brilliant. She first went to the Qin Kingdom to ask for medicine. The Qin Kingdom's doctor saved Shang Guanqing's life. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. In order to keep Shang Guanqing alive, she had to take him back to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. After that, there was a series of upheavals in the Shenyuan family. Shangguan Yin was deposed from her position as the crown princess, but the emperor doted on Shang Guanqing very much. He still kept his status as the emperor's eldest grandson and let the state preceptor hall continue to provide treatment for him. However, as Shang Guanqing slowly grew up, his facial features gradually grew, and he became less and less like Shang Guanyin. Many people began to criticize Shang Guanyin, using Shang Guanqing's identity as an issue. They wrote memorials to impeach her for mixing up the royal bloodline. In desperation, Shang Guanyin had to secretly send people to the Zhao country to secretly draw a portrait of Xiao Heng and let Shang Guanqing disguise himself as Xiao Heng. And it was this move that exposed the existence of Xiao Heng to the crown prince's party. In order to save Xinyang's flesh and blood, Shang Guanyin exposed her own flesh and blood. Shangguan Yan's action of snatching the antidote that belonged to Shang Guanqing was hateful. But her heart to use the rest of her life to make up for it was not fake. Over the years, she treated Shang Guanqing as her own son, not only to make up for it. The mother-son relationship between them was real. Of course, Xiao Heng did not add his own opinion when he narrated the story. He only objectively stated all the facts. No one could forgive Shang Guanyin for Princess Xianyang, and no one could bear the pain of losing a son for her. Whether it was hatred, forgiveness, or something else, Princess Xianyang should have her own opinion. Shang Guanqing nervously looked at Princess Xianyang, as if waiting for her judgment. Hearing this, Princess Xianyang's mood calmed down. She looked at Shang Guanqing and bitterly said, "Actually, at that time, even if she did not snatch the antidote, you would not have survived. The previous emperor was on guard against your father. Marrying him was just a political bargaining chip. My dragon shadow guards were waiting to kill him at any time, and in order to prevent me from being soft-hearted, the dragon shadow guards would kill our child. If they did not succeed the first time, they would come a second time until I completely lost you. I have also hurt Aheng deeply. Both of you are innocent. If I really want to blame someone, the first person I should blame is my father emperor. Second, blame me for being born into the imperial family. Finally, blame me as your mother, for not protecting you well. Not you but you too. Towards her two sons, she was filled with a deep sense of guilt. After she learned the false truth that Shang Guanyin was the one who killed her son, did she not vent her anger on the innocent Xiaoheng? What right did she have to blame Shang Guanyin? Xiaoheng gently held her hand. The matter of the young duke dying in the fire on New Year's Eve had already passed. The knot in his heart had been untied. He was not a child abandoned by his mother. At the last moment, his mother used her life to protect him. Princess Xenyang choked with sobs and laughed. I am very grateful to her for raising you. If it were not for her, I might have already lost you. Shang Guanqing's entire body relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, Lady Mother also said that she was very grateful to you for raising little brother. Because if the real imperial grandson returned to Yen country, it would be very difficult for him to grow up safely. Fate was a very mysterious thing, but doing good deeds was not good for the future. Lady Mother? Princess Xenyang was slightly stunned. Shang Guanqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. That is my mother. Princess Xenyang appreciated this form of address. She could feel that Shang Guanyin and Qing Er's mother and son relationship was very harmonious and natural. Xiaoheng said, Since it's like this, let's not talk about the past. Princess Xenyang nodded. Shang Guanqing also did not object. Princess Xenyang looked at her lost and recovered son. She could not believe it was true. Aheng pinched me? Xiaoheng found it funny and said, It would be better if you pinched me. How could I bear to let you feel pain? Then Princess Xenyang really went to pinch him. Xiaoheng's pain made an emoji appear. Mother, you've changed. You were not able to do it before. Sure enough, I've fallen out of favor. Princess Xenyang awkwardly rubbed her son's red leg. Qing Er's return was too unbelievable. She was immersed in great joy and was truly at a loss for what to do. Shang Guanqing looked on dumbfoundedly. He felt that Princess Xenyang did not seem so difficult to get close to. It's all because of his stinky younger brother. He always said that his mother was as cold as a fairy and did not eat the food of mortals. He was very worried that he would be disliked. He had thought too much. This mother was quite down to earth. But mother, what is this situation with you? Xiaoheng looked at her belly, which was about to hit the table. Is it my father's? When this was mentioned, Princess Xenyang became angry. She had clearly drunk the contraceptive soup. How could she still be pregnant? What was hateful was that she only reacted after 3 months. If she had known earlier, she would have drunk a few more bowls of contraceptive soup. She did not know if it was because it sensed its mother's dislike, but the little guy in her belly pitifully flipped over and kicked a few times, leaving its own footprints on its mother's belly. Princess Xenyang held her belly and sucked in a breath of cold air. This child really was noisy. Qing Er was very well behaved in her belly. Xiaoheng nodded seriously. It seems that it is my father's. Aside from my father, I can't think of any other man that can make you grit your teeth like this. Chapter 892. Is it going to be due soon? Xiaoheng asked. Princess Xenyang looked down at her belly and sighed. It should have been due long ago, but it just won't come out. The delivery date was 10 days later than the mammy's calculation. Every day the doctor would come to check her pulse, which was normal. Xiaoheng roughly understood why his great-aunt didn't mention his brother to his mother. It was not easy for his mother to have this baby. If she rushed over to find Shangguanqing, the journey would be bumpy, and both the baby and the baby might die. People always needed a long time to digest bad news, but they could adapt to good news very quickly. To Xiaoheng and Shangguanqing, this little brother or little sister that was about to be born was one. To Princess Xenyang, this son that she had lost and regained was also one. Xiaoheng knew that the two had a lot to talk about, so he stood up and said to Yujin, Aunt Yujin, there is still some luggage in the carriage. Yujin understood and said with a smile, Okay, I'll ask someone to move it. I'll go too. Xiaoheng and Yujin walked out together. The door of the room was open, and the feather-like snow was falling. The entire courtyard became white. Princess Xenyang was not used to being too close to men, but Shangguanqing was her own flesh and blood. He was someone she wanted to be close to even if she had to overcome her psychological barrier. When Xiaoheng was in the room, she restrained herself from showing too much affection. Otherwise, if Xiaoheng felt that she favored one and discriminated against the other, she wouldn't be happy. In fact, she was confused because she cared too much. Shangguanqing had suffered too much. Xiaoheng felt that it was right for anyone to dote on him. Princess Xenyang looked at Shangguanqing, hesitated and said, Mother, can I sit here? She was referring to the seat Xiaoheng had just sat. It was closer to Shang Guanqing. Okay. Shang Guanqing agreed blankly. Seeing that she couldn't move, he quickly reacted. Let me sit here. Princess Xinyang broke into a smile. Princess Xinyang was a beauty who had been treated well by the passage of time. The crown princess's beauty was aggressive and bright, while Princess Xinyang was more like a green lotus on top of the heavenly mountain. Elegant, calm and graceful. On a whim, Shang Guanqing decided to find a wife like his mother in the future. However, it seemed that there was no chance. Princess Xinyang stared at her son. She couldn't get enough of him. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to her son, but she didn't know where to start. He was not the only one who was nervous. He was worried that Princess Xinyang wouldn't like a son like him. Princess Xinyang was also worried that he wouldn't like her, a mother who had never raised him for even a day. You. The Duke of Xinyang opened his mouth and tried to find a topic to talk about. Right, why didn't Zhao Zhao come back with you? Shang Guanqing said, Jean's state is still at war, so she can't come back for the time being. But don't worry, the most dangerous period has passed. Victory is within the grasp of the imperial court's army. Nothing will happen to her. Moreover, ever since the Gu army arrived, that Gu Changqing didn't let the little girl go to the front lines anymore. She was mainly responsible for guarding Chuyang City and treating the wounded soldiers. Of course, this was also a very difficult task. After all, human lives were more important than anything. Every life was precious. Princess Xinyang relaxed a little. Then did you run into Long Yi? Shang Guanqing said, I didn't run into him. Aheng said that he left after sending Aheng back to Yen country from the border. It seemed that Long Yi and Aheng had met. That was true. After being together for so many years, the one Long Yi couldn't let go of the most was Aheng. Before he went to find his answer, he would definitely say goodbye to Aheng. However, she had thought that Long Yi's answer was in Yen country. Now, it seemed that there was another place. Shang Guanqing didn't know much about Long Yi. He only knew that he was the princess hidden guard. He watched Xiaoheng grow up and seemed to have some background. Now he was going to find his past. Princess Xinyang asked again, Are you married? This was a topic that all parents in the world couldn't avoid. That's not right, you asked everyone. Why didn't you ask my father? Shang Guanqing said truthfully, I am not married. Princess Xinyang thought about how he had been poisoned all these years. Presumably he was not in the mood to get married. She did not continue this topic and asked, Has your poison been cured? This was the most important thing. Earlier, she had only been focused on her son and had forgotten the most important thing. It has been cured. Shang Guanqing said with a smile. Princess Xinyang asked doubtfully, When was it cured? Wasn't there nothing that the Imperial Preceptor Hall could do? It had to be said that a mother's intuition was very strong. Shang Guanqing had anticipated that she would have such doubts and said according to the script he had prepared, there is a type of purple grass. Its roots can be refined into a very powerful poison. Out of 100 people, only one person can survive. For people like me who don't know martial arts, the chances of survival are even lower. But as long as one can endure, all pain and poison can be cured without any medicine. Hearing that this method was so powerful, Princess Xinyang's heart jumped. This type of purple grass is very rare. Fortunately, the Han family of Yen country planted a purple grass garden at the border. After the imperial army took over the Han family, their purple grass garden was confiscated. I thought that since I was going to die anyway, I might as well try it. I almost didn't make it back alive to see you. As he spoke, he grabbed Princess Xinyang's wrist, feeling wronged. The purple grass poison is very powerful. I was in so much pain those days. When there were more details in a matter, it could be more convincing. Truth and lies, truth and falsehood. Coupled with his coquettish behavior, it was easy to believe. Her son's sudden closeness made Princess Xinyang so happy that her mind went blank. Have you ever thought about what if mother doesn't believe you? She's not that easy to fool. She's very smart. I have my ways. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. His mother was immersed in the joy of getting along with her son and lost her judgment and suspicion. But in fact, even he himself couldn't tell if he was getting close to his mother to achieve his goal, or if he had always wanted to be close to her. Princess Xinyang raised her other hand and gripped her son's hand tightly. She had finally calmed down, but her heart ached at his misfortune. You've suffered. She choked out, in the future, mother won't let you suffer anymore. He nodded and gently pressed his cheek against the back of Princess Xinyang's hand. Mother still loves me the most. She's much better than stinky younger brother. Stinky younger brother only knows how to make me angry. Princess Xinyang's tears immediately began to flow. After night fell, mother and son ate dinner in the side hall. Princess Xinyang smiled and looked at Sheng Guanqing, saying, Aheng said that you don't eat fennel, so I told the chefs not to use any spices. Have a taste and see if it suits your taste. Sheng Guanqing had lost all appetite for food long ago. These days he had been forcing himself to eat. Otherwise he would have the accompanying medical officer give him some fluids. But seeing the table full of delicious dishes, he still moved his chopsticks and tasted each dish. Is it delicious? Princess Xinyang asked with a smile, pretending not to see him forcefully swallow. Delicious. Sheng Guanqing said, it suits my taste better than Yan country's food. Princess Xinyang gently smiled. Even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. It's late at night. If you eat too much, it's easy to get indigestion. Sheng Guanqing's chopsticks paused, and the tip of his nose became sour. Something welled up in his heart, but his expression did not change. He snorted and said, all right, if I eat a little, then I'll eat a little. He had long since lost his appetite. Every mouthful was torture. Xiaoheng looked at him, then looked at Princess Xinyang. He then said to Sheng Guanqing, you just ate so much tonghulu. Do you still have a stomach? Don't stuff yourself to death. Princess Xinyang quickly said, why didn't you say that you ate tonghulu earlier? Then quickly stop eating. Sheng Guanqing looked deeply at her, then lowered his gaze and put down his chopsticks. Xiaoheng said, elder brother, still needs to return to Yan country. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists under her wide sleeves. She used a great deal of effort to resist the urge to cry. She looked at the two brothers and was slightly surprised. Is that so? Qing'er will not remain in Zhao country? Xiaoheng sighed and continued to act with the two. Elder brother and I have already discussed it. There is no need to change our identities. Princess Xinyang's swollen and painful throat moved a bit. She smiled and said, when will you leave? Xiaoheng said, there is a war at the border and the emperor of Yan country has just passed away. There is no one in the court to take charge of the situation. Elder brother has to go back as soon as possible. Perhaps in the next 2 days? Princess Xinyang's right hand held the vegetables, and the nails of her left hand dug deeply into her palm. She looked at Sheng Guanqing reluctantly, her eyes unconsciously turning red. Then will you still come back to see mother? Sheng Guanqing smiled and said, of course I will, right younger brother? Xiaoheng, yes. I will dress up as you and come back to see mother. Princess Xinyang's tears fell with a pitter-patter. Sheng Guanqing looked at her with forbearance, wanting to say something but hesitating. Princess Xinyang wiped her tears and said with red and swollen eyes, I didn't expect you to leave so soon after coming back. Mother will pack your things. Yujin. Yes. Yujin opened the curtain and entered, helping Princess Xinyang up from the chair. Princess Xinyang left the side hall and walked through a long corridor. After turning the corner, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In the wind and snow, she covered her face with both hands, trembling all over, and cried. Inside the room, Xiaoheng looked helplessly at Sheng Guanqing. Mother saw through it. Sheng Guanqing whispered, I know. Xiaoheng asked, then do you still want to leave? Sheng Guanqing's expression was very calm. Every step that he took was not a last-minute decision but a decision that he had made from the beginning. I cannot die in front of her. I hope that she will remember me, the way I am when I am alive. A living son. Not a corpse in her arms that can no longer be awakened. That will be a nightmare she will never be able to get rid of. Chapter 893. In November, it snowed heavily for 3 days at the border. The people's doors were frozen and the streets were also frozen. It was impossible to go out. The soldiers of Black Wind Camp were sent out to clear the snow and remove the ice. Qing'er and Aheng's luck is pretty good. It snowed just after they left. If they were delayed for one more day, they might not be able to leave the city. Pu City was also snowing heavily. Sheng Guanyin stood outside the tent, looking in the direction of the official road and muttering to herself. Huanaer put a thick cloak on her and said, it's still dark. Your Highness, why don't you go back and sleep for a while? Sheng Guanyin gathered the cloak and shook her head. No, I can't sleep. Huanaer tied a ribbon for her and comforted her. Heaven helps the two little highnesses. They will be fine. Sheng Guanyin nodded. I hope so. Huanaer, as a confidant, already knew the ins and outs of these people. She sighed and said, Mark has been gone for almost 20 days. I don't know if he got the antidote for the little highnesses. Half a month ago, Marquis Xianping and Changjing went all the way north along the Heavenly Mountain Pass and arrived at the northern border of the Yan Kingdom. After passing through the iron fence in front of them, they were no longer in the territory of the Yan kingdom. "Let's stop the horses here," Chang Jing said. "After crossing the mountains at the end of the valley is the ice field. Ordinary horses can't walk on the ice and there is no food for them. Of course, if they are used as food they can still be brought along." Marquis Xianping looked at the fat and strong Black Wind cavalry. He thought that if he killed the Black Wind cavalry and ate it, his daughter-in-law would kill him. The three people gave the horses to the soldiers at the border. Under the leadership of Chang Jing, they passed through the valley, crossed the mountains and arrived at the endless ice field. Yi Qing grew up in Chengdu and had never seen such a vast ice field. For a moment he felt as small as a grain of sand. Marquis Xianping also came to the ice field in the extreme north for the first time. He couldn't help but slightly look at Chang Jing and asked, "You mean we have to walk?" "Of course not," Chang Jing coldly said. Marquis Xianping looked at a certain person in amusement. "You're still standing up in front of me." Chang Jing didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Yi Qing asked, "Is he angry?" "I won't," Marquis Xianping said lightly. Chang Jing didn't know where he went. He only returned after about an hour and he didn't come back alone. Instead he sat in a very strange. Yi Qing frowned. What is this?" "And the one pulling the carriage seems to be a wolf?" Chang Jing stopped the snowmobile, jumped down and said to the two, "They are dire wolves specially used to pull snowmobiles." Yi Qing was surprised. "This is the first time I have seen a car without wheels." If Gu Jiao were here she would definitely recognize that this snowmobile was similar to the sleigh she had in her previous life. It was not exactly the same, but the bottom was waxed, making it very easy to slide on the snow and ice. Chang Jing said, "This is a snowmobile hidden by our Dark Knight Island. Rumor has it that the Dark Knight Island and the Six Nations didn't have any dealings. That was only in the political sense. In reality, the people on the island also needed to go out to purchase supplies and do some other things." The three got on the snowmobile pulled by 20 direwolves. Chang Jing stood at the front, Marquis Xianping sat in the middle and Yi Qing sat at the back. Chang Jing pulled the reins. "Sit tight, we're going." Yi Qing calmly replied, "Oh." The next second he was blown out of the sad frog expression pack by the whistling cold wind. The speed of the snowmobile was too fast. The person was already far away, but the soul was still frozen in place. Even Marquis Xianping felt that this thing was too exciting. F***K. It was even more exciting than being carried by Long Yi. Chang Jing had played since childhood, so his expression was very calm. He drove the snowmobile and perfectly matched the speed of the direwolves. He didn't forget to remind the two, "Close your eyes. If you look at the snow for too long, you will easily get snow blindness." Yi Qing was already dying. "Are you sure it's a snowmobile and not a flying one? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back alive." In order to pass through the ice field before the blizzard arrived, Chang Jing practically didn't rest. But direwolves needed to rest, so whenever they needed to recover their health, Chang Jing and Yi Qing would go hunting nearby. At night they slept in a temporary tent. The temperature in the ice field was very cold, but since they were all martial artists, their physique was different from normal people so they were able to withstand it. These days lasted for an entire 7 days. When night fell on the 7th day, they saw an island standing on a layer of light blue ice. "It was already frozen perfect," Chang Jing said to Marquis Xianping and Yi Qing, "Otherwise we'd have to swim." Yi Qing's mouth twitched. "No boats?" Chang Jing said, "In order to prevent people from traveling during the cold winter, after entering October, all the nearby boats were withdrawn." The group of people sat on the snowmobile and slid across the thick ice layer. The ice layer seemed to have just formed, as there were some places that weren't thick enough. When the snowmobile passed by, it immediately cracked open. Marquis Xianping remembered that there seemed to be a lot of lakes on the way here. He didn't know if they were all frozen on the way back. If so, then he didn't need to go around, which could save a lot of time. When the snowmobile stopped near the island, more than a dozen guards on the island cautiously rushed out, drawing their bows and aiming at them. The leader shouted, "Who dares to trespass on the Dark Knight Island?" Yi Qing felt a strong pressure. These people were definitely not ordinary guards, as each of their aura was unbelievably strong. Chang Jing took off her hat, looked up at the other side and said, "Uncle Ling, it's me." "Little Jing?" The middle-aged man called Uncle Ling was shocked. He put away his bow and looked deeply at Chang Jing. It really is Little Jing. Little Jing, you're finally back. You've been gone for so many years, the sect master is worried sick. I'll let someone inform your father. He will be very happy to know you're back." Chang Jing looked down and sighed. Uncle Ling's movements were fast, but the sect master of the Dark Night Gate, Chang Kuan's speed was even faster. When Chang Jing and the other two just got on the island, Chang Kuan was like a flying dragon in the sky, majestically arriving. Chang Jing was Chang Kuan's old son. Chang Kuan was older than the old chancellor, but he was strong. Although he had white hair, he was hale and hardy. His internal force was unfathomable. He landed steadily in front of Chang Jing, looked at the young boy who was almost 18 years old, and clenched his fists fiercely. Yi Qing whispered to Marquis Xianping. Chang Jing ran away from home and didn't come back for 3 years. Will his father break his legs? His father looks very angry. Of course Chang Kuan was angry. His murderous aura was enough to destroy the world. Just when Yi Qing thought Chang Jing was going to be slapped away by his father, Chang Kuan hugged his son into his arms. Father's little darling. You're finally back. Where have you been these years? Father has been looking for you so hard. Father thought he would never see you again. Chang Kuan burst into tears. Yi Qing, the father and son reunion drama wasn't over yet. 7 women who were as light as swallows flew over from the island. These people all had excellent qinggong. The oldest was around 40, and the youngest was around 24 or 25. Their faces were all very delicate and pretty. The 7 people swarmed around the father and son, took out their handkerchiefs and cried. Little brother, where have you been all these years? Big sister missed you so much. Second sister also missed you so much. Third sister went to your room every day to clean but didn't see you come back. Little brother, look, fourth sister is so hungry. Fourth sister cried and burped, then continued. Yi Qing's mouth twitched again. These 7 women were all Chang Jing's sisters? After Chang Jing was hugged by his father, he was also hugged by his 7 sisters. The sisters' crying skills were much better than his father's. Like a soulless puppet, he was hugged by his sisters. Chang Jing's mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. Although he didn't have a mother, the 7 sisters together were not to be trifled with. Tell big sister who took you away. You couldn't come back to see us for so many years. Big sister's reaction was the fastest. She didn't believe that her little brother had been wandering outside alone for 3 years. Marquis Xianping's heart thumped. No way. She could guess this. Chang Jing turned around and looked at Marquis Xianping. The 7 sisters and his father all looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping sighed without changing his expression. The fairies guessed correctly. Chang Jing was indeed taken away. It was I who saved him halfway. I was worried that those people would come looking for him again, so I personally sent him home. Yi Qing was stunned. In terms of shamelessness, you're number 1 in the world. Chang Jing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Marquis Xianping, a box of marbles. Chang Jing, no, I want 2 boxes. 1 box of enamel, 1 box of glass. Marquis Xianping, that's the most expensive. And don't you already have a box of glass marbles? Just bought it. Chang Jing said to Chang Kuan, Father. Marquis Xianping painfully clenched his fist. His heart was bleeding, but there was a slight smile on his face. Deal. Yes, that's it. Chang Jing said to his father and sisters. Chang Kuan flew into a rage. Who dares to kidnap my son? Chang Jing looked at Marquis Xianping and raised his eyebrows. 5 boxes of marbles, I said it was the Sword Hut. Marquis Xianping, who never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by little Chang Jing. Chapter 894. Chang Jing, who extorted 7 boxes of marbles in one breath, finally felt proud. There were no marbles on the island. At first, there were, but when Chang Jing was 3 years old, he accidentally swallowed a marble and almost died. Chang Kuan and Chang Jing's 7 sisters never allowed him to touch this dangerous thing again. Even when Chang Jing grew up, the psychological shadow of these people still didn't disappear. Chang Kuan angrily said, Those bastards of the Sword Hut, I've long disliked them. Now they actually dare to bully my son. When the ice and snow melts, see how I deal with them. Chang Jing said to his father, I'm hungry. Chang Kuan put away his anger and said with a smile, Okay, let's go home and eat. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture to Xian Pingho and Yi Qing. 2 distinguished guests, this way please. The person who saved his son was the benefactor of the Dark Knight sect. He would treat them well. The group of people followed the old sect master back to the Dark Knight sect. The residents on the island were not all disciples of the sect. There were also former fishermen and partners who were married outside. Chang Kuan was both the sect master and the island master. As the only son, Chang Jing should inherit his mantle in the future. Chang Jing didn't want to be the island master at all. He looked at the 7 sisters around him. How come he had been gone for 3 years and none of them became the young island master? Xian Pingho and Yi Qing lived in Changjing's courtyard. The servants went to clean up the house and the kitchen prepared dinner. Chang Kuan and Xian Pingho chatted in the flower pavilion. Yi Qing asked if he could walk around. Chang Kuan told him to do as he pleased and to treat this place as his own home. Chang Jing was called by the 7 sisters to compete. Yi Qing heard the movement in the courtyard and curiously went to watch the battle. He had heard that Chang Jing was good at martial arts, but he had never really seen him fight. "Brother, I'll use a sword to compete with you." Chang Jing sighed, "Okay." The 2 siblings began to exchange blows in the spacious courtyard. Chang Jing's moves were infused with Marquis Xianping's fierce and domineering aura. Compared to 3 years ago, her strength was much stronger. 7 sisters' eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After 10 moves, her treasured saber was sent flying by the long sword. Sister 6 is here to challenge you. 6th sister's weapon of choice was a long sword. After exchanging about 15 moves with Chang Jing, she was also defeated by Chang Jing. The other sisters also exchanged blows with Chang Jing one after another. The sparring between siblings was not so murderous. If the weapon left the hand, it would be considered a defeat. Chang Jing won 7 matches in a row. The eldest sister patted her brother's shoulder in satisfaction. "That's right. It seems that you haven't neglected your martial arts in the past 3 years. Alright, you're all sweaty. Hurry back to your room and change your clothes." Chang Jing sheathed her sword and obediently returned to her room. As soon as he left, the sisters let out a long sigh of relief. Sister 7 said, "I gave him 2 moves just now." Sister 6 said, "I gave him 3 moves." Sister 5 said, "I only used 30% of my strength, but he also only used 50%. Sister 4 said, "Brother still has some improvement. Before leaving the island, even if I gave him a chance, he still couldn't take 1 move. Today he took 5 moves." Listening to the conversation between Chang Jing and the other sisters, Yi Qing felt like he was about to start doubting his life. Chang Jing is already very good at fighting, yet you guys are even better than her. What kind of weirdos are you guys on this island? Yi Qing didn't come out aimlessly for a stroll. He brought a mission. Xian Pingho was in charge of making friends with the old sect master, while he was in charge of finding the purple grass. Although the purple grass was only a weed in the back mountain, if they said they were here for it, then wouldn't it be exposed? But where is the back mountain? Just when Yi Qing was thinking about whether or not to ask someone, Chang Jing's sisters came over. The eldest sister, Chang Ying, cupped her hands and said, "Hero Yi." The others also cupped their hands and greeted him. Jianghu's sons and daughters were all the same as men. Yi Qing cupped his hands and greeted back. Mississippi Chang Ying, as the eldest daughter, was looking for a son-in-law, but the servants still called her Mississippi. Her sisters were looking for a son-in-law and some were getting married, but as long as they were in the sect, they were still called Mississippi. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, he didn't nitpick whether or not the title was reasonable. Chang Ying said, "Is Hero Yi bored staying in the house? Do you want to spar with us?" Yi Qing dryly laughed and thought to himself, "Forget it. If I spar with you guys, I'm afraid the sword has no eyes." He politely said, "I don't dare to embarrass myself in front of you ladies. I'm just casually strolling. Let's go sit in the pavilion." Chang Ying said, "Sister, go make a pot of flower tea. My sister's tea-making skills are superb." Yi Qing and the Chang family's daughters came to the pavilion. There were very few female disciples in the state teacher's palace, and those who could get close to him were even rarer. To be honest, it was his first time interacting with so many women. Fortunately, the several daughters were valiant and didn't care about trifles. They could make people temporarily forget the difference in status. There were only 4 stone stools beside the table. The 4th to 7th stood. The second sister Chang Ling quickly made the flower tea. She sat down beside the eldest sister and poured a cup of tea for Yi Qing. Yi Qing picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Chang Ying said, "Hero Yi, my 7th sister is still unmarried. What do you think of my 7th sister?" Cough. Yi Qing choked. This direct? Isn't this topic a bit too sudden? 7th Miss Chang Yu said, "Big sister, I don't like him like this." Chang Ying asked, "What do you like? Like Hero Xiao?" "Hero Xiao already has a wife," Yi Qing hurriedly said. Chang Yu curled her lips, "Then I don't care." Yi Qing didn't expect that coming out for a breath of fresh air would turn into a large-scale blind date. He was so embarrassed that he could use his toes to dig out a state teacher's palace. Chang Ying stared at her 7th sister. "You're just too picky. That's why you're still unmarried at 25. Chang Yu humphed, I don't want to marry anyways. Yi Qing dryly laughed, drank tea. Fortunately, Chang Ying didn't continue this topic. She looked at Yi Qing and said, Hero Yi, is this tea good? Yi Qing paused and said, the taste is quite novel. I've never had this kind of flower tea before. May I ask what flower is used? 7th Miss Chang Yu was unhappy about being urged to get married. She immediately sold out her second sister. In fact, it's just a wild flower in the back mountain. Second sister specifically used it to fool the outsiders. Second sister Chang Ling's hair stood up and wanted to beat her. Eldest sister Chang Ying frowned. Second sister, you're messing around again. How can you use a wild flower to entertain Hero Yi? Hero Yi is Hero Zhao's friend. Hero Xiao is my brother's savior. The two of them are my dark night sex guests. Chang Ling wasn't young anymore, but her cute habit of teasing people didn't change at all. She curled her lips and unwillingly said, Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't sincerely use a wild flower to fool the guests. 7th Miss Chang Yu quietly sneered, twisting words and forcing logic. Yi Qing's eyes lit up when he heard about the back mountain. He hurriedly said, No. This flower tea tastes very good. I don't know what kind of wild flower it is. Can I take a look? When they reach the back mountain, they'll be able to see the purple grass right. When the time comes, they'll pick up a few. Second sister, why aren't you going to pick it? Chang Ying wanted to punish her. She didn't order the youngest Chang Yu, but instead let her go personally. Chang Ling went with a black face. Not long after, she came back with a basket full of flowers. Looking at the flowers and plants in the basket, Yi Qing's eyes were straight. Aren't these the purple grass they've been searching for? The difference is, these purple grass actually bloomed. Purple grass can bloom? Never heard of it. What's wrong, Hero Yi? Chang Ying caught his strange look. Yi Qing came back to his senses and suddenly realized that what he just drank was tea made from purple grass. Then he wouldn't be poisoned, right? Yi Qing calmed down, carefully considered his words and said, To be honest, I've seen this kind of purple grass in a book. Its roots are highly toxic, but it doesn't bloom. Chang Ling once again exploded, What do you mean? You're suspecting me of poisoning you? The third sister opened her mouth. It's just diarrhea, how can you say it's highly toxic? That's a bit too much information. So you guys ate the roots of the purple grass, but the result was diarrhea? Chang Ying thought for a bit and said, If the roots of this kind of grass are accidentally eaten, it's indeed easy to be mildly poisoned. Just diarrhea and poison, bam. Chang Ying ridiculed in her heart, but on the surface she said, But you'll be fine after eating some of its fruits. Yi Qing was startled again. Not only does it bloom, it also bears fruit? As if seeing Yi Qing's doubts, Chang Ying explained, This grass blooms in the cold winter and bears fruit when it's coldest. If it's not cold enough, then it's just a grass all year round. With that said, Yi Qing understood. The purple grass likes the cold, and cold places are best for it to grow. And because the temperature in other places of the 6 countries is not cold enough, it can't bloom and bear fruit. And listening to Chang Ying's words, the roots are poisonous, but its fruit can detoxify. Yi Qing looked at the 7 daughters of the Chang family in disbelief. The roots of this purple grass are highly toxic. Even experts will die if they eat it, but you guys are only mildly poisoned? Chang Ying murmured, Will I die? I don't know if I've died before. Yi Qing, Chang Ying thoughtfully said, Maybe it's because we ate a lot of its fruits. Chang Yu nodded, And the fruits of the purple grass are very delicious. Then can you guys give me some of the purple grass? Yi Qing didn't even have time to ask this sentence before his eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground with a thump. The 7th Miss Chang Yu asked, Huh? Big sister, what's wrong with him? Chang Ying took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and looked at the 2nd Miss Chang Ling. Second sister, how many times have I said, the wild flowers and weeds in the back mountain are not clean, you need to wash it a few more times. Yi Qing was lying on the ground, vomiting black blood. Is this a matter of washing it a few more times? It's basically poison. You guys aren't even afraid of the purple grass poison, what kind of perverts are you guys? I've already washed it clean. The 2nd Miss Chang felt wronged. Chapter 895. Steaming hot food was quickly placed on the table. Chang Kuan called Marquis Xianping to the side hall to sit. Also waiting in the side hall were Chang Kuan's 6 sons-in-law. He introduced them to Marquis Xianping one by one. They all knew that this was Chang Jing's savior, so they treated Marquis Xianping very politely. Marquis Xianping looked at this full family and was a little unsure of what to say. Great Hero Xiao, please sit. Chang Kuan said. Marquis Xianping sat to Chang Kuan's left. The daughters did not eat at the same table as men, so Chang Kuan's sons-in-law began to take their seats. To Marquis Xianping's side was Yi Qing's seat. They very considerately left it empty, and the seat to Chang Kuan's left was also empty. Marquis Xianping thought a little and should have left it for Chang Jing. It seemed that Chang Jing's position on the island was not low. After leaving for 3 years, he was still treated as the young master of the island. Not long later, Chang Jing came over. He had taken a bath and changed into dry clothes. His hairstyle had also changed. It was no longer tied into a single bun. Instead, he had braided his hair like the men on the island. The 7 older sisters had braided it. After 3 years, they could finally braid their younger brother's hair again. The 7 older sisters were very happy. My wife has never braided my hair before. The 6 brothers-in-law expressed their jealousy. Marquis Xianping looked at Chang Jing and suddenly had the feeling that his son had grown up. Of course, Chang Jing was not his son, but Chang Jing had appeared during the darkest days when he had lost Aheng. To say that Chang Jing was Aheng's substitute was not enough, but Chang Jing had indeed accompanied him through a very difficult time. Chang Jing greeted his father and brothers-in-law one by one, then sat down next to Marquis Xianping. The way you look at me is very strange. Marquis Xianping calmly retracted his gaze and asked in a normal tone, "Where is Yi Qing?" "He was poisoned," Chang Jing said. "How was he poisoned?" Marquis Xianping asked. Seeing Chang Jing's appearance, he was not worried that he had been poisoned. Chang Jing sighed and said, "It's all because you outer islanders are so delicate. You can get poisoned just by drinking 2 mouthfuls of flower tea. I've been drinking it since I was young and I'm fine." Marquis Xianping. The food on the island was mainly fish. Chang Kuan was worried that Marquis Xianping would not be used to it, so he specially invited a chef from another island to make a few side dishes. Marquis Xianping was not a picky eater. He had eaten the corpses of horses and grass during the war. If it could, then wouldn't Qing not have to take such a big risk to eat the purple grass poison? Chang Jing said, "I don't know. I haven't tried it. No one on the island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping thought of the fallen Yi Qing. "I doubt the truth that no one on your island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping took the small box. "Speaking of which, why is there so much purple grass on your island?" Chang Jing said, "It wasn't there from the beginning. It was planted by the first island master." Marquis Xianping looked at him. "The first island master? Your ancestor?" Chang Jing said, "The first island master's surname wasn't Chang. He was a very mysterious person. His memorial tablet was placed in the innermost part of the ancestral hall. Only the previous sect masters were qualified to worship him. I'm not the sect master yet, so I don't know his name. That kind of weeds was originally only on our island. Later, some people secretly dug them up. I don't understand. What's so good about weeds?" "So the weeds in the 6 nations?" "No, the purple grass all came from the Dark Night Island?" Chang Jing snorted coldly. "It's useless to dig them up. This kind of weeds can only bloom and bear fruit on the Dark Night Island." The first island master was a very powerful person. He created the Dark Night sect, which was much more powerful than the Lord of Shadows. He didn't accept any rebuttal. In Puqing, he always heard the people of the Shadow sect boasting about the first Lord of Shadows. Little Chang Jing was a little rebellious. Marquis Xianping didn't know the use of this information, but he still secretly remembered it. Then he looked at Chang Jing and saw that his face was very ugly. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. He said amusedly, "Who are you showing your bitter face to?" Chang Jing expressed his dissatisfaction with his behavior and said bitterly, "A man's head and a woman's waist can only be seen, not touched." Marquis Xianping laughed out loud. "A man? Is your hair all grown out?" Chang Jing looked up at the sky. In a moment he turned his back, lowered his head and opened his belt to take a look. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Before dawn, Marquis Xianping packed up his things and set off. The purple grass was the most important thing. He put a layer of wax on the outside of the wooden box and wrapped it tightly with a layer of cowhide. In this way, even if it was wet in the wind and snow, it wouldn't be soaked. In addition, there was some dry food to eat on the road, ropes for first aid and so on. Chang Kuan ordered people to pack them in a sealable basket. There was a little space left in the basket, just enough to put the wooden box. With Chang Kuan and the 7 sisters watching, Chang Jing definitely couldn't leave. Yi Qing was poisoned. Although he ate the fruit, he was still unconscious for several days. However, Marquis Xianping originally didn't plan to bring the 2 of them. He wanted to save his son. Chang Jing and Yi Qing were other people's sons. He set off alone without alerting anyone. Chang Jing was very sad. He sat in the room hugging the glass marbles that he secretly brought back, and didn't sleep for the whole night. In the courtyard, Chang Ying glanced at her brother's closed door, frowned and chased after him. At the place where they went ashore yesterday, there were already guards prepared a snowmobile. Marquis Xianping walked over. The guard saluted him. Hero Xiao, this is the Island Master's snowmobile. It's the lightest material and the fastest. In addition, the dire wolf has also been changed. Marquis Xianping could see that whether it was the snowmobile or the dire wolf, they were much better than when they came. Marquis Xianping said, "Thank the Island Master for me." The guard said, "The Island Master said this is what he should do." Marquis Xianping prepared to set off. At this moment, a cold murderous aura came from behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyes moved. He dodged, turned around and hit the other side with a palm. The other side nimbly dodged and slashed at him with a knife. Marquis Xianping recognized the other side. It was Chang Jing's eldest sister, Chang Ying. Strange, why did she want to assassinate him? The two exchanged 10 moves. Marquis Xianping didn't use his true strength. The other side looked fierce, but in fact he didn't really kill. After another move, Chang Ying was repelled. She stepped on the ice 10 steps away from Marquis Xianping. She coldly looked at Marquis Xianping. "Sure enough, the person who kidnapped my brother was you." Chapter 896. Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes slightly. Chang Ying said lightly, "I've sparred with my brother. His swordsmanship has many moves that we don't have in the Dark Knight sect, and his body movement is similar to yours. I'm guessing that my brother has been by your side all these years, right? You came back to the Dark Knight Island this time just for the weeds in the back mountain, right?" Chang Jing went behind their backs to dig weeds. Did she really think that they didn't know? Marquis Xianping suddenly realized, "So that's how you exposed yourself." Chang Ying pointed her sword at him. "If you admit it, it means that you're very smart. If you quibbled just now, I would have ordered you to be killed." Marquis Xianping smiled. "If I'm not smart, I can't become friends with the fairies, right?" Chang Ying snorted and said, "What kind of truth are you spouting? As long as the fairies were telling the truth, everything else was the truth." Chang Ying continued, "Although you kidnapped my brother, from what I know about him, if you didn't treat him sincerely, he wouldn't have brought you back to the island. Do you know that there's only one kind of people who have set foot on our island these years?" "Oh," Marquis Xianping asked. "Lovers." Marquis Xianping. Chang Ying put away her sword. "For my brother's sake, I won't tell my father about you." Marquis Xianping smiled. "Thank you. Then I'll take my leave." "Stop." Chang Ying stopped him. Marquis Xianping asked politely, "Fairy, do you have any other orders?" Calling her a fairy really makes one's heart bloom with joy. "Originally, I promised my younger sisters that I would let them beat you up one by one." "Forget it, I'll forgive you." Chang Ying whistled. A snow-white dire wolf with a flame mark on its head jumped down from the island. This dire wolf's aura was different from other wolves, like an alpha. It came to Chang Ying's side and Chang Ying knelt down on one knee. Stroking its head, she said to Xianping Ho, "The Spirit King is the strongest wolf on our island. I only obtained it because I saw it injured by chance. I have never even lent it to my father, but today I will lend it to you. The Spirit King is extremely sensitive to snowstorms. In fact, all dire wolves can sense the arrival of a snowstorm, but the Spirit King knows better than them how to avoid a snowstorm." As she spoke, she thought of something and her expression turned solemn. She warned Marquis Xianping, "Remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there's no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in." Marquis Xianping nodded, "I understand." "Then how am I supposed to return it and the dire wolf to you after I cross the ice field?" Chang Ying said, "You don't have to worry about that. The Spirit King will bring them back." Marquis Xianping cupped his hands. "Farewell, Fairy Chang." Even calling her a fairy sounded so serious, who would suspect that it was fake? When it came to coaxing women, Marquis Xianping had never stumbled before, except for Princess Xinyang. Chang Ying placed the Spirit King at the head of the first row and fastened the reins for it. She then whispered a few words into its ear in a soft voice. It was a gentle reminder. "Lead the way for the guest, but you must also take care of yourself. You must return to my side alive." After bidding farewell to Chang Ying, Marquis Xianping sat on the snowy carriage, put on his animal skin gloves and grabbed the reins tightly. With a loud shout, the Spirit King led the dire wolves and rushed out. On a high mountain slope, Chang Kuan and his son watched as Marquis Xianping and the direwolves gradually disappeared into the distance. Chang Jing was wearing thick leather and a hat that covered his ears. The braids that his sister had braided neatly hung over his shoulders. His eyes were clean and clear, but they were filled with sorrow. This was not a look that a 17 or 18-year-old boy should have. He was still too young and should not have such sorrow. Chang Kuan put his hands behind his back, using his large body to block the cold winter wind for his son. He sighed and said, "Your sister lent the Spirit King to him. This is the most that we, the Dark Knight sect, can do for him. It is not that I am unwilling to lend it to others, but that it is meaningless." After seeing a natural disaster, one would know the insignificance of human strength. It was not something that martial arts could make up for. Chang Kuan could not bear to see his son's sorrowful eyes. He sighed and said, "I promise you that after spring, I will destroy the sword hut." Chang Jing hugged a box of marbles and left without a word. The Zhao Kingdom. In the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, after Princess Xinyang finished crying, she went to prepare clothes for Shangguanqing. In the room, Princess Xinyang, who had collected her emotions, placed a large bundle on his table. "Mother did not know that you were still alive. These clothes are your brother's." These clothes were all new. Xiaoheng had not worn them yet. Princess Xinyang could have lied and said that she had someone go to a shop to buy them for him. But she did not do so. Shangguanqing did not need her to do so. "You are not in a hurry to leave tonight?" Princess Xinyang asked. "Yes, we leave tomorrow morning." Xiaoheng heard his words from outside the door and frowned slightly. Didn't they say that they would stay for 3 days? Why did they leave tomorrow morning? Could it be? Yes, the poison in Shangguanqing's body had begun to worsen rapidly. The medicine that the Imperial Preceptor Hall had prepared for him was gradually losing its effectiveness. It could not last for 3 days. He could take a large bottle in one go, but the price would be to fall into a coma. He would peacefully pass away in his sleep. This was the medicine's last mercy to him. But he did not want to eat. He did not want to sleep. He wanted to see his mother properly and be himself for once. He did not want to sleep in the last few hours of his life. He would rather endure the pain of being cut into pieces and leave this world clearly. Princess Xinyang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She smiled slightly. "Then Mother will accompany you tonight, okay?" He just couldn't bring himself to say no. He was going to die. Just let him be willful for once. He also wanted to lie by his mother's side. He wanted to be closer to her one last time. Both mother and son were reluctant to sleep. Princess Xinyang sat at the head of the bed and told him about the Zhao Kingdom. Actually, she wanted to hear more about his life in the Yan Kingdom. How he grew up, what he liked to do, what he did not like to do, and what he experienced. But she knew that he did not have any strength left. He was like a weak baby lying quietly by her side, holding her hand. He almost did not even have the strength to breathe. Mother likes to plant flowers. There are many peonies in the greenhouse. If you like, Mother will pick a few for you tomorrow morning. How could a boy like peonies? Her heart was in chaos. Tears wantonly swept across her heart. She could not tell what she was saying. "What about my father?" He suddenly weakly asked. "What kind of person is he?" Princess Xinyang's thoughts cleared up in a second. She pondered for a long time, but she really did not know how to describe that man. After a while, she quietly said, "He is a good father." On the ice field, white snow covered the vast expanse. Marquis Xianping and the 11 direwolves were galloping in the cold wind. Marquis Xianping stood on the snow cart. Behind him, the dark clouds rolled and the entire sky was gloomy. On the way here, the Spirit King had already led him and the rest of the direwolves to avoid 2 snowstorms and an avalanche. Even now, it was still running forward without sparing any effort. Under its lead, none of the direwolves fell due to exhaustion or cowardice. Marquis Xianping had to control the direction and balance of the snow cart, so he could not rest. The lake on the way back had already frozen. He thought that there was no need to go around, but because of the onslaught of the snowstorm, they still had to change course from time to time. They passed through the land and arrived on top of the ice layer of a lake. Marquis Xianping looked at the direwolf in front of him. His brows slightly furrowed as he said, "The Spirit King is running so fast. Is there going to be another snowstorm?" An ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the upcoming snowstorm would not be so simple. He pulled on the reins tightly. A loud rumble came from behind him. Not good. It was an avalanche. "The Spirit King." He shouted loudly. The Spirit King seemed to have sensed something. It increased its speed again and the direwolves also sped up with it. Marquis Xianping turned his head to look. He saw the snow on the snowy mountain collapsing in patches, like a flood of ice and snow sweeping in their direction. The Spirit King suddenly changed course, making a sharp turn to the right. The entire team of snow carts was led astray by it, turning to the right. They went from the land to the ice layer of the lake. Marquis Xianping's snow cart was at the very back of the team. They had almost been thrown out by this sharp turn. To think that he had originally thought that it was exciting to drive this thing. But now he felt that it was too dangerous. Chang Jing was truly someone who had grown up playing snow carts. Her little heart was not ordinarily strong. Marquis Xianping was blown to the point that his face was paralyzed. Not long after they had made the turn, the flood of the avalanche had flooded the place they had just been. It spread all the way, and even the small mountain had been swallowed up. If the Spirit King had not made the sharp turn, the entire snow cart team would have been swallowed up by the avalanche. Marquis Xianping secretly let out a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, a cracking sound came from the ice layer behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyebrows jumped. Crack, 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 crack. The muffled cracking sound came from under the ice. White cracks extended from the inside of the ice layer. The entire ice layer was like an ice-blue amber candy that was about to be smashed by someone. The water temperature under the ice layer was extremely low. After falling in, one would be completely numb. In this world, there was not a single expert that could swim in this low temperature. Crack. Chapter 897. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. The corner of Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. How can we be so unlucky? We just avoided the avalanche and now this. The Spirit King's speed had already reached its limit, but it had to break through its limit again. Otherwise, its companions and that human would all be buried here. The Spirit King gritted its teeth, facing the wind and galloping. The ice on both sides was the first to break. It was unable to turn onto the shore from either side, so it could only bravely move forward. Boom. The ice under the snow cart finally could not hold on and completely cracked. Seeing that the snow cart was about to fall into the ice hole, the Spirit King suddenly accelerated. The snow cart whizzed past. The Spirit King led the dire wolf in a mad dash, the ice behind the snow cart cracking. This was much more dangerous than fighting a war. Fighting a war was fighting with people and was controllable. This was fighting with the extreme weather of the entire ice field. The slightest carelessness would cause the entire army to be wiped out. Marquis Xianping's heart was in his throat. He had never experienced such a thrilling experience in his life. If it happened another 2 times, his heart would not be able to take it. Fortunately, they had finally reached the shore. A man and a row of dire wolves were all lying in the snow, panting. Most of the time, the Wolf King would follow its master's orders. However, if it encountered danger, it would disobey its master's orders and find its own way. Marquis Xianping said in amusement. Fortunately, it's not a simpleton. It's an experienced Wolf King. He took out dry rations and food and filled his stomach with the dire wolves, planning to continue on their journey. However, this time the Spirit King refused to leave no matter what. Marquis Xianping walked down the snow cart and came to the front of the group, checking the Spirit King's reins and wolf claws. Everything was normal. Spirit King, it's time to set off. Marquis Xianping patted its back that was filled with strength. The Spirit King remained unmoving. After a moment, it circled around the same spot a few times, its eyes faintly revealing a sense of unease. Marquis Xianping roughly understood that there was a snowstorm up ahead. Previously, when they encountered snowstorms, the Spirit King had chosen to lead the way and did not show any signs of unease. The snowstorm this time was more severe than they had imagined. The Spirit King let out a low cry of fear and retreated a few steps back. The entire pack of wolves felt the signal from the alpha wolf and became restless. Finally, the Spirit King turned around and ran back with the pack of wolves. The ice layer had already broken, so they couldn't go straight, so they took a detour to the east. In short, they could no longer advance recklessly toward Great Yen. They were already halfway there. If they returned to the Dark Knight Island now, all their efforts would be in vain. Xianping's intuition told him that this was his only and last chance to pass through the ice field. Once he missed it, the entire chilly winter forest would never be able to leave the ice field again. Remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there is no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in. Chang Ying's warning flashed through his mind, and Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. Qing'er was still waiting for him to retrieve the purple grass. Even if he had to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, even if he had to go through the underworld, he still had to charge through. His gaze landed on the direwolf, and after a moment he pulled out his long blade. "Go back, direwolf, your mission is complete. I will walk the rest of the way by myself." He raised his blade and cut off all the reins on the direwolves. There was no need to carry any weight, and the wolves immediately ran far away. The Spirit King stopped in time and turned around to look at Marquis Xianping. The blizzard was coming and this human would die. He felt the human's kindness, but he had to bring his wolves back alive. Marquis Xianping grabbed the basket on the snow cart and resolutely charged into the coming blizzard. Marquis Xianping didn't remember how many days he had walked in the blizzard. His face had long lost feeling and he couldn't even close his mouth. His hands and feet were numb from the cold and his body was extremely stiff. He was like a walking corpse moving forward step by step. His legs went soft and he staggered and fell, kneeling on one knee on the ground. His long saber stabbed into the hard layer of ice to support his body that was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't fall here. Jianghu was still waiting for him. He had to go back. His palm was frozen and cracked, and under the ice layer, it left a shocking bloody handprint. His body temperature continued to drop, and he couldn't find a place to shelter himself from the wind and rain. He seemed to be lost and he didn't even know how long it would take for him to reach the end. Finally, his strength couldn't support him, and he fell head first onto the cold and hard ice. When he woke up, the blood flowing down from his forehead had already dried. He moved his body that was almost petrified and climbed up with great difficulty. He picked up the long blade on the ice and using the blade as a crutch, he continued to walk towards his destination. His strength was gradually exhausted, and when a glacier collapsed in front of him, he didn't have the strength to escape. His first reaction was not to save himself, but to throw out the basket on his back. With a loud boom, his entire body was pressed under the glacier. The basket was broken and the things inside tumbled out. The leather covering the small box was also cut open by the sharp ice. A gust of wind blew. Marquis Xianping's expression changed and his hoarse voice almost couldn't make a sound. "Don't, plop." The leather was blown open by the wind, and the small box fell into the hole in the ice. The small box floated away with the water under the ice. Marquis Xianping's heart was filled with great sorrow. He raised his hand and forcefully pushed away the glacier on his body. His dantian was damaged and he couldn't use any internal energy. His fingers were bloody from clawing, but he couldn't move the glacier on his body at all. "Don't go. Don't go." He looked at the small box floating away under the ice, and he was so anxious that the red veins in his eyes exploded one by one. What floated away under the ice was not a small box, but his son's life. "Ah!" He let out an angry and compassionate roar, and used the power of his life to push the glacier on his body. Bang! While he was pushing the glacier on his end, he also increased the pressure on the other end of the glacier. The ice on the lake cracked open. A series of small pieces of ice fell into the ice hole and flowed down, hitting the small box. The small box was pushed further and further away. If this continued, he would lose it. Marquis Xianping looked at the gray sky and felt a deep sense of despair. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid that if he died, no one would be able to bring the purple grass back. Why did he have to do this to him? 20 years ago he wasn't able to save Jianghu. Could it be that this time he would also end up in failure? He turned his head to look for the small box under the ice, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the biting cold wind and snow. Was it an illusion? Here, how could there be someone? The other person walked towards him step by step. It was a man wrapped in thick fur, wearing a fox-skin cloak, and the hood of the cloak covered his appearance. There was a long sword at his waist that was emitting a threatening cold aura, which complemented his lonely and cold aura. Beside him was a dire wolf that looked like a spirit king. When he got closer, Marquis Xianping finally recognized him. Long Yi. Chapter 898. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Xianping Ho completely did not expect to run into Long Yi here. Long Yi was wearing that mask which he had never taken off since entering the princess mansion. Maybe he had also changed it, merely it was the same every time. Strange, didn't Long Yi follow Aheng to the northeast to negotiate with Chenghua? When he left Xuyang City to look for medicine, Xiaoheng had not yet arrived at the northwest border. Naturally, he did not know that Long Yi had already separated from Xiaoheng. He subconsciously looked behind Long Yi. In the endless wind and snow, he did not see a second figure. This was even more strange. Long Yi had appeared here alone? In addition, the feeling Long Yi gave him seemed to be different. Xianping Ho's brain had already been frozen long ago. He could only think so much. Very quickly he remembered the proper business. He opened his mouth with a hoarse voice which was difficult to distinguish, but he discovered that all his voice was drowned out by the whistling wind and snow. He was not sure if Long Yi had recognized him. After all, he had been wasted by the blizzard for many days. He was already in a difficult situation, and even he could not recognize himself. Long Yi stood on a piece of intact ice layer and did not immediately come over. The dire wolf beside him also seemed to have the intention to stop Long Yi. It stood on the edge of the ice layer and used its nose to sniff the faintly discernible crack. I can't go over. I can't even take a single step. Bang. Xian Pingho also heard the cracking sound of the ice layer below him. This ice layer was about to be unable to bear the weight of the glacier. Before long he and this glacier would sink into the ice-cold water. He had already lost all feeling below his waist. He raised his head and gasped for breath, recovering a bit of strength. He no longer struggled and tried to stabilize the ice layer below him. Long Yi. He finally had the strength to call out, "Why did you come? Are you alone?" Long Yi answered. This was the answer to his second question. He was nearby and heard the voice of Xian Pingho, so he came over to take a look. Xian Pingho weakly replied, and in a flash, his eyes trembled. Wait a minute, just now Long Yi spoke? He spoke. Marquis Xian Ping had seen Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. He had already learned some things about Long Yi from them and knew that he was actually not the Shadow Dragon Guard left behind by the late Emperor for Qin Fengwan. He had lost his memory. However, he thought of himself as the Dragon Shadow Guard and became speechless. Long Yi's gaze fell on Marquis Xian Ping and that glacier, as if he was thinking about how to save Marquis Xian Ping. He took off the leather glove on his right hand, and his well-defined hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Marquis Xian Ping understood what he wanted to do. He wanted to split the glacier with his sword and use his qinggong to save him. With Long Yi's ability he naturally could do it. However, the power of this attack was too great. It would cause the water to surge rapidly, and countless ice shards would rush into the water, washing away the small box completely. He didn't have time to go back and forth to the Dark Night Island. Long Yi, don't worry about me, go and find that small box. Long Yi's gaze swept around. He saw a small box slowly floating under the layer of ice. The small box was surrounded by red paraffin wax, which was very eye-catching. If he wanted to catch the small box he had to break the layer of ice, and the layer of ice in this area was already in danger. Once it was broken, Marquis Xian Ping would be pressed into the water by the glacier, and even Long Yi wouldn't be able to pick him up. There was no hesitation or fear in the eyes of Marquis Xian Ping. He smiled and said, "Give the small box to Jiao Jiao. She knows what to do." He was not Long Yi's master, nor was he Long Yi's partner. Long Yi could refuse to listen to him. Long Yi. He looked at Long Yi. As proud as he was, he had never begged anyone in his life. However, his tone was definitely not commanding. He suddenly laughed at himself. In any case, your master doesn't like me, so it doesn't matter whether I die or not. Inside the box is the medicine for her son, and her son is gone. Your master should be sad. In November, Xiang City was covered in pure white snow. Several days had passed since Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing set out. It's the middle of the month. Gu Jiao said. Marquis Xian Ping set out early in the morning of October 16th. It had been almost a month and she didn't know whether he had obtained the purple grass or not. Although Shang Guanqing gave up waiting for the antidote, she didn't give up on this side. She was calculating the final deadline in her heart. She looked at the map in her hand and sighed, if I can't get the antidote tonight, then I really won't be able to catch up. Tonight, Marquis Xian Ping didn't return. In the morning, Gu Jiao woke up early as usual. She planned to feed Black Wind King, then go to the wounded barracks to check the wards. Just when she got out of bed her right leg kicked something. She looked down and saw that it was a small box covered in red wax. There was a layer of thin ice on the wax. Who put it here? I clearly didn't see this box last night. Did someone come in at night? A series of question marks flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao picked up the small box and surprisingly she saw a familiar charcoal pencil. Long Yi, it was Long Yi. He was the one who put the box here. Gu Jiao carried the small box out of the tent and bumped into Teacher Hu had come to bring her hot water. "Io." Teacher Hu hurriedly retreated but unfortunately he couldn't. Seeing that they were about to bump into each other, Gu Jiao nimbly moved to the side. Teacher Hu staggered a few steps but in any case he steadied his body. He looked back at Gu Jiao who had suddenly rushed out of the tent, and asked with lingering fear, "My lady, do you have something urgent?" Did you see a person? This place is full of people, this tall. Gu Jiao gestured, wearing a mask and a long sword at his waist. Teacher Hu shook his head. No, are you talking about an assassin? He had a mask and a sword and he was so tall and big. Just thinking about it made people feel afraid. Forget it, he didn't even wake me up. Presumably he didn't want to alarm anyone. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and returned to the tent with the small box. Teacher Hu scratched his head. Why do I feel that my lady's mood is a little low? Gu Jiao sat down beside the small table, and placed the small box and the charcoal pencil on the carpet on the table. Only then did she notice that there was a piece of paper sealed in a layer of ice at the top of the small box. She broke the layer of ice, carefully took out the paper and slowly spread it on the table. It was a picture drawn with a charcoal pencil. From the moment Xiaoheng decided to help Long Yi recall his memories, he began to teach Long Yi how to speak and read. However, according to Xiaoheng, Long Yi preferred to draw. In the picture was a man who was pressed under a glacier in a snowstorm. The layer of ice under the man's body cracked, and a small red box floated under the layer of ice in the distance. Near the origin ice was an endless mountain range. That was Great Yan's Biling Pass. Seeing this, Gu Jiao understood everything. The man who was pressed under the glacier was Marquis Xianping. He walked through the harsh origin ice, and when he was about to reach the border of Yan country, he encountered the glacier breaking. Perhaps he himself didn't know that he had already reached the border. He was only 1 li away from the shore. He was the first person to cross the origin ice in the extreme winter weather, and he created an unimaginable miracle. Unfortunately, he gave all the miracles to his son, and didn't leave himself a chance to live. Long Yi should have just happened to pass by there, and Marquis Xianping gave up his life. In the cold winter he was pressed under the glacier, and even his corpse couldn't be salvaged. The small box on the table suddenly became very heavy. If Aheng heard this news, would she be very sad? Last time it was a landslide and this time it was a glacier. Why did she dream of it last time but not this time? Gu Jiao couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, she couldn't wallow in the emotions brought about by this matter. This was something that Marquis Xianping brought back with his life. She couldn't let Marquis Xianping sacrifice his life in vain. Gu Jiao peeled off the wax on the outside and opened the small box. She found that aside from whole stalks of purple grass, there was also a box of purple flowers and a box of white fruits. Each fruit was about the size of a marble. There was a letter in the top layer of the box. It was a letter personally written by Marquis Xianping. On it, he recorded the information he had learned about the purple grass from Dark Night Island. Purple grass roots were very poisonous and purple grass flowers were also poisonous, but the toxicity was not as good as the roots. Purple grass fruits could cure the poison of purple grass. But whether or not purple grass fruits had any effect on other poisons, it was unknown. In addition, purple grass fruits were completely non-toxic and had no side effects, unlike purple grass, which was very dangerous. Gu Jiao said, if it can cure Sheng Wanqing's poison, that would be the best. If it can't, he will still need to take purple grass. She couldn't let go of any opportunity. Gu Jiao hurried to the alchemy room, grabbed a handful of purple grass and extracted the poison from its roots. Then she boiled it into pills in the stove. She sealed the pills and called Wenren Chong, I'm going out. Wenren Chong smelled the faint medicinal fragrance on her body and almost understood what was going on. Are you going to chase His Highness Zhangsun? I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with him. This morning the people of the Enying division sent a pigeon to us. The waterway that His Highness Zhangsun took froze last night. Chapter 899. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. This ice is not as thick as the ice on the ice field. It can be passed from above. Gu Jiao frowned. Then we can only go by land. But can we make it in time? Whatever, we have to go whether we can make it in time or not. She paused and said, ask someone from the Shadow Division to come here. Yes. Wenren Chong answered. Most of the members of the Shadow Division went to the Jin Kingdom with Liaochen, so there were not many people left in the camp. The shadow guard called by Wenren Chong was Xinyang. He was specially arranged by Liaochen in the camp so that Gu Jiao could contact him. Xinyang bowed to Gu Jiao. Young Commander. Everyone in the camp called her Young Commander. At first, she didn't understand and thought it was a problem with the accent. Later, when she found out, it was too late to change it. So she just let them be. Gu Jiao asked, the Shadow Division has been in the Zhao Kingdom. Are there any hidden sentries along the way? Yes, there are people from the Shadow Division near every post station. Young Commander, do you want to find out something? I want to send something to the capital of the Zhao Kingdom as soon as possible. The capital of the Zhao Kingdom? Sun Yang came to the table and looked at the map on the table. He pointed and said, the fastest way is to go by water from the port of the Tong continent. Unfortunately, the bay of the Tong continent froze last night. We can only go by Yunzhou. The bay of Yunzhou hasn't frozen yet, but judging by the weather, it will freeze soon. Gu Jiao murmured, you mean we have to get on the ship before the bay of Yunzhou freezes? Sun Yang nodded. Yes. The water near the port is shallow and slow, so it's easy to freeze. It's not so fast in the center of the river. Gu Jiao said seriously, I know. I'll go to Yunzhou now. It was 300 miles from here to Yunzhou. In such bad weather it would be more difficult to travel. She had to choose the most suitable horse. The Black Wind King seemed to have sensed something and came to the entrance of the tent without hesitation. However, she could not ride the Black Wind King anymore. Ever since the Black Wind King came to the border, it had been through many battles, big and little sure. Especially in the battle to take down the south gate of Pu City, it was severely injured. After that, it did not immediately rest. Instead, it fought alongside her for a long time. She could not risk it again. Gu Jiao went to the stable. The Black Wind Cavalry was the earliest and most elite force in the Shenyuan army. However, before the reinforcements arrived, this force had fought too many battles and was covered in wounds. A warhorse in its prime needed rest. But the moment Gu Jiao walked in, all the warhorses immediately went into battle mode. They could still fight. Gu Jiao clenched her fists. Young commander. Wenren Chong brought over a 10-year-old warhorse. Let's choose this one. It only fought in a battle and suffered some minor injuries. But it has already recovered. Gu Jiao asked, are there any horses that have not been injured? Wenren Chong said, yes, they have all gone to the front line. Otherwise, there are the young Black Wind Cavalry who are transporting the provisions. At this moment, a 3-year-old Black Wind Cavalry galloped over. It jumped in front of Gu Jiao a few times as if it was showing off its strength to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recognized it. It was the Black Wind Cavalry that fell into the waterfall when crossing the mountain range. The Black Wind King saved it in time, but the provisions on its back were gone. It was depressed until Gu Jiao put the herbs she picked on its back. It seems to have grown a lot in just 2 months. Gu Jiao checked its body and found that it was very strong. Although it was only 3 years old, its muscles were full of explosive strength. Little Black Wind Cavalry, it's up to you whether we can send the antidote to the ship before the ice freezes. The 300 miles to Yunzhou, the Black Wind Cavalry ran as fast as it could. The winter was very cold. It was snowing everywhere. The road was dangerous and difficult. The Black Wind Cavalry almost split several times. Its hair was standing on end. But it was not afraid. It did not flinch. It did not even slow down. Facing the whistling cold wind, it galloped on the endless official road as if it was about to fly. In terms of quality, it was not the best. The best quality horses that Gu Jiao had seen so far were the Black Wind King and Little Shi. However, this Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will and an unyielding fighting spirit. Along the way, both of them fell. Without saying anything, the Black Wind Cavalry got up and continued. It carried Gu Jiao and continued to gallop. In the wind and snow, it was its king. Even if the Black Wind King was not injured, it would still be a bit difficult to run for 300 miles in the wind and snow. The Black Wind Cavalry's physical strength was gradually exhausted. Gu Jiao's hands were already frozen stiff. Her cheeks and lips were numb. She could not even speak clearly. Little Black Wind Cavalry, hold on a little longer. We're almost at Yunzhou. The Black Wind Cavalry panted and gritted its teeth. It stood up and ran to the gate tower of Yunzhou like an arrow. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, it snowed all night in the capital of Zhao country. When Eugene got up before dawn, she almost could not open the door. Why is the snow so heavy? It's blocking the door. Someone, she called. A servant came over with a shovel. She shoveled the ice and snow in front of her door and opened the door for her. I was just about to shovel the snow. I didn't expect you to get up so early. Eugene did not mean to blame her. It was true that she got up early. She looked at the direction of the south and asked softly, is the young master up? The servant said, I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. Eugene nodded, I know. Go to your thing. Okay. The servant went to sweep the snow in the yard. Her movements were very light and did not disturb anyone. In the south room, Sheng Wanqing woke up early. Last night, the mother and son talked until late into the night. After midnight, Princess Xinyang could not resist the sleepiness of pregnancy and fell asleep. Sheng Guanqing did not take the antidote from the state preceptor hall. Suffering from the poison in his body, he could not close his eyes for even a moment. Of course he did not want to close his eyes. He quietly looked at Princess Xinyang beside him. This was his mother, the woman who had brought him to this world after being pregnant for 10 months and walking through the gates of hell. She was very gentle. Although she might be very strict, he did not have the chance to feel it, did he? It was almost dawn. His increasingly uncomfortable body reminded him that he had to leave here as soon as possible. It's faster than I thought. On the way here he thought there were 3 more days. At dinner, he faintly felt that there was only 1 day left. But now, he covered his heart. It was going to explode. He could not breathe. Brother. Xiao Heng's low voice came from outside the door. Sheng Guanqing wanted to answer him, but he was afraid to wake Princess Xinyang. I'm coming in, Xiao Heng said. The door was pushed open and Xiao Heng walked in. He saw Sheng Guanqing sitting at the head of the bed in a cold sweat. His face was unbelievably pale, his lips were black and his whole body was trembling. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. He strode forward and hugged Sheng Guanqing, who was falling from the head of the bed. Sheng Guanqing lay in his arms and said weakly, "Take me away." Xiao Heng held him and looked at Princess Xinyang, who was lying on the bed with her eyes open and biting her fingers to prevent herself from crying out loud. His throat moved with difficulty. "Okay, I'll take you away." Xiao Heng helped Sheng Guanqing up and put his hand on his neck. He walked step by step toward the door. The moment he crossed the threshold, Sheng Guanqing's body went soft and he slid down. Xiao Heng hurriedly hugged him. Brother. All of Princess Xinyang's strength was shattered by this fall. She could no longer agree to his request. She didn't want him to die outside. She didn't want him to become a cold corpse in a deserted place. She rushed over and knelt on the ground to hug Sheng Guanqing, who was lifeless like a puppet. Chinger. Don't go. Don't leave, mother. Don't. Hot tears splashed on his cheeks and fell into his eyes. A tear slid down from his eye. Mother, I'm sorry. I can't be your son anymore. I don't regret being born by you. Thank you for bringing me into this world. The human world is so good. I like it very much. Princess Xinyang hugged her son tightly. She felt that she was losing him. Her heart was broken, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Chinger. Xiao Heng turned around. His eyes were red and swollen. Yujin stood outside the door. She covered her mouth tightly, but she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. Why was God so cruel? The princess had only been reunited with the young master for a day, but she lost him again. How many times did the princess have to go through the pain of losing her son? Yujin cried sorrowfully. The servants in the courtyard all turned their faces away to secretly wipe their tears. There was nothing crueler in the world than this. Clang. The door of the courtyard was kicked open. Because the force was too great, the whole door fell on the bonsai planted by Princess Xinyang. Just as the servants were about to shout, the travel-worn man walked in. Your Highness Zhang's son. And me, taunts, orders, Xiao Little, Commander. Yo medicine, to deliver my life. All the servants were stunned. What was this? The Shadow Division expert cleared his throat. Wrong? I'm here to deliver you the medicine under the orders of Commander Xiao. I was anxious and spoke carelessly. Give it to me quickly. Xiao Heng understood. He couldn't wait for the other party to deliver the medicine and walked over himself. The Shadow Division expert had seen his portrait and handed the medicine to him. There were a total of 2 bottles of medicine and a note. The note said, feed him the white fruit in the white jade bottle first. If he doesn't get better, feed him the brown pill in the jade bottle. The fruit is purple grass fruit, non-toxic. The brown pill comes from the roots of purple grass, highly toxic. It was Gu Jiao's note. Xiao Heng didn't have any doubts or hesitation. He rushed into the room, pried open his brother's mouth and fed him the white fruit. Xiao Heng looked serious. He can't eat it. Let me do it. The Shadow Division expert rushed over and slapped Sheng Guanqing's chest. The fruit slid smoothly into his stomach. Princess Xinyang looked at the Shadow Division expert in surprise and then turned to Xiao Heng. She asked in a daze, what did you feed your brother? Xiao Heng replied, Jiao sent someone to deliver medicine. It couldn't be called an antidote because it might not work. If it didn't work, then Sheng Guanqing would still have to take the purple grass poison. What 9 deaths? It should be 10,000 deaths. And who knew what side effects would happen to those who survived? Sheng Guanqing, you must get better. When you're well, I'll call you brother as many times as I want. The person in Princess Xinyang's arms didn't respond. Xiaoheng picked up the jade bottle with trembling hands. Next he could only try the purple grass poison. Hey. Knock look. The Shadow Division expert pointed at Sheng Wanqing's finger. He moved. Both mother and son looked at his fingertip. Although it was very weak, he did move. The Shadow Division expert stared at his face and said, "His glabella isn't as black as it used to be." Princess Xinyang looked at Xiaoheng with tears in her eyes. She sobbed and said, "I don't understand what he said." Xiaoheng smiled for the first time in a month as if relieved of a burden. He said that brother's glabella isn't black anymore. This is a sign that the poison in his body is gradually getting better. The purple grass fruit worked. He doesn't have to take the purple grass poison anymore. His emotions were tumbling in his chest. They were even more stormy than when Sheng Wanqing was dying. It was endless suppressed sadness, like an iceberg that couldn't be melted under the sun. At this moment the iceberg cracked, and joy spurted out from the ground like lava. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burning. "It's really—" He fell on the ground and raised his hand to wipe his red eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The glabella stopped moving after it had faded to a certain extent. What's going on? Princess Xinyang's eyes were red, like a frightened child. And why hasn't Qing woken up yet? Not so fast. The Shadow Division expert said, "The poison is too deep. It needs to be removed slowly. Do you have many fruits?" Xiaoheng looked at the big bottle full of fruits. "Yes." The Shadow Division expert said, "That's enough. If I feed him this every day, Zong will wake up." Xiaoheng carried Sheng Wanqing back to the bed. "If he doesn't wake up, I'll need more purple grass poison," he thought. An hour later, Sheng Wanqing's breathing was smoother than before. His face was still pale, but his brows, which had been tightly knitted because of the pain, had relaxed a lot. This meant that his discomfort had been greatly alleviated. Xiaoheng guessed that he was still unconscious, not because the poison in his body hadn't been removed, but because he had been tortured by the poison for too long and hadn't been able to sleep well. Now that he wasn't feeling so bad anymore, he fell asleep peacefully. Xiaoheng said to Princess Xinyang, who was sitting by the bed with difficulty, "Mother, don't worry. This fruit is very effective. Brother will definitely recover." "Yes." Princess Xinyang nodded with tears in her eyes. She could feel that Qing'er was returning to her side. The joy of regaining what she had lost was indescribable. She had already lost Qing'er once. If she lost him a second time, she knew that she wouldn't be able to live. Her throat was hoarse from crying and her eyes were swollen. She was in a terrible state. It was inevitable that she would be rude to receive a guest like this. She said to Xiaoheng, "Go thank that expert on behalf of Mother. Just now, Mother only cared about being sad and neglected his injuries. His face seems to have been disfigured. In a while, the imperial physician will come and take a look at him." Okay. His mother was really meticulous. She was so sad, but her observation skills weren't affected. She just couldn't react at that time. When she calmed down, she could sense that something was wrong. This was a very rare and valuable ability. The master of the Shadow Division was waiting in the corridor. He had to go back to report in a while and needed to know Sheng Wanqing's specific condition. Xiaoheng went out of the room and saluted him. "Thank you very much for today. I haven't asked your name yet." The master of the Shadow Division scratched his head. "I'm sorry for breaking your door," Xiaoheng smiled. "It's okay. You're injured. Go to the flower hall first. The imperial physician will be here soon." Yujin had already gone to invite the imperial physician. First, to check on Sheng Wanqing's recovery. Second, to check on the guest's injuries. The master of the Shadow Division waved his hand. "I'm fine. My name is Gao Chang as in martial arts. Your Highness, about the patient's condition. I have to report back." Gu Jiao didn't say who he was delivering the medicine to. The people of the Shadow Division were only responsible for carrying out the task and wouldn't ask about it. He said seriously, "You called him brother." "I didn't hear it." Xiaoheng smiled. It didn't matter if he heard it. After going through so many things, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether he hid the identity of the 2 brothers or not. He said, "Why don't you wait for the imperial physician to come first? After hearing his specific diagnosis, you can go back to report." Gao Chang thought about it seriously and nodded. "Yes." Xiaoheng looked out of the courtyard and asked, "By the way, didn't my father come back with you?" "You have a father?" Gao Chang thought that the eldest grandson of the Yan dynasty had a father? He hadn't heard of it for so many years. He answered, "Not at all. I came here alone. Before me there was also a person who brought you here. I didn't see you, father." Strange, the antidote is such an important thing. Why would he ask someone else to do it? The more Xiaoheng thought about it, the stranger he felt. It wasn't that the people of the Shadow Division were unreliable, but this didn't conform to his father's temperament. Inside the room, Princess Xinyang was wiping the sweat on Shang Guanqing's forehead with a handkerchief. When she heard this, her movements paused. Gao Chang suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. I remember. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise I would have forgotten. There was also a letter that came with you. He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng originally thought that it was a letter from Gu Jiao, but when he opened it, he found that it was Long Yi's handwriting. Long Yi used a charcoal pen to draw a glacier. Under the glacier was a man whose hands were full of blood and whose bones were visible. Xiaoheng's heart was suddenly grasped by a big hand. What happened? Princess Xinyang walked out. Xiaoheng stealthily hid the drawing behind his back. Looking at his haggard mother who was about to give birth, he clenched his fists and endured. Nothing. Princess Xinyang looked at Gao Chang. Gao Chang didn't understand and honestly said, "Oh, it's the person who went to Origin Ice to look for you, medicine? He died and can't come back." Princess Xinyang's expression stiffened. Chapter 900. What did you say? Who died? She asked calmly. Gao Chang was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He scratched his head in a daze. Did I say something wrong? What do you think? Xiaoheng knew that with his mother's intelligence, there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. He looked at his mother's bulging belly that could give birth at any time and was really worried that it would affect the fetus. He said earnestly, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll deal with it. Mother, go inside and rest for a while. I'll tell you after I've sorted it out. Princess Xinyang sternly said, No, I'm fine. You guys go ahead. This. Gao Chang scratched his head, leaned close to Xiaoheng and whispered, Should I say it or not? Xiaoheng let out a long sigh. You say it. At this point there was no point in keeping his mouth shut any longer. Oh, Gao Chang said, then asked embarrassedly, What do I want to say? Who died? Princess Xinyang reminded him. Gao Chang suddenly realized, for his talking about General Xiao is dead. Where did you hear the news? Xiaoheng asked. Although he already had Long Yi's painting, Xiaoheng still prayed that there would be a trace of a miracle. Perhaps there was a mistake. That person might not be his father. Gao Chang explained the ins and outs of the matter. Marquis Xianping sneaked into the Yen country. He didn't have a proper Yen country travel permit. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes and misunderstandings, Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan, and the old Marquis used the identity of the Crown Princess's aide. Among them, Marquis Xianping was also appointed as a general by Shangguan Yen. His sudden disappearance naturally made some people suspicious. Shangguan Yen announced that he went to look for medicine for His Highness Ghost King in Ghost Mountain. The Ghost Army was an army formed by the people. They protected many local people from the Jin Army. Everyone was very friendly to the leader of the Ghost Army. Hearing that he was looking for medicine for him, everyone was looking forward to General Zhao's early return. Who would have thought that after a month, there was still no news of General Zhao's safe return? Instead, the junior commander of the Black Wind Cavalry sent the masters of the Shadow Division to the ice field to salvage the corpses. It was said that General Xiao had successfully brought the medicine back from the other side of the ice field and handed it to his companions. However, he did not manage to leave the ice field alive. Hearing this, both mother and son fell silent. No one had expected such an outcome. A living person had suddenly disappeared from their lives. No one dared to believe that this was true. Gao Chang asked, That person just now? His Highness the Fourth Ghost King, right? As he spoke, he glanced at the mother and son and hurriedly said, I didn't ask anything. Don't ask anything. Xiaoheng felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a big hand. He wanted Sheng Guanqing to live, but he didn't want his father to sacrifice his life for this. In the past, the father and son did not know how to get along with each other. When they finally understood, they did not have the chance anymore. He clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. Why did it turn out like this? Gao Chang panicked. I don't know why it turned out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much. Was it too late to regret now? Why did he feel that he had made a big mistake? Would his master punish him when he returned? He would lose his monthly allowance for this month again. Then. Gao Chang felt that he had to disappear immediately. Otherwise he might not be able to leave alive. At this moment, the craftsman who repaired the door came over. His eyes lit up. I'll repair the door. The door that I broke. I'll fix it myself. After running 2 steps, he turned back and said resentfully, Young? My condolences. The feeling of losing his father was not much better than losing his brother. Xiaoheng controlled his tears and did not let them fall. He had lost his father. Unlike his angry words in the past, this time he had really lost his father. When Eugene invited the imperial physician over, Gao Chang was helping the craftsman repair the courtyard door that he had kicked down. Xiaoheng was no longer there. Eugene sensitively sensed that the atmosphere in the residence was not right. She wanted to ask what had happened, but the servants all avoided her gaze. She looked at Gao Chang. This time, Gao Chang did not dare to speak carelessly. He avoided her gaze and waved his hand. Don't ask me, I won't say. I don't know anything. She muttered. Did something happen to the young master? Her first reaction was that Sheng Guanqing's condition had worsened. After all, other than this, she could not think of anything else that could make everyone panic like this. She hurriedly led the imperial physician to Sheng Guanqing's room. The furnishings in the room had not changed, but the moment she stepped in, the atmosphere inside was so heavy that it was suffocating. Eugene frowned and unconsciously tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. She stepped over the threshold and walked toward Sheng Guanqing's bed. Princess Xinyang sat on the stool in front of the bed with her back facing the door. Her back was as straight as ever. But her back looked somewhat sorrowful. Could it be that something had really happened to the young master? Imperial physician. She turned around and urged the imperial physician. The imperial physician carried his medicine box and stepped over the threshold. He arrived behind Princess Xinyang and first bowed to her. This lowly official greets the princess. Princess Xinyang responded indifferently after a long while. Take Qing'er's pulse. Eugene looked worriedly at the expressionless princess and moved to the side to make it easier for the imperial physician to take his pulse. The imperial physician carefully examined Sheng Guanqing and bowed. Princess, the young master seems to have been poisoned. But from his pulse, his life is not in danger for the time being. If his life was not in danger, then the antidote had taken effect. Why did the princess still look unhappy? The imperial physician did not dare to ask who the young man who was so cherished by Princess Xinyang was. He only vaguely felt that the other party's appearance was somewhat familiar. He said, the young master can continue to take the antidote. I will prescribe a nourishing prescription for him. Thank you for your trouble, Princess Xinyang said. The imperial physician took his medicine box and retreated. Eugene left the door ajar and returned to the side of Princess Xinyang. She asked strangely, Princess, what happened? Why is everyone so strange? Xiaoji is dead. Princess Xinyang said. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something unrelated to herself. But whether her heart was as still as water or not, only she knew. Having heard this, Eugene was startled. Princess, who did you hear this from? Did you make a mistake? Didn't Marquis go to find the antidote for the young master? He even found the antidote. He can't come back. Princess Xinyang said. She had already seen Long Yi's painting. She was familiar with the geography of various countries. Naturally, she knew what kind of place Origin Ice was. The cold winter Origin Ice was a purgatory of icebergs. It was a natural mode of death that no one could cross. She could not imagine what kind of willpower he used to bring the antidote back from the blizzard. Eugene squatted down and held the hand of Princess Xinyang. She looked up at her and said, Princess? Princess Xinyang muttered, I once wanted to get rid of this man, but I didn't think it would be in this manner. Eugene's nose twitched. Princess? Princess Xinyang was very calm. Birth, old age, illness and death are common, but he died too quickly. Eugene gripped her master's hand in distress. Princess, if you are sad, just cry it out. Crying will make you feel better. Princess Xinyang said, I am not sad for myself. I am sad for the 3 children. When I was raising Aheng, I always felt that there was no difference whether Aheng had a father or not. Either way, he was in the military all year round and never came back. Wasn't that because you didn't let him come to the Princess Manor? Eugene choked with sobs. I saw Marquis ride past the Princess Manor many times. Princess Xinyang did not deny that she did not like Marquis Shenping, but she had her reasons. He always made Aheng cry. The number of times Aheng saw him each month could be counted on one hand. I often felt that this father was dispensable. But when this person really was gone, Only then did I know. It was different. Eugene said sadly, in the past, Marquis did not appear in front of you, but he did not go far. He was always secretly protecting you and the young Marquis. As long as you and the young Marquis turned around, he was always there, but this time he really is no longer there. No matter how many times she turned around, that man would no longer wait for her in the same place. When His Majesty said that he would be betrothing me to him, I thought that my nightmare had come. You know that his reputation is not good. His martial arts are high and his personality is strong. I don't care about his reputation. I am just a chess piece to win over powerful officials. Does it not matter who I marry? But I cannot get close to men. If it was someone else, perhaps it would be easier to control. But Marquis Xianping, that young man in bright clothes and riding on a horse, had achieved great military achievements at a young age. He was so powerful that the entire imperial family feared him. Although I am a princess, how can I not allow my husband to touch me on the night of my wedding? I was prepared to be humiliated by him. I was young at that time and my personality was not like it is now. I even had the impulsiveness of a young man. Because of this, I even thought that if I really could not take the humiliation, I would just kill myself. The dagger that was pressed against his chest was originally prepared for herself. She did not think that he would compromise. He returned to the room with the smell of alcohol. He walked unsteadily, but once the door was closed, he was completely sober. He softly said to her, "I'm not drunk, don't be afraid." She tightly gripped the dagger in her wide sleeve. He picked up the jade ruby on the table and lifted her veil. She clearly remembered his eyes at that time. They were filled with the purity and beauty of a young man. It did not seem to have anything to do with the rumored romantic and unruly. He was wearing a bright red wedding robe. His face was as delicate as jade, with the shyness and joy of a newlywed. He bent down and smiled at her. But what greeted him was a cold dagger that almost pierced his chest. "Don't touch me, otherwise I will kill you. The imperial order cannot be disobeyed. I have never thought of marrying you. We just need to maintain our status on the surface. There is no need to be husband and wife in reality. You can take in as many concubines as you want. I will not interfere. Of course, you should not interfere in my affairs. In the future, if you don't have my summons, you are not allowed to step into the princess's residence." She saw his clean and beautiful smile stiffen bit by bit, like a piece of finished jade that was completely shattered by her own hands. She felt the cold air on his body. She thought that he would take away her dagger and then humiliate her. He did not. He only asked, "Qin Fengwan, are you serious?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he sneered and straightened up. He threw away the jade ruby in his hand, tore off the ribbon and red flowers on his body, and left the bridal room that was covered with the word happiness without looking back. Their relationship as husband and wife had come to an end. She thought that this was also quite good. It was raining cats and dogs. Her carriage broke down halfway and she was drenched. His army happened to pass by on the street. She turned around and did not look at him. She also did not want him to see her sorry state. But he still saw it. She thought that he would definitely ridicule her to get back at her from their wedding night. But he still did not. The young general got off the horse, took off his raincoat and handed it to her. She did not take it. She did not dare to touch anything that belonged to a man. He tilted his head and looked at her with a frown. He walked over and draped the raincoat over her body. That was the first time she was so close to a man since she grew up. Her face turned pale and she even held her breath. "Go away. Don't touch me." She turned her face away and said coldly. She threw away the raincoat he draped over her. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Soon he bent down and picked up the raincoat that was dirty in the mud. He got on the horse and left without saying a word. It was raining heavily and Long Yi and the others were not here. The bodyguards repaired the carriage slowly, and she was almost frozen. Not long after, a brand new carriage came from the heavy rain and stopped in front of her. The coachman handed over an umbrella. "Madam, just now a young master asked us to pick you up." She always tried her best to avoid this man, but she always couldn't avoid bumping into him. Moreover, it was always in one of the few moments when she was in a sorry state. She took Xiaoheng to buy refreshments on the street. 4-year-old Xiaoheng got into trouble, so she acted like a spoiled child and asked Long Yi to take him away to take refuge. She took Eugene and walked on the crowded street. Because of the Triennial Lantern Festival, people from all over the country gathered in the capital city. She and Eugene were separated. She was pushed to the side and knocked over an old lady's stall. The old lady cried and shouted for her to compensate, but all the money was with Eugene. The old lady hugged her leg and all the people around her cried. She stood there at a loss of what to do. She didn't know that her hair bun and clothing were already in a mess. Xiaolang, who is she? Upstairs, in soft fragrance pavilion, a gorgeously dressed woman was nestled up to him, calmly watching her make a fool of herself. My wife, he said. The woman was startled. She then covered her face with a fan and laughed. Is she that princess that you left in the cold in your residence? She doesn't seem to be much. She lowered her head and found that her clothing was a bit messy. She looked at the crowd rushing towards her. Seeing the malicious gazes of those men, she suddenly fell ill. Suddenly, a cloak tightly covered her. Someone pulled her hand and brought her out of the crowd. There were some things that one would not notice if one did not think about it carefully. Only after carefully thinking about it did one realize that they were not completely unrelated. She had seen his appearance when he practiced swordsmanship. She had seen his heroic appearance on horseback. He had also seen her most difficult situation that she could not tell others about. They met in the residence, on the street, and in the imperial palace. But they were strangers, ignoring each other. Princess Xianyang faintly said, after King Liang died, my illness seemed to have gotten better. Eugene was shocked with tears in her eyes. Princess, she held her stomach and stood up. Aheng is going to prepare for the funeral. You should also go prepare. Yes. Eugene wiped her tears and sadly retreated. The princess was too pitiful. She had become a widow at such a young age. What about the young duke? What about the young master? And what about the child that was about to be born? Eugene returned to the Marquis Manor to prepare for her Marquis funeral. The gate to the courtyard was repaired and Gao Chang bid her farewell. She nodded and thanked him, telling him to take care of himself on the way. Snow began to fall from the sky once more. Large snowflakes silently fell. In this world, even grief was silent. The courtyard was extremely quiet. She walked in the snow, her shoes making squeaking sounds. Dong. Something slammed heavily against the courtyard door. She slightly furrowed her brow. The servants were all busy in the backyard. Nobody went to open the gate. She frowned and looked at the tightly shut gate. Hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. She pulled open the vermilion gate. The sound of wind suddenly came from the snowflakes. Goose feather-like snow flew towards her face. She subconsciously raised her hand to block it. When she looked towards the gate again, she did not see anything. Just as she was about to close the gate, she paused. She stepped over the threshold and looked towards West Street. There was still no one. Just then, a low laugh came from behind her. She turned around in a daze. In the midst of the snowstorm, a tall, travel-worn man was leaning lazily against the cold wall behind him with his arms crossed. His slender legs stepped on the snow in a cool manner. His body was covered in dried blood. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. He tilted his head to look at her. His pale and handsome face was against the snow, and his bloodless lips pulled into an unruly smile. Qin Fengwen, you look really ugly when you cry. Chapter 901. The light reflected off the snow illuminated the cold winter night. Behind him, there was a sudden warmth of reunion in the wind and snow. Princess Xianyang stared at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting to speak. Until he chuckled again and said, What? Are you so happy to see me that you can't speak? Princess Xianyang restrained her surprise and frowned seriously, refuting his previous words. I didn't cry. She had cried in the morning, but that was for Qing'er. She thought Qing'er was going to die. When she heard that he wouldn't come back, she didn't shed a single tear. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and pointed at her heart, saying, You cried in your heart. I heard it. Princess Xianyang's face darkened. She was finally sure that the person in front of her was real. He wasn't a ghost that couldn't disperse, nor was he someone's substitute. He was him, guaranteed to be the real deal. Marquis Xianping Shaoji. Princess Xianyang turned her face away and whispered, He's still asking for a beating? She shouldn't have felt sad for him. If the child didn't have a father, then so be it. Who would want such an indecent father? The baby in her belly moved. Princess Xianyang calmly tightened her cloak around herself. Didn't you? Princess Xianyang wanted to say, Didn't you die? But when the words reached her lips, she felt that it wasn't very auspicious to talk about death on New Year's Eve, so she changed her words. Didn't you fall into the ice lake? How did you come back so quickly? You even know about this. Marquis Xianping looked at her meaningfully. You specially sent people to the border of Yen Kingdom to inquire about me? Princess Xinyang's fist suddenly felt itchy. Marquis Xianping was frantically probing the edge of death. He said carelessly, "How long have I been gone? You're already so impatient." Princess Xinyang touched her belly, which was covered by the large cloak, and took a deep breath. "Can I beat him to death?" Honestly speaking, what happened that day was indeed dangerous. Half of his body was crushed under the collapsed glacier. The ice layer under his body could not withstand the pressure and cracked little by little. The small box fell into the ice hole and was taken away by the turbulent water. He told Long Yi that the thing in the small box could save Qin Fenghuan's son's life. He didn't say which son it was, but Long Yi most likely thought that it was Xiao Heng. He believed that Long Yi would choose Xiao Heng. But he seemed to have forgotten that only children make choices. Long Yi was a lord, moreover, his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Under his command, the dire wolf beside him jumped into the ice hole. After that, the dire wolf chased after the small case, and Long Yi split open the glacier. It was not easy to accomplish this. First of all, that ice-field wolf had to withstand the sword chi of Long Yi. Secondly, that ice-field wolf had to deal with many dangers underwater. It was a dire wolf that was even more powerful than the Spirit King of the Dark Night Island. She really didn't know where Long Yi had obtained it. At that time he was seriously injured. After falling into the water, he quickly fainted. When he woke up, he was no longer in Origin Ice, but lying on a merchant ship heading to Zhao country. Long Yi was gone and the small box was also gone. But he didn't panic. He believed that Long Yi had smoothly handed that thing to Gu Jiao. As for the matter of Long Yi drawing, he knew nothing about it. "You mean Long Yi knew you were fine but deliberately said you were dead?" Princess Xinyang expressed her disbelief. Long Yi was not so naughty. Marquis Xianping's situation was not good. His injuries were not good, and after getting off the ship he madly rushed back. He was not sure whether the antidote was effective on his son or not. He prepared for the worst. If it was not effective, then no matter what, he had to rush back to see his son for the last time. "Qin Fenghuan, is Qing'er all right?" he asked with his usual tone, trying his best to hide his weakness. "The antidote seems to be effective. The imperial doctor said there is no danger to his life, but he still hasn't woken up." Princess Xinyang said this, then paused. "If you are worried, you can go in and take a look yourself." Marquis Xianping smiled. "Okay, you go in first. I'll come in a moment." Princess Xinyang grabbed her cloak and turned around. She had just taken 2 steps when she stopped again. She turned back and looked at Marquis Xianping. "You can't walk anymore, right?" Marquis Xianping smiled. "What? You want to help me?" Princess Xinyang rolled her eyes. "Who wants to help you? I'll go call someone." Just as she said this, she remembered something. In order to protect the safety of the unborn child in her belly, she had sent the dragon shadow guard to the fief. Gao Chang and the carpenter had already left, so there was no male in the residence. Hing was also not there. Princess Xinyang hesitated for a moment, then called out to the rear courtyard, "Chui, Granny Zhang, come over here." "Yes, Princess." The maidservant Chui, and the housekeeper Granny Zhang quickly walked over. When the two saw Marquis Xianping covered in blood, they both screamed in fear, "Ghost!" Soon after, how could the two still care about the princess's orders, and ran away in a panic. The candles and paper money in their hands fell to the ground. There was also a white lantern with the word "funeral" written on it. The corner of Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. "Qin Fenghuan, you aren't planning a funeral for this marquis, right? Did he come back in time for his own funeral? If he came back a little later, the coffin would have been prepared for him, and he would have just laid down in it. Wouldn't he have saved his clothes? Who knew that you were still alive?" Princess Xinyang quietly muttered. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She told herself that he was the father of 3 children. She could not truly let him die here. She walked over and calmly reached out her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she moved her fingers and braced herself to support his arm. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach a man in a completely sober state. It still required a great deal of courage, and she was still not used to it, but she was not as scared as before. Marquis Xianping watched as she used 2 fingers to pinch the cloth on his arm. She was clearly very nervous but still emboldened herself. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Qin Fenghuan, shut up," Princess Xinyang said sternly. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't help you." "Marquis Xianping, you're not helping me?" The 2 fingers only grabbed the material of his clothes and didn't even touch the flesh of his arm. Princess Xinyang, who thought she had helped him, gave him a cold glare as if to say, "I've already helped you. Why aren't you leaving? Men are so unreasonable." Thinking of her illness, Marquis Xianping also knew that it was not easy for her to take this step. Thus he stopped being unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He straightened his stiff body and moved his almost numb feet, walking step by step toward the entrance of the courtyard. The moment he crossed the threshold, a gust of cold wind blew and blew Princess Xinyang's cloak away. Marquis Xianping subconsciously glanced at her from the corner of his eye. In the end he saw a bulging stomach. He was shocked and his gaze landed on her stomach. Qin Fengwan. Princess Xinyang looked at her cloak and sucked in a breath of cold air. Marquis Xianping didn't leave. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her meaningfully. "You're pregnant? What happened that time?" It wasn't his fault that he didn't know. After their one-night stand, Princess Xinyang returned to live in this residence. At first she went to Jadewater Alley to visit Xiaoheng and Gujiao. Later the two went to the Yen Kingdom, so she stopped going to Jadewater Alley. He also moved back to Marquis Xianping's estate. She kept the news of her pregnancy a secret. He came to see her once during the war, but she refused to see him. Yujin said that the princess was in a bad mood because of Gui Shui. Gui Shui. Princess Xinyang didn't want to admit it and stubbornly turned her face away. She also didn't understand what kind of luck she had. She used him as an antidote twice and fell for it both times. Marquis Xianping glanced at her with a faint smile. That's true. It was the whole night. Princess Xinyang's face flushed red. How could he say such shameless words? She knew he would be so shameless, so she didn't want to tell him. "You really put in a lot of effort to get pregnant with my child?" If he dared to say that, she would throw him out. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping didn't draw too much blood this time. He looked at her deeply, a hint of danger flashing through his eyes. "Qin Fengwan, if I didn't come back in time, were you going to give birth to this child behind my back?" Princess Xinyang's eyes flickered, and she raised her chin seriously. "I see that you're very strong right now. You don't need me to help you." After saying that, she pulled her hand back and ignored Marquis Xianping. She walked towards her own room. But she had just taken a step when a strong contraction came from her stomach. She bent down and held her stomach, crying out in pain. Marquis Xianping's expression changed. "Qin Fengwan, what's wrong? Could it be that I stimulated the fetus?" Princess Xinyang had given birth before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. She raised her hand and tightly grabbed his arm. "I think I'm going to give birth." Chapter 902. It didn't happen earlier or later, but it just had to happen now. This child really knew how to make it in time. Princess Xianyang silently cursed in her heart. The immense pain drowned her, to the point that she didn't even have time to worry about her illness. Marquis Xianping did not ask for a beating at this critical juncture. He looked at her pained expression and forced himself to stay alert. He did not want to collapse at this crucial moment. When the previous children were born, he had been at the military camp. He only rushed back the next day after receiving the news. This was the first time he had encountered a woman in labor. Truthfully speaking, he had just returned and arrived at his own funeral. He had also arrived at Xianyang's pregnancy. Fortunately, she was about to give birth. Even crossing the icy plains was not as exciting. He muttered. "What did you say?" Princess Xianyang's mind was a mess from the pain. She did not clearly hear what he said. "And nothing," he said. "How did a woman give birth?" "Where's Eugene?" he asked. "Not here." "She went to take care of your funeral." "And Aheng?" "Not here either." "She also went to take care of your funeral." Even some of the capable old grannies and maidservants had been sent out to purchase the items needed for the morning hall. Those that remained in the courtyard were all novices. Otherwise, they would not have run away in fear upon seeing Marquis Xianping's ghost. "All right, I'm fine." Princess Xianyang let out a long sigh. Marquis Xianping was stunned once more. "You're not giving birth?" Princess Xianyang glared at him. What did he mean by not giving birth? It was just that the contractions had passed. The contractions came in waves. It was not like the pain was constant. "I'm going back to my room." She let go of his arm and calmly said, "I don't need you to support me. I can walk on my own." "Oh." Marquis Xianping faintly withdrew his hand. Princess Xianyang looked at him and chuckled. "You seem to be very disappointed." Marquis Xianping, when other people's wives give birth, they find someone to carry them in. At worst, they need to be supported in. My wife is giving birth and I need to walk in on my own. Princess Xinyang snorted and walked towards the north wing of the rear wing. That was the delivery room that had been prepared beforehand. Just as she walked up the steps, she stopped moving. Marquis Xianping tilted his head and looked at her. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Come here. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and asked, What is it now? Didn't you want to leave by yourself? You don't need my help, do you? Princess Xinyang could guess what he was thinking even with her toes. Her outburst must have made him angry. Unfortunately, there was nothing here that could help her. She stood stiffly on the steps, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. My water broke, she said. The midwife repeatedly warned her not to move around after her water broke. She didn't know if all pregnant women were like this, or if it was because she was a princess that the midwife was extra careful. She didn't have that much experience, so she could only listen to the midwife. I can't leave. Go to the backyard and get someone. Before she could finish her words, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her back and knees, lifting her up horizontally. She was caught off guard and her head bumped into his sturdy chest. She froze slightly. The sky was filled with snow and the night was long. Was this the feeling of being protected? Qin Fengwan. You've gained weight. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. No, this was the feeling of wanting to beat him to death. The contractions came again, even more intense than before. Princess Xinyang was in so much pain that she grabbed the front of his clothes. Marquis Xianping gasped. Now she knows how to pinch his flesh. But Qin Fengwan, where are you pinching? Although I don't need to feed the child, isn't pinching here a bit too much? Hiss. Another pinch and Marquis Xianping almost fell down from the pain. Princess Xinyang didn't know that she was pinching the wrong place. She was in so much pain. Her stomach hurt, her back hurt, and her waist hurt. She wasn't young anymore and wasn't as healthy as before. Marquis Xianping didn't know that there was a delivery room for women, so he carried her back to her room. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. Not this room. It's the north wing of the rear wing. Marquis Xianping chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You just wanted me to. Princess Xinyang's hair stood on end and she said fiercely, Shut up. Marquis Xianping glanced at her stomach and obediently shut his mouth. After entering the delivery room, Marquis Xianping gently placed her on the bed. I'll go get the doctor and midwife. Princess Xinyang grabbed the mattress under her and said, The midwife and wet nurse live on this street. Go out and walk east. You'll see the house with the ginkgo tree at the door. When she was only 8 months pregnant, Yujin had already found the midwife and wet nurse. They were all people who knew her well. Got it? Marquis Xianping answered. You. Princess Xinyang looked at him covered in blood and hesitated. She wanted to ask someone else to come over, but she had arranged for all the capable servants to prepare for his funeral. The remaining 2 servants were also scared away by him. Marquis Xianping stared at her. She turned her face away and changed her words. Don't be careless and mess things up. It's not my first time being a father. Do you think I'm nervous? You're still careless, huh? After he finished speaking, he sneered mockingly and walked out with his hands and feet. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Princess Xinyang. In the end, Marquis Xianping managed to get the midwife and wet nurse. After Granny Zhang and Cui regained their senses, they returned dejectedly. Some of them boiled water, some of them boiled ginseng soup, and some of them delivered the baby. Marquis Xianping's physical strength was almost exhausted on the way here, and he used all his remaining strength to act cool in the snow. Princess Xinyang heard a heavy thud. It was the sound of him falling against the door due to his lack of physical strength. But later, he forced himself up and leaned against the wall as if nothing had happened. He thought that after seeing Qin Fengwan and his son, he could fall down. But now a new little life was about to arrive. He stood in the cold snow, and goose feather-like snow silently fell on his shoulders. He heard Qin Fengwan's painful cries coming from the delivery room. She was a strong and proud woman. For her to cry like this, he didn't know how painful it must be. Princess Xinyang gave birth in the delivery room for an entire night. Marquis Xianping stood guard in the snow for an entire night. At 3 in the morning, a baby's cry came from the delivery room, cutting through the silent sky and startling the silent flying snow. Marquis Xianping, who was almost frozen to stone, walked up the stairs. When the baby was just born, the umbilical cord had to be cut, weighed and swaddled before the baby could be carried out. Marquis Xianping didn't wait that long. He directly burst through the door and gave the midwife who was weighing the baby a big fright. Oh. Why did the Marquis come in? The delivery room was a filthy place. It wasn't a place a man should enter. She moved very quickly. After weighing the baby, she wrapped him up and carried him out from behind the screen. She didn't know about Marquis Schwamping's death and only felt that Marquis Schwamping's blood-soaked appearance was a little scary. But thinking that he was a general who had fought on the battlefield, she felt that it was nothing. "Is the princess well?" Marquis Xianping asked. The midwife was startled. She hadn't expected him to be concerned about an adult first. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Marquis. The delivery process was very smooth. The princess is just a little tired. Everything else is fine." As she spoke, she smiled and handed the baby to Marquis Xianping. "Congratulations, Marquis. It's a daughter." "A daughter?" Marquis Xianping was stunned. He had too many sons. He had thought that this baby would also be a boy. Marquis Xianping suddenly didn't know what to do. He was even more nervous than the first time he saw Sheng Guanqing. Crying so loudly. "Is it a girl?" The midwife smiled happily. Yes, the little girl's crying was really loud. After being a midwife for so many years, even a boy's voice wasn't as loud as hers. Marquis Xianping carefully took the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. The crying baby stopped crying as soon as he was in his arms. He opened his eyes wide and quietly looked at him. Newborns didn't know how to see things, but the midwife inexplicably felt that the baby was looking at her father very seriously. She had delivered so many babies, but this was really the most beautiful one. Marquis Xianping looked at the baby in his arms, and endless emotions suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. After fighting on the battlefield for so many years, even if he didn't fight, he would always inadvertently be tainted with a trace of murderous aura. He used his finger to touch the baby's little fist and the baby squeezed it. His iron-blooded determination instantly melted into softness. It actually felt different from holding his son. He carried the baby around the screen and came to the bed. He looked at the sweaty and pale Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang also looked at him. She felt that she was too tired, so much so that she had an illusion. What she saw wasn't the unruly, murderous, and smiling tiger Marquis Xianping. Instead, it was the young Xiao Ji who had lifted her veil with cleanliness and beauty on their wedding night. He held the baby in his arms, bent down, and whispered in her ear, "Qin Fengwan, it's been hard on you." Chapter 903. At 3 in the morning the sky was still dark. The capital of Zhao country was shrouded in the light of the snow. Xiao Heng spent the entire night preparing for his father's funeral. First, he went into the palace to inform his grandaunt, uncle, and auntie. He was pulled by his auntie and wept bitterly for a long time. After that, he went to Jade Water Alley to inform his father and Yao Shi of his father's death. Then there was the matter of setting up the mourning hall. Where to set up the mourning hall, and how to quickly gather the items needed for the mourning hall. Although he could not salvage his father's body, he still needed a coffin. In the end, he went to a coffin shop and carefully selected a high-quality coffin. Great sorrow engulfed him. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Dragging his numb steps, he slowly returned home like a puppet that had lost its soul. Aunt Eugene also went out, right? She also worked the entire night, right? After all, the funeral of the #1 Marquis of Zhao country was not a small matter. On the other side, the #1 Marquis of Zhao country held the little fellow. He waited until Princess Xinyang was helped back to her room by the servants. After the mother and daughter both slept peacefully, he finally walked out of the room. All of his energy had been used up. He really couldn't move a single step. The father and son met without warning. One stood in the corridor, the other in the courtyard, facing each other, looking at each other from a distance. The sky was dark. The white lantern under the corridor had not been removed in time. Marquis Xianping stood under his own white lantern. His body was covered in blood and his face was deathly pale. Xiao Heng looked at his father in a daze. "It's not even the 7th day yet and you've already recovered your soul?" Marquis Xianping. "Laozi is not dead." Marquis Xianping's eyes went black and he fell down, plopping into the snow. He finally fell down. It was unknown whether he fainted from exhaustion or from anger at his son. In the end, Xiao Heng knew that it was not his father's ghost. After all, ghosts were not so weak. After all, with his father's personality, even if he became a ghost, he would be a cool, handsome, domineering, and the most beautiful ghost. That way he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As for why his father had appeared here, he had no clue for the time being. His mother had fallen asleep and his brother had never woken up, so he didn't know. Nanny Zhang and the others didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that the Marquis came back at night. Not long after he returned, the princess went into labor. Nanny Zhang added her own compliments and thoughts. Miss has been unwilling to come out all this time. It turns out that she is waiting for her father. Xiao Heng carried his father to his room and helped him change into his own clothes. Then he went to visit his elder brother, his mother, and his newborn little sister. To be honest, Xiao Heng was also greatly affected. In a short period of 1 day and 1 night, he'd experienced the pain of losing his brother, the joy of regaining what he'd lost, the pain of losing his father, and the joy of regaining what he'd lost again. His mood rose and fell greatly, and it almost caused him to collapse. More importantly, his mother was in labor. Just as he was about to attend his father's funeral. In other words, the moment he returned, he had a father and a younger sister. Is there such a huge difference? He looked at the baby girl sleeping soundly in the swaddling clothes and held his head with both hands, suddenly doubting life. In the 12th lunar month at the border, the war between the 5 kingdoms against the state of Jin intensified. Even the state of Liang was forced to join in, because if they did not help to attack the state of Jin, the 4 kingdoms of Yan, Zhao, and Chen would attack them together. After losing Chu Feiping, Liang lost its most powerful arm and had no choice but to cooperate with the 4 countries. As the hegemon of the 6 nations, Jin's state had unshakable national strength and military strength. It was arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Apart from roping in the state of Liang to be its pawn, it had also caused a lot of trouble to the other nations. To this day, it refused to acknowledge the status of the Turks and still referred to them as a small barbarian race. Little did it know that the Turks didn't care about status at all. They attacked Jin purely because they didn't like Jin and didn't have enough resources during the winter, so they took advantage of the situation. After losing Gong Sunyu, Jin was still able to resist for so long. It had to be said that they were indeed strong. However, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the military strength of the 6 countries. Ironically, when they attacked the hinterland of the Jin state, the vanguard was actually the army of the state of Liang. Seeing their former ally bearing his fangs at them, Jin's soldiers were so angry that their faces turned green. The Jin state, the Yan state, and the Liang state formed a triangle. Any alliance between the 2 states could cause a fatal blow to the other state. When choosing who to ally with, the Jin state had thought it through carefully. The reason why they chose the Liang nation was because the Jin nation disliked the Yan nation from the bottom of their hearts. As for the reason, it was because they were afraid of the Yan nation. They tried their best to suppress Yan, but in the end, the nightmare still happened. Jin tried to persuade Liang, saying that with the military strength of the 2 countries, they might be able to resist them. Liang was already scared by the Black Wind cavalry, so how could he dare to play tricks behind their backs? It was the 12th lunar month at the border. This was their first new year at the border. In the barracks, pigs and goats were slaughtered and dumplings were made. Shengguan Yan, Gu Jiao, and the soldiers spent New Year's Eve in the flames of war. We'll set off in 3 days. Outside the tent, Shengguan Yan drank some wine and was slightly drunk. Her cheeks were flushed as she stood in the cold wind. Her mind was very clear. When she said this, her eyes fell on the soldiers who were celebrating the new year around the bonfire. Gu Jiao came to her side, followed her gaze and said, "Do you really want to go personally?" Shengguan Yan's eyes were cold as she said, "I want to take revenge for the blood feud of the Shenyuan family with my own hands. I must personally invade Shangjing and drag the Jin country's monarch down from his throne." Gong Sunyu killed many soldiers of the Shenyuan family because of his own selfishness and desire for war, but also because of the ambition of Jin's royal family. None of them were innocent. She wouldn't let any of them go. 3 days later, Chang Wei received the order to come back and defend Puqing. Gu Jiao exchanged positions with him. After that, Gu Jiao led the 30,000 Black Wind cavalry that had rested and reorganized. They rode on the Black Wind King who had just recovered from his serious injuries and rushed to the front line with Shengguan Yan to kill their way into Jin. It was worth mentioning that on New Year's Eve, there was a rebellion in Jin's imperial palace. The monarch's imperial army and King Liao's army fought, which undoubtedly made Jin's situation worse. After King Liao was defeated, he had the idea of destroying what he couldn't get. He opened all kinds of checkpoints along the way to make it easier for the troops of other countries to enter. At the end of February, the Black Wind Cavalry and Gu family's Iron Cavalry attacked Shangjing of Jin. Black Wind King broke through the imperial palace's gate and slaughtered a bloody path through the imperial army. Shengguan Yan held a long sword and chopped down with her saber, splashing the enemy's blood all over her body. She killed all the way to the throne room. Their movements were so fast that the ministers in the morning court had no time to evacuate. The gate was tightly shut. Outside the room there were sounds of fighting, weapons clashing, and screams. If one listened carefully, most of them came from the Jin army in the imperial palace. Inside the hall, all the ministers and generals began to tremble. Even the monarch of Jin, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a change of expression. With a loud bang, the gate of the throne room was kicked open. The huge door couldn't withstand the pressure and heavily hit the ground. The entire throne room shook 3 times. The ministers were in a state of panic. Shang Guanyin held a bloody long sword. The blood on the sword's edge dripped all the way. Her eyes were cold and determined to take revenge. She glanced at the ministers and generals. Those who surrender will not be killed. A palace expert flew from the monarch's side and suddenly attacked Shang Guanyin. In the blink of an eye, behind Shang Guanyin came a whistling sound. A red-tasseled spear with a cold glint flashed through the air. The spear pierced the heart of the palace's expert, sending him flying to the steps below the monarch's feet. Gu Jiao walked over step by step. Her eyes didn't have too much coldness and hostility. On the contrary, she was very calm. As if the person who attacked just now wasn't her. But in the flames of war, emotions were not terrible. Calmness was what was really frightening. Another person rushed up. This time he attacked Shang Guanyin from the back. Gu Jiao turned around and kicked the man down the high steps. Those who touched the crown princess die. Outside the hall, more and more experts rushed up. However, before they could get close, they were blocked by 4 figures from the sky. On the left was Gu Changqing and the old marquis. On the right was Liao Chen and Qing Feng. Tang Yueshan and Wang Su, who had retreated from Chishui Pass, also arrived. The 2 of them led hundreds of archers and surrounded the throne room so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At the end of February, the monarch of Jin state died and was succeeded by concubine Lu's 7th prince. The new monarch submitted a letter of surrender to the Great Yen. He also gave 2 mineral veins, 5 cities, 100,000 taels of gold, and 20 beauties to show his sincerity. The beauties were all men. They were mainly used to please Shang Guanyin and fill her harem. Of course, the other countries couldn't return empty-handed. They didn't get as many benefits as the Yen state. After all, the main force of the war against the Jin state was the Yen army. In addition, the Zhao state also contributed a lot and got a lot of things. After this war, the Jin state was almost emptied and couldn't recover its blood for decades. In the spring of March, the army returned to the capital. The Yen state won a beautiful victory. The people along the way welcomed them and shouted, "Long live the crown princess! Black Wind Cavalry and Shenyuan army, follow me to the capital." After returning to the Yen state, Shang Guanyin ordered in the tent. The Shenyuan army referred to the Shadow Division in Liao Chen's hands. Although Wang Su and Wang Man didn't know why the crown princess wanted to go first, they didn't dare to disobey the crown princess's order. What's more, Black Wind Cavalry and Shenyuan army were mostly cavalry. It seemed reasonable to go back to the capital first. Shang Guanyin didn't go back to report. "Uncle." Outside the tent, Shang Guanyin looked at Shenyuan Qi, who was holding the 3-foot Qing Feng sword. "I'm ready." Shenyuan Qi looked at his little niece with relief. He touched her head as an uncle and then knelt down on one knee as a subject. The 3-foot Qing Feng sword was heavily inserted into the ground. This humble subject swears to follow the crown princess. On a big tree outside the camp, Liao Chen's slender fingers grabbed the wine bag. He raised his head and took a sip lazily. He smiled and said, "You don't have to go. Go back to Xingdu with General Wang." Under the big tree, Daoist Qing Feng looked at him seriously. "You want to leave me?" Chapter 904. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liao Chen looked at him playfully. "What do you mean this poor monk will leave you behind? You and I are not the same kind of people. Could it be that after being with this poor monk for so many days, you gradually have feelings for this poor monk?" Daoist Qing Feng glanced at him faintly. "I'm afraid that if you run away, I won't know where to find you if I want to kill you in the future." Liao Chen hooked up her bright red lips, and her charming peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. She landed under the tree and said with a smile, "I'll wait for you in Chengdu. It's a deal." In April, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Army surrounded the Great Yen Imperial Palace. In the monarch's bedroom, the fake monarch, Gu Qingfeng, completed the task with glory. The real monarch was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed. His stroke was much better and he could get out of bed. When he heard that the Crown Princess and Xianyuan army had returned victorious, he was very happy and planned to go out of the palace to welcome them personally. Unexpectedly, the Crown Princess and Xianyuan Qi came to his bedroom early. Although the battle report from the front line had mentioned that Xianyuan Qi came back alive, the monarch still couldn't believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. Xianyuan Qi didn't greet him as a monarch, nor did he exchange greetings with him. He just stood beside Shangguan Yen with a cold face. It's solved. Xianyuan Qi said to Shangguan Yen. The monarch frowned. Solved what? He shouldn't have come, he yelled. No expert came over. The monarch finally understood what Xianyuan Qi had solved. He frowned and looked at Shangguan Yen. What are you going to do? Shangguan Yen clapped her hands and a little eunuch came forward with a tray. On the tray were a writing brush, an inkstone, and a blank imperial edict. The monarch had an ominous premonition in his heart. Shangguan Yen, are you going to usurp the throne? Shangguan Yan's father-daughter relationship had been exhausted during the years in the imperial mausoleum. She looked at the father she used to admire, and there was no longer a trace of emotion in her heart. Imperial father, what are you talking about? I am the crown princess that you personally conferred. After you die, the throne will be mine. How can I usurp the throne? Father, you are already old and you haven't recovered from your stroke, so you feel that you are powerless to govern the court. For the sake of Great Yan's rivers and mountains, you have decided to make me the emperor, and you will be an idle retired emperor in this palace. The king trembled with anger. How dare you? I am your father. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for threatening me like this? Shangguan Yan's face sank. Imperial mother died, the Xianyuan clan was exterminated, I was publicly whipped in the throne room, and my martial arts were crippled. Even my two sons experienced life and death situations several times. I have already suffered the wrath of the heavens. What am I afraid of? This was the first time that Shangguan Yen was so angry in front of the monarch. More than 10 years ago, when the Xianyuan clan was annihilated, she was still young and inexperienced. Now, the monarch really realized that his daughter had grown up. She had become so unfamiliar, not at all like the person in his memory. I loved you so much in vain. I really loved you. Among so many imperial heirs, he loved her the most. Shangguan Yan's mood calmed down little by little. She no longer quarreled with him but very coldly said, the person you love the most is yourself. Rest assured and be the retired emperor. The rivers and mountains of Great Yan have nothing to do with you. The monarch coldly said, what if I don't make a decree? Shangguan Yen sneered, if you die, I will inherit the throne, and it will be a matter of course. The monarch suddenly froze. From the beginning? You have planned all this, haven't you? You said that you are willing to restore the identity of the crown princess, and as the crown princess, you will go to war on behalf of me just for this day, right? Yes. Shangguan Yen admitted without hesitation. The monarch clenched his fists. I didn't say that I won't give you the throne, why are you so anxious? Shangguan Yen excitedly said, do I have to hold everyone's life and death in your hands? Who was the one who established me and crippled me? As long as you are on the throne, the Xianyuan family will not be able to be rehabilitated. My son will not be able to openly walk in front of others. Qing'er is like this, Aheng is also like this. The monarch opened his mouth. Shangguan Yen sarcastically said, have you thought about repenting? I don't believe it. Come to Father Emperor. Father Emperor. The 3-year-old crown princess hopped and jumped over to him. Did you go climb a tree again? Why are you so dirty? There was a small bird. It fell from its nest, so I wanted to put it back up. Really is a kind-hearted child. I am. The crown princess nodded seriously. Father Emperor, you are injured. Does your finger hurt a lot? Will blow on it for you, huff huff huff. The little girl who was reluctant to hurt a small bird, the little girl who would be nervous for a long time when his finger was injured at some unknown time, had a vicious heart that wanted to kill the monarch and kill her father. The monarch stared blankly at the departing Shangguan Yen, not daring to believe that this was his daughter. Shangguan Yen stopped in front of the threshold and slightly turned her head. Looking at the shiny floor, she calmly said, it was you who lost me. After Gu Jiao returned to Xingdu, she hid her achievements and reputation and gave the job of receiving the support of the people to Lu Chen. She herself returned to the duke's manor. Seeing her, Manager Zheng was moved to tears. Young master, young man. You finally came back. Gu Jiao dismounted and handed him the red tasseled spear. Manager Zheng was immediately pressed to the ground. Young master, the spear is a bit heavy. Where is my adoptive father? Gu Jiao asked. Manager Zheng waved his hand to the servants, and 2 servants came forward. Working together, they carried the red-tasseled spear away. Only then did he stand up and say to Gu Jiao, "The Duke went to the Imperial Tutor's Hall. After successfully sending his great-aunt and others into the Zhao country, and Guogong returned home with Wang Su. He stayed in Xingdu while Wang Su went to the border." "Oh." Gu Jiao nodded. "Just in time, I'm also going to the Imperial Tutor's Hall." In the purple bamboo forest, and Guogong was sitting in a wheelchair playing chess with the Imperial Tutor. He was helping to sweep the fallen petals in the yard. When he saw Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up. "Lu Lang. You're back." "Yuhi." Gu Jiao greeted him. Yuhi looked behind her. "Huh? Why don't I see my eldest brother? Didn't he also go to the border? Didn't he come back with you?" Gu Jiao had received a letter from the Zhao country. The letter talked about the recent situation in Bai Shui Alley and Zhuke Street, and also about Marquis Xianping's experience on the island. She hesitated for a moment and didn't tell Yuhi about Yi Qing's poisoning. She only said, "Your eldest brother is a guest on the Dark Night Island." "That's right, it's so strange. The Dark Night Island is frozen until February at most. It's already April. Why hasn't Yi Qing come back yet? Could it be that he's too handsome and was left on the island to be the husband of the fortress? The Dark Night Island of the Dark Night sect? My brother went there." Yuhi was shocked. Gu Jiao smiled, patted him on the shoulder and went to the corridor. She opened the curtain and entered the room. The 2 people in the room had already heard her voice and were waiting for her to come. She left in August and now it's already April. They haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and she has changed a lot. She's a little taller and her facial features have grown a lot. She fought all day, was exposed to the sun and rain, and was tempered by the wind and sand. Her originally white skin turned into a light wheat color, which made her more heroic. At the border, many girls secretly admired the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. "Father, Imperial Tutor." She happily greeted the 2 of them. And Guogong looked at her and couldn't move his eyes away. Even if she came back safely, but thinking of what she went through at the border, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "Come here, let me take a look." And Guogong waved at Gu Jiao. "Huh." Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. And Guogong smiled. "I'm recovering very well. I can talk and I can also lift my arms." He said it casually, but in order to give her a surprise, he almost desperately tried to recover for the past 8 months. The process was painful and torturous, but compared to her hard work, his was not worth mentioning. Gu Jiao came to his side, squatted down and looked up at him. "You look good." Then she checked his pulse and the strength of his muscles. "Wow, this is very surprising. It was much more powerful than expected. Soon he might be able to walk again. You worked very hard, I praise you." She said it very seriously, but in Guogong's eyes, it was like a child saying adult words seriously. And Guogong was very happy. He rubbed the top of her head and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. And Guogong said helplessly, "You are just like your mother, always reporting the good news and not the bad." Her mother?" And Guogong smiled, I mean your foster mother." She almost thought that he knew that she used to be Jing Yining. The state preceptor cleared his throat to emphasize his presence. Gu Jiao looked at the Imperial Tutor carefully. "Huh? Imperial Tutor, have you been overworked recently?" "You look." He had aged quite a bit. The misunderstanding between Guogong and the Imperial Tutor had been resolved, so he came to the Imperial Tutor's hall when he had nothing to do. He also found that the Imperial Tutor had been aging quickly recently, and half of his white hair had turned white. Alas, he already looked old, but now he looked even older. Gu Jiao sighed exaggeratedly. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have left all the responsibilities to you when I left." The Imperial Tutor glanced at her. "It's not like you to admit your mistake so quickly." "Gu Jiao, I'm in a good mood." The Imperial Tutor, "Get to the point." Gu Jiao looked at her fingers and rolled her eyes. I heard that Jean offered a batch of high-quality weapons and sent it to the Imperial Tutor's hall. Sure enough, father is the biological child and I was picked up." The Imperial Tutor muttered in a low voice and said lightly, "It hasn't arrived yet, it's on the way. When it arrives, I'll pick one for you as your wedding gift." And Guogong's face instantly darkened. "You're touching a sore spot. Marquis Xianping's operation was too flashy. Just last month, the envoy of Zhao country arrived and sent a betrothal gift to the young Marquis of Zhaodu to marry the young master of Nguogong family. Did foster father agree? Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Her face said, agreed, agreed, agreed. And Nguogong refused to answer this question. At first he did not want to agree, but Marquis Xianping's second flashy operation came. He directly had the envoy bring a basket full of portraits of his precious daughter. From birth to 3 months old she was eating fingers, scratching feet and drooling. She was extremely cute. The envoy smiled and said, the Marquis had this lowly official bring a message to you. If the 2 young masters get married they can also give birth to a chubby girl for you. He seriously suspected that Marquis Xianping sending someone to send a betrothal gift was fake and that showing off his daughter was real. How hateful. He had been lusted after by that person who had appeared on the beauty rankings of the 6 countries. Thus he decided to have Jiao Jiao and Aheng get married as soon as possible. He wanted to hold his obedient granddaughter. Chapter 905. Zhao country experienced a cold winter that was hard to come by in 10 years. Many regions suffered from snow disasters. Fortunately, the imperial court responded promptly. While transferring disaster relief funds from the national treasury, they also contacted the surrounding regions to send supplies to the cities that suffered severe disasters. As the imperial envoy for disaster relief, Grand Secretary Yuan brought along several cabinet members to accompany him. Xiaoheng was also among them. Because he went to disaster relief, he didn't know that his father had sent an envoy to Yan country to propose marriage, especially to the young master of the duke's household. He also didn't know that his father was showing off to Yan country. He did receive quite a few letters from the Marquis's household. This one is mine. This one is for you, Grand Secretary Yuan. In the study of the county yamen, Xiaoheng handed the letter in his hand to Grand Secretary Yuan. My father's letter. Grand Secretary Yuan already knew that he was actually Zhao Du's young marquis. When Grand Secretary Yuan heard that it was from Marquis Xianping, he thought that something important had happened in the imperial court. He quickly took the letter and opened it with a serious expression. In the end he saw a line of flamboyant words. My daughter-in-law's older brother's future father-in-law. This marquis's daughter is 1 month old. Grand Secretary Yuan is very knowledgeable. Please give her a nice name. Attached is a portrait of this marquis's daughter. Grand Secretary Yuan, Xiaoheng didn't mean to peek. It was just that his father's handwriting was bigger than a wicker basket. It was hard not to see it. As expected, a small portrait of his sister was attached. He couldn't remember how many name-seeking letters his father had sent out. His great-uncle had also received one. Also, hadn't his sister's name been decided long ago? Showing off his daughter in the name of giving her a name was really too much. If he had a daughter in the future, she definitely wouldn't be like his father. Vermilion Bird Avenue. After the beginning of spring, the weather in the capital was good. Sheng Guanqing was in a horse stance in the courtyard. 3 feet of ice wasn't formed in a day. He had been poisoned for 20 years. Even with the purple herb fruit, he couldn't completely recover in a day. He needed to recuperate for several months. Other than taking the purple grass fruit every day, he also had to drink the Chinese medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. In addition, the imperial physician also told him to exercise more to help his body recover. Marquis Xianping would come here every day to exercise his muscles and bones. At first he could only take light walks, but gradually he was able to get into a horse stance. The father and son recuperated together, and their recovery was not bad. Get into the horse stance first. In the courtyard, after Marquis Xianping adjusted his son's movements, he said seriously, today's weather is pretty good. I'll bring your little sister out to bask in the sun. Sheng Guanqing curled his lips and said, practicing the horse stance with me is just a pretense. Your real purpose is to hug your sister, isn't it? His younger sister was 3 months old. Her name was Xiaoyi. It was said that his mother had given her a name when she was pregnant with her first child. The name sounded obedient, but in reality, she was quite obedient. It was just that she didn't drink the wet nurse's milk and had to be fed by the princess herself. When he was young, his mother seemed to have personally fed him. Back to his younger sister. In addition to tormenting her mother, her younger sister's other problem was that she cried too loudly, the kind that shocked the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep. It was nothing during the day, but at night, it was so noisy that the whole street couldn't sleep. No one could pacify her except for his father. His father came to see him every afternoon, had dinner with him, and coaxed his younger sister to sleep at night before leaving. As his younger sister grew older and slept later and later, his father also left later and later. Princess Xingyang went out. Inside the room, Eugene was watching over little Xiao Yi, who was sleeping soundly. Little Xiao Yi was prettier than other newborns when she was born. After the first month of confinement, she became much chubbier and more delicate and adorable. Marquis. Eugene bowed to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping nodded and responded. He came to the cradle and looked at the sleeping little fellow inside. The corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Eugene glanced at him discreetly and thought, Marquis is different from before. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. She looks so good. She must have taken after me. Eugene's face darkened. She took back her words. The Marquis was still the Marquis. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the door. Princess Xingyang's carriage had returned. She had just gone to the imperial palace to discuss the marriage between Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Regarding the matter of the wedding, the two women of high status did not have any objections. In fact, they were in full agreement. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart, Aheng, that stinky brat, owed her Jiao Jiao a grand wedding. Princess Xingyang also thought so. Back when they were in the countryside, the two did not officially get married. Her son was unconscious and became someone else's husband when he opened his eyes. There was no ceremony, and there was no consummation. What sort of marriage was this? In addition, he had used someone else's identity at that time. Now that he had recovered his identity as Xiao Heng, the marriage between Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's mother could no longer be counted. Of course, she also had her own selfish motives. She wanted to witness her son's wedding. The letter of engagement had already been sent to Bai Shui Alley. Today, her main goal was to finalize the details of the betrothal gifts and the date of the wedding with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Princess, you've returned. Eugene welcomed her with a smile. Raising her hand, she helped her hang up her cloak. Did the discussion go smoothly? It went quite smoothly. Princess Xingyang said. Master Marquis has come. Eugene quietly said. Princess Xingyang turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw a certain person sitting in front of the cradle, foolishly looking at the little guy in the cradle with a silly smile. The sunlight shone through the window lattice and fell on his mature and handsome face. His eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. She turned her face away and faintly muttered, Why did he come again? Eugene smiled and said, Then should this servant chase Master Marquis out? Princess Xingyang choked and glared at her. If you chase him out, when the little one cries, will you coax him? Eugene covered her face and could not help but laugh. Ah. Princess Xingyang sighed. Eugene keenly sensed that something was off with Princess Xingyang and asked, What is it, Princess? Did something happen? Princess Xingyang frowned and asked strangely, When I came out of the harem, I happened to run into the court. They came to me one by one to give ye a name. Did I ask them for a name? Why are there suddenly so many people eager to give her a name? Marquis Xianping shook the cradle as if nothing had happened, his face calm. On the other side, Shang Guanyin left a blank imperial edict for the monarch to abdicate. The monarch's heart was burning with anger, so naturally he was unwilling to give in easily. The experts around him were dealt with by Shenyuan Qi, but he still had a large number of imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery. He pretended to write the imperial edict and took the opportunity to press the mechanism beside the desk. He fell into the secret passage. At the same time, a firework signal rose into the sky from the roof. The imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery quickly rushed to the harem. Shenyuan Qi was already prepared. He cooperated with his son from the inside and outside, opening the palace gates. 30,000 Black Wind cavalry and 20,000 Shadow Tribe soldiers killed their way into the palace. They were soldiers who had just returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. Their bodies were full of the aura of golden spears and armored horses. This was something that the Pampered army in the imperial city could not match. If Wang Man and Wang Su's forces were here, they might be able to turn the tables. But they were deliberately left behind by Shang Guanyin on the road. The imperial guards were gradually declining. The monarch pressed the second mechanism in the secret passage, and another firework signal flew into the sky. This was to contact Yan Shanjun in the outer city. Yan Shanjun was not as ignorant of worldly affairs as the world thought. He had a secret army of the royal family in his hands, which was the monarch's last line of defense. However, before he could make a move, a long sword came from behind him and lightly rested on his neck. I don't want to hurt you, Gu Changqing said. Yan Shanjun coldly said, do you think it's useful to threaten this monarch? Gu Changqing lightly said, I know you are not afraid of death. So, do you not care about the life and death of your daughter? Yan Shanjuan's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Gu Changqing tilted the sword head, like a silent gesture. Then a secret guard of the Gu family came in from the door with the sleeping young princess. Yan Shanjuan's face changed. Light Shui. You are despicable. You won't even let a child go. Do the crown princess and Miss Gu know you are doing this? He and Gu Qingfeng stayed in the imperial city together. He already knew Gu Jiao's identity from Gu Qingfeng. He also knew that the person holding him hostage was Gu Jiao's elder brother. Gu Changqing's expression did not change in the slightest. They don't need to know. Choose your daughter or your brother. Yan Shanjun gritted his teeth. You, Gu Changqing coldly said, don't think that I will be soft-hearted. You and I are the same. In this world we all have people we want to protect and we will do anything for them. Even if we go to hell after death we will not hesitate. Yan Shanjun painfully closed his eyes. Gu Changqing was right. In this world there was someone he wanted to protect. For her, he could do anything even if it meant betraying his most trusted brother. Yan Shanjun handed over the commander's seal. After leaving Yan Shanjuan's residence, the secret guard of the Gu family tore off the human skin mask on his face and said with a smile, Big brother, you acted too well just now. Even I almost believed you. I was afraid that if Yan Shanjun didn't agree, you would really kill the young princess. Gu Changqing sternly said, I wasn't acting. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Gu Changqing glanced at him and laughed, idiot. It's not good for the reputation of the crown princess to have too many sacred favorites. The Xianyuan family has conquered half of the Yan kingdom. What's wrong with one family having two kings? I still want to make Zheng a marquis. Absolutely not. Xianyuan Qi sternly refused. But, listen to uncle. Xianyuan Qi said sternly. Shangguan Yin felt wronged. Oh. But Shangguan Yin still wants to compensate her second uncle and Zheng. They have been shadows for many years. The hardships they have put in are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Especially those years when her uncle was in Ghost Mountain. Every time she thinks about it, her heart will ache. She conferred Xianyuan Qi the title of Marquis of Ding and Xianyuan Zheng the title of Marquis of Ding. Xianyuan Qi inherited Xianyuan Li's position as Grand Marshal, while Xianyuan Zheng became the new Grand General of the Xianyuan family. At the same time he was also the third Lord of Shadows. Xianyuan Cheng, who had passed away, was also restored to the position of Huwei General. While staying in Xingdu for a few months, and Guogong was not idle. He asked the state preceptor to find a place with good feng shui and move the bodies of the Xianyuan family's men and women to the new cemetery. He took Gu Jiao there. Gu Jiao personally engraved everyone's name on the stone tablet. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The quiet street was deserted. 2 carriages drove into the deserted long street. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King, and Xianyuan Qi and Liao Qin, who were also riding horses, followed on both sides. The group came to the mansion that had long been decayed. Shangguan Yin and Nguogong got off the carriage one by one. Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi also dismounted. Gu Jiao came behind Nguogong and pushed his wheelchair. Shangguan Yin sternly said, Come, tear off the seal on the door and cut off the chain. Yes, your majesty. The accompanying expert stepped forward and followed the order to remove the seal and iron chain. The door that had been sealed for many years was finally opened. The heavy sound echoed in everyone's heart. It was obviously just a moment, but it felt like a century had passed. The mansion was still the same as before, but the people had changed. No one could see the people who used to live in it. The barren weeds were simply cleaned up by Liao Qin, but it was still difficult to hide the desolation. Xianyuan Qi walked up the steps with heavy steps and looked at the quiet and dilapidated courtyard. His eyes suddenly turned red. Big brother? I'm back. Liao Qin had already quietly come to the mansion. He had already felt sad. However, at this moment, when he returned with his father, he found that the sadness was nothing at all. At this moment he truly experienced the sorrow of having his family destroyed. It was the sorrow from his father. Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with tears. She sniffed and said to Gu Jiao and Nguogong, Let's go in. The servants laid wooden planks on the steps and Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair up. The Black Wind King also followed in. The last time he played in this courtyard he was just a carefree foal. Now he had grown old. Sheng Guanyin introduced to Gu Jiao, "This is the martial arts field. In the past my two uncles often competed here. My cousins also practiced martial arts here. Over there is first uncle's courtyard, and to the east is second uncle's courtyard. Behind the pavilion is first cousin's courtyard, and to the north is second cousin's, third cousin's, fourth cousin's and fifth cousin's courtyard." She introduced in detail. Gu Jiao listened carefully. She felt familiar with this mansion. She heard from Nguagong that when Jing Yinin was a child, her grandfather often stole her away. Xin Yuanzi often woke up and found that her daughter was gone. Then she went back to her mother's house with a dark face to ask for her daughter. "Do you want to go to sixth cousin's courtyard?" Sheng Guanyin asked. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. A group of people went to Xin Yuansun's courtyard together. Looking at the courtyard full of weeds, Sheng Guanyin smiled bitterly. Sixth cousin always said that he was the most useless, but he didn't know that he was the only one who escaped from the clutches of so many people. He left the last trace of first uncle's bloodline. He did a great thing. By the way, how did Shen Yuan's son escape? Gu Jiao asked Liaochen. The two didn't talk about Shen Yuan's son in detail. Liaochen said, "It was Han Ci. At that time all the men of the Shen Yuan family went to war. Sixth cousin stayed in Xingdu because of his poor health. The Han family came to kill him. Han Ci pretended to kill him and sent him out of Xingdu without telling the Han family." Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "No wonder you let Han Ci go." Liaochen said, "Sixth cousin owed him his life, so I returned it to him. I don't want sixth cousin to owe him anything." "Then what happened?" Gu Jiao asked. Liaochen recalled the past and couldn't help but be a little melancholy. "I once secretly returned to the Yan kingdom. First, I wanted to inquire about my father. Second, I also wanted to go back to the Shen Yuan family. I also went to the vanguard camp and saw the newborn Ayu. However, no one found me at that time. Except for sixth cousin. I told sixth cousin my identity and gave him a token of the Shadow Division. After sixth cousin escaped from the Han family, he contacted the masters of the Shadow Division near Xingdu. They escorted him all the way to the Zhao country. He lived near my temple. A few years later he met a woman and married her. Unfortunately, his body was too weak and he carried the blood feud of the Shen Yuan family. His condition deteriorated. Not long after Jing Kong was born he died. Not long after, I found the infant Jing Kong at the gate of the temple. I knew it was sixth cousin's child. I had a bad feeling and hurried to find sixth cousin, but she was gone. I looked for her for a long time but couldn't find her. Later I found her shoes by the river bank. I think she must have jumped into the lake to commit suicide." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They felt sad for Shen Yuan's son and his wife. And the poor child. Shen Yuanqi said, "I want to go to the Zhao country and see sixth cousin's child." Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen and said, "When I guessed that you and Jing Kong were related to the Shen Yuan family, I suspected that he was your son. Later, I went back to the master's hall and looked at the portrait of Shen Yuan Sunday. I found that the two of them were more alike." Liaochen said mockingly, "Ha, I'm a monk. How could he have broken his sexual abstinence?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, a monk who has broken his abstinence from killing, drinking, and meat. Was he still far from breaking his sexual abstinence?" Liaochen, Shen Yuanqi looked at his son. After a few months of training at the border, he was already able to communicate well with others. He said earnestly, "Jing, you're not young anymore. In the past, you carried the blood feud of the Shen Yuan family, and your life and death were unknown, so you couldn't start a family. Now that everything has been settled, you should consider your marriage. Do you have a girl in mind? If you do, I'll propose marriage for you. Father doesn't care about her family background. As long as she's from a decent family, pure, kind-hearted and good-looking, it's fine." Liaochen put his hand to his forehead. How did this topic get sidetracked? Weren't they talking about sixth cousin and Jing Kong's background? Why are they urging me to get married? Isn't it better to be a monk? Liaochen sighed and said, "Father, I don't have a girl in mind and I don't plan to get married. Jing Kong is enough for the Shen Yuan family. I'll leave the inheritance to that boy. I just want to be free and unfettered. Besides, I'm already so old. People around my age already have children. If I marry an unmarried girl, it'll be like raising a daughter. You still have such high expectations." Shen Yuanqi had been away from the world for too long. He didn't know the average standard of men in Xing City. He thought about his son's situation and felt that what his son said made sense. He gritted his teeth and lowered his standards. Then, as long as it's a person, Liaochen. Chapter 907. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liaochen felt a headache coming. He thought that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be urged to get married. He was too naive. Gu Jiao stood on the side, gloating. Liaochen chuckled, "Why didn't they urge you?" Don't think that he didn't know that she and Xiaoheng were just pretending to get married. Gu Jiao shook her little head. "I'm engaged. This time it's real." Liaochen's knee was hit by an arrow. He secretly clenched his fists. When he returned to Zhao country, he will urge Sheng Wanqing to marry. And little Jing Kong. What's wrong with being 6 years old? Urge marriage start from a child. After coming out of the mansion, Sheng Wanyan asked the eunuch to pass her order to call the Ministry of Works to repair the Xinyuan family's mansion, so that when Xinyuan Qi and Liaochen return from their visit to Jing Kong, they can live in the renovated mansion. When getting on the carriage, Sheng Wanyan looked at Gu Jiao. "Jiao, do you want to go to the palace with me?" "Dukin, Jiao wants to go back to the mansion with me." "Sheng Wanyan, she is my daughter-in-law." "Dukin, she is my daughter. In addition, she's not married, so she's not my daughter-in-law." Liaochen led the horse, looked at Dukin, and then looked at Sheng Wanyan. "Are you robbing people on the street?" The two looked at Gu Jiao, waiting for Gu Jiao to make a choice. Gu Jiao blinked. "Well, I have to go to the state preceptor hall later. I have something to do." The two who were treated fairly had no objection. Sheng Wanyan sat in the carriage back to the palace, and Dukin also sat in the carriage back to the mansion. Gu Jiao turned over and mounted the horse, said goodbye to Xinyuan Qi and Liaochen, and then disappeared into the boundless night. Liaochen looked at her back and said strangely, "This girl's fate with the Xinyuan family is really strange." As for how bizarre it was, he couldn't believe it even when he thought about it. The husband she casually picked up was the grandson of the Xinyuan empress. The little monk she adopted was the last bloodline of the Xinyuan war god. Even the red-tasseled spear she accidentally obtained was the divine weapon of the Xinyuan family. She was even adopted by Dukin as his adopted son. She was a woman dressed as a man, so she should be his adopted daughter. Her fate with the Xinyuan family seemed to have been decided a long time ago. There was a deep bond between them. He even had the misconception that no matter how the wheel of fate spun, she would definitely come to the Xinyuan family. "Yes, back to the Xinyuan family," Xinyuan Qi corrected him. "What?" Liaochen was stunned. He didn't understand what his father meant. Xinyuan Qi stared fixedly at the small figure galloping into the night, but did not answer. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial Advisor Hall. She was the favored one of the Imperial Advisor Hall, and everyone in the hall had heard of her. They all knew that this new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry had won the Imperial Advisor Hall's favor. She could come and go freely in the purple bamboo forest, and her status was comparable to their big brother. Tonight, he was on duty in the purple bamboo forest. When he saw Gu Jiao coming, he was very surprised. "Luleng, why are you here at this time? Is your master asleep?" Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit late and she came to try her luck. If the Imperial Advisor Hall was asleep, she would come again tomorrow. Yuhi shook his head. "No, master has been sleeping very late recently." He paused and said in a low voice, "I feel that master's condition is not very good recently. His body is deteriorating a bit too quickly. I suspect that he forced himself to do a divination again." There was a price to pay for divination and divulging the secrets of heaven. The divination he did for the Yen Kingdom had made his master 10 years older. Now he didn't know who he was doing the divination for, but it felt more powerful than the last time. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "I know." She threw the reins to Yuhi. "Boss hasn't eaten yet. Sorry to trouble you." "Okay." Yuhi took the reins and went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came with a small basket on her back. She brought something to show the Imperial Advisor Hall. The Imperial Advisor Hall was sitting on a cushion in the central room with an unfinished chessboard in front of him. Imperial Advisor Hall. Gu Jiao greeted him and sat down opposite him. The curtain at the door was rolled up and the back door was wide open. The wind blowing through the hall was slightly cold. "You're here," the Imperial Advisor Hall said. "I want to show you something." Gu Jiao put down the small basket and took out a brocade box from it. After opening it, there were a few dried purple grass flowers and 2 dried purple herbs. "The fruit is gone. I sent it all to Sheng Wanqing. Originally she kept some for research. Later, the Zhao Kingdom sent a letter saying that the purple grass fruit was useful, but it needed to be taken for a long time. She sent the remaining half of the fruit back to the Zhao kingdom. The Imperial Advisor Hall's eyes fell on the dried plants. He was puzzled. These flowers are, Gu Jiao said, purple grass flowers? You didn't expect that the purple grass could bloom, right? I didn't know at first. It was Shang Guanqing's father who went to the Dark Night Island and found that the purple grass could not only bloom, but also bear fruit. Its fruit can detoxify the poison of the purple grass and the strange poison in Shang Guanqing's body. As for how many other poisons it can detoxify, I don't know. I haven't tested it. The Imperial Advisor Hall was enlightened. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao's understanding of the purple grass came from Marquis Xianping's handwritten letter. It was really hard for him. He couldn't read a word before, but now he could write a lot. She continued, the poison of the purple grass is the strongest, and the poison of the flower is second. The purple grass is a plant with strong vitality. It can grow anywhere, but it can only bloom and bear fruit in extremely cold places. The Imperial Advisor Hall asked, is it the purple grass found in the Dark Night Island? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, it's the island where the Dark Night Gang is. There are many of them in the Dark Night Gang, all over the hills. According to the young lord of the Dark Night Gang, the purple grass originally came from the Dark Night Island. The purple grass in the Six Nations was stolen from the island. It's a pity that the purple grass they stole could not bear fruit. They all turned into poison. This is a major discovery. The Imperial Advisor Hall picked up a dried purple grass flower and observed it carefully. Did you do a divination again? Gu Jiao looked at his face, which had aged more than 10 years, and asked the question in her heart. Just a little. It's nothing. He didn't want to talk about it and returned to the topic of the purple grass. I also have a discovery here. Oh. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The Imperial Advisor Hall put the dried purple grass flower back into the box and said seriously, Yinin's mother was poisoned when she was pregnant. I suspect that she was poisoned by the purple grass poison. However, the poison was absorbed by the fetus in her womb, so it looked like her poison was cured. Why do you say it's a suspicion? Gu Jiao asked. The Imperial Advisor Hall sighed. I didn't think about it at that time. The purple grass poison is different from other poisons. The symptoms of poisoning are very complicated and full of changes. It's also difficult to diagnose from the pulse. Gu Jiao asked, why do you think it's the purple grass poison now? The Imperial Advisor Hall said, I heard from Duke in about Yinin's childhood. Combined with my research on the purple grass poison, I came up with this guess. Yinin absorbed the purple grass poison in Shen Yuanzi's body. After she was born, she had been fighting against the poison, so her body was very weak for the first 2 years. After the purple grass poison merged with her body, she had a talent for martial arts. Even Mu Qingchen, who was 3 years older than her and had been practicing martial arts since childhood, couldn't beat her. In addition, I have another suspicion. Your body was once poisoned by the purple grass poison. Meh. Gu Jiao lowered her head to look at herself. The Imperial Advisor Hall said, the second Lord of Shadows heard about the purple grass in the state of Zhao and set off there. I don't know why they wanted the purple grass. I only know that the purple grass appeared in the vicinity of Qingchuan village, where you were born. Shenyuan Zheng concealed his identity there for many years, but he couldn't find the purple grass whereabouts. Was the information wrong, or was the purple grass eaten by someone? Although he was asking questions, his tone was clearly leaning towards the latter guess. Gu Jiao also felt that the latter was more likely. She didn't have any evidence, so it was just her intuition. Then, did the Marchioness eat it, or did the original owner eat it? The Imperial Advisor Hall shook his head. There's no way to know. But no matter who ate it, I think it was a mistake. Gu Jiao asked, what about Shen Yuanzi? How did she get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Was it also a mistake? The Imperial Advisor Hall shook his head again. It was the Han family who poisoned her. The purple grass poison isn't a medicine. On the contrary, it's a poison without an antidote. Very few people can survive it, let alone Shen Yuanzi, who is just a pregnant woman. The Han family's original intention was to kill both her and her child to attack Shen Yuanli. Gu Jiao continued. But they didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, I used Jing Yinin's body to transmigrate. It's so strange. Why did both Gu Jiao's mother and Jing Yinin get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Could it be that my transmigration has something to do with the purple grass poison? The state preceptor looked at the purple grass flower in the box and said, what we saw was the shape of the purple grass flower, but maybe the purple grass flower contains dark matter that we can't see. Maybe it was this dark matter that brought you here from another time and space. Gu Jiao frowned. Does this happen to other people? The Imperial Advisor Hall said, as far as I know, no. Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly took out the medicine box from the basket on her back. What are you doing? The Imperial Advisor Hall looked at her and asked. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box. You can't put anything in this box. If you do, it will disappear into another dimension. The Imperial Advisor Hall understood what she was going to do. He didn't stop her because he also wanted to know the result. Gu Jiao picked up a dried purple grass flower and gently put it in. Then she closed the lid with a click. She waited quietly for a while and then opened the lid. The two people's eyes fell on the medicine box and their expressions changed. Chapter 908. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The purple grass is still there. What does this mean? It means that the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Or to be exact, the unknown dark matter attached to the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. But didn't Chang Jing say that the purple grass on the island was planted by the first island owner? What the hell is going on? State Preceptor thought for a moment and said, if you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you can only go to the Dark Knight Island. This is not urgent. Didn't Yi Qing stay on the island? Maybe when he comes back he can bring back some useful information. Gu Jiao nodded. That's the only way. Her wedding was imminent. She couldn't leave the groom at this time and go to the Dark Knight Island alone. Gu Jiao suddenly said, speaking of this, I forgot to ask adoptive father, has the wedding date been set? It's set. State Preceptor said, October 18th, an auspicious day. Isn't that my 18th birthday? Gu Jiao tilted her head and squinted at him. You calculated an auspicious day? The State Preceptor nonchalantly placed another chess piece on the board. The Imperial Astronomer calculated it. Gu Jiao, there is no Imperial Astronomer in the Yen Kingdom. State Preceptor, now there is. Gu Jiao, State Preceptor said, there are only a few months left. Besides, you are not waiting in the Yen Kingdom. The people of Duke Anghua's mansion have already gone to the Zhao Kingdom. The houses should be ready. A few days ago Duke Anghua played chess with me. He said that the wedding team is ready and can leave at any time. Adoptive father is so considerate. Gu Jiao was very happy. She held her chin with one hand and leaned her elbow on the small table. She looked at him calmly. Is your transmigration also related to the purple grass poison? State Preceptor said without hesitation. No, my situation is different from yours. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Oh. The State Preceptor looked at the night scene in the forest and said to Gu Jiao, it's getting late. You should go back. Oh. Gu Jiao stood up. It's indeed quite late. I'll go back first. Yes. The State Preceptor replied. Under the moonlight, Gu Jiao took out a mask and led Black Wind King out of the purple bamboo forest. When you see your big brother you have to cover your face. This time the Gu army also withdrew from the border. However, their route back to the Zhao Kingdom did not pass through Xingdu of the Yen Kingdom. They went through Cangzhou. Only the old Duke, Gu Changqing and Tang Yueshan secretly came to Xingdu. The three of them stayed in the public house. Gu Chengfeng had an ulterior motive in showing off his exclusive room to them, indicating that he was among the first batch to stay there. The three of them looked down on him. Gu Changqing took a hot bath in the public house. After changing into dry clothes, he went to the State Preceptor's hall. Gu Changqing could not let the world know what he was going to do. He waited for his sister to come out before going to the State Preceptor. State Preceptor. He greeted politely. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? You don't look well. Are you too tired these days? He knew more or less about what happened in Xingdu. His brother Gu Chengfeng was only responsible for playing the role of a healthy monarch. The State Preceptor was in charge of all the affairs in the imperial court. His Majesty has ascended the throne. I'll be relaxed in the future. His words were tantamount to admitting that his weakness was caused by excessive fatigue. He looked at Gu Changqing. How are you? Are you recovering well? Gu Changqing said seriously, I'm recovering well. After becoming a death warrior, I feel that my skills are better than before. A death warrior's life is shorter than ordinary people, but I don't regret it. The State Preceptor laughed dryly. As long as you're happy. Gu Changqing looked at the State Preceptor solemnly. There are actually two reasons for my late night visit. First, to thank you. Second, I finished the medicine you gave me to hide my aura. The state preceptor smiled slightly. I'll get it for you. After saying that, he got up and went to the study to get a bottle of pills and handed it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing took it in his hand and thought of something. He asked strangely, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Why does the medicine I took in the state preceptor's palace smell different from the medicine you asked me to take to the border? The color is also different. The state preceptor put on a fake smile and thought, because the first time I gave you the ebony pill and the second time I gave you the all-nourishment pill. The state preceptor asked, have you had a nosebleed recently? Gu Changqing said, yes. I'll give you another bottle of medicine. Don't worry, the effect is the same. The state preceptor went to the study without changing his expression and decisively changed a bottle of lotus fire pill. Gu Changqing left the consultation fee and took the pills back to the public house. Duke ordered that the wedding procession would set off in 3 days. The public house was busy counting the young master's dowry overnight. As for why the young master wants to marry a man, we don't know and we don't dare to ask. Marquis Xianping probably didn't expect that Dukan would dare to marry Gu Jiao as the young master, so he was a little naughty. In the public house's phone courtyard, it was a different scene. The old duke, Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yueshan all lived in the public house. Naturally, they would have heard about the marriage between Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng had known about Xiao Heng's true identity long ago. The old duke and Tang Yueshan knew about it later, before they entered the Yan kingdom. The old duke was very angry. What are you angry about? Tang Yueshan didn't mind the drama. Are you angry that she didn't want to go back to the Marquis's mansion and came to the public house to be a young master? Or are you angry that old Xiao didn't go to the Marquis's mansion to send the engagement letter and betrothal gifts here? Since he followed Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan had not only learned to be indecent, but also learned to poke the heart. His poke was accurate and the old duke was very angry. Tang Yueshan gloated. You can't blame her and old Xiao. You didn't recognize her in the first place. Now she doesn't recognize you. Isn't it human nature? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Recognize what? That girl wasn't Gu Jiao's mother at all. The old duke didn't think about not recognizing Gu Jiao, but he didn't value a granddaughter that much. He valued his little brother, but who would have thought that little brother was Gu Jiao? That girl still didn't know that he already knew that she was Gu Jiao. She always wore a mask in front of him and called him little brother. He was really angry. But he couldn't say anything. Otherwise it would be awkward. What's wrong with you? Gu Changqing stepped into the room. The atmosphere in the room was too strange. His brother was dejected, his grandfather looked very cold and only Tang Yueshan looked gloating. The old duke and Gu Qingfeng didn't want to talk. Tang Yueshan said with a smile, what else can it be? You're angry about that girl's marriage. You say she has 3 brothers but she didn't marry from the Marquis's mansion. Who carried her on the sedan chair? Gu Qingfeng said without thinking, of course it's me. Gu Changqing quickly changed the topic. He frowned. I'm the eldest brother. I should carry her on the sedan chair. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Big brother, are you already engaged? According to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, you can't carry your sister on the sedan chair. I almost forgot about this. Gu Changqing clenched his fist. You can't either. You broke the family rules. You have to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. What family rules did I break? Gu Changqing turned to the old duke. Grandfather, he is the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang. Gu Qingfeng's body trembled. Damn. My brother sold me out just like that. He just carried that girl on the sedan chair. Did he have to do that? Don't blame me for what you did. Gu Qingfeng glared. He stood on tiptoe and looked Gu Changqing in the eyes. He pointed at his nose and said fiercely, your Zikao poison has expired. You didn't become a man of sacrifice at all. Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath. His eyes widened in disbelief, and something in his mind collapsed with a bang. Tang Yueshan couldn't help laughing. Gu Changqing had become so powerful because he thought he had become a man of sacrifice. No wonder he had been secretly taking medicine recently. The 3 brothers of the Gu family were famous for their harmony. It was rare to see them fall out with each other. Okay, you guys continue. I'm happy to watch the show. The brothers then remembered that Tang Yueshan was still in the room. How they fought was their own business. They would not allow an outsider to laugh at them. Gu Qingfeng immediately turned his gun to Tang Yueshan. He looked at the precious Tang Bao in his hand and said coldly, "Fatty Tang. What are you so proud of? Your precious Tang family Bao has already been touched by that girl countless times." Gu Changqing said sarcastically, "She put it back after she touched it. I was the sentry. You didn't expect that, did you?" Tang Yueshan felt like he was struck by lightning. His Bao. He would never allow anyone to touch his Bao. At that moment, Gu Jiao came back from the purple bamboo forest. Although she left earlier than Gu Changqing, she went to buy something on the way and came back a little late. She came because she heard the noise in the room. She adjusted the mask on her face and was about to ask what had happened when Tang Yueshan, who was holding his precious Tang Bao, glared at her with a hurt expression. "Old Gu already knew that you were his granddaughter," Tang Yueshan said through gritted teeth. "Gu Jiao. Old Duke." That night Tang Yueshan was beaten up badly. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, the wedding procession, escorted by the Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop, left the Duke Anghua's mansion and went to the kingdom of Zhao. Chapter 909. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The newly ascended Empress was busy with state affairs. Shang Guanyin sat in a chair and looked at the mountain of memorials in front of her. She felt a headache coming on. Being a monarch is so tiring. "I suddenly regret it." Shang Guanyin gritted her teeth and picked up a memorial. The emperor of a generation had a court of ministers. The original favorite of the imperial study was Zhang Dequan, but now Zhang Dequan followed the retired emperor to Tai Palace. Shang Guanyin promoted a chamberlain named Wu Cixi. Wu Cixi came in with a bowl of boiled lotus seed soup and came to Shang Guanyin's side with a smile. "Your Majesty, you have been approving memorials for an hour, take a rest." Shang Guanyin put the writing brush on the holder and tiredly leaned on the back of the chair. "I've been approving memorials for an hour, but I haven't approved many memorials." Wu Cixi smiled. "Your Majesty has approved a lot of memorials. Moreover, you have just ascended the throne, and all the civil and military officials are counting on you. You must take care of your dragon body." Shang Guanyin looked at the lotus seed soup he handed over. Wu Cixi understood and moved the memorials in front of her away, and carefully put the lotus seed soup in her hand. Shang Guanyin scooped a spoonful and was about to drink when she thought of something and asked, "Has the wedding procession set off?" "They set off." Wu Cixi said, "They should have left Chengdu by now." Shang Guanyin sighed. Wu Cixi smiled and wanted to say something but stopped. Shang Guanyin noticed his strangeness and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wu Cixi smiled embarrassedly. "The 20 young masters from Jin country are still arranged in Chuxiu Palace. I don't know how your Majesty plans to settle them." "I haven't settled them yet," Shang Guanyin whispered. "Jin country could send anything but they sent 20 handsome men. Why does she want to fill the harem? Her son is already so big." She sternly said, "Among these people maybe they are all spies from Jin country. You arrange it yourself, just don't let them starve to death." "Yes." Wu Cixi smiled. He felt sorry for them. Those men were really very handsome. Since the crown princess had become the empress, it was reasonable for her to expand her harem. "Your Majesty, Yin Shanjun requests an audience." A young eunuch's report came from outside the door. Shang Guanyin put down the spoon. "Serve." Wu Cixi looked at the door and cleared his throat, raising his voice, "Summoned the Yin Mountain monarch for an audience." Shang Guanyin silently glanced at him. Wu Cixi turned around and smiled embarrassedly. This is the first time for this servant as well. Now that he could announce his arrival, he could have some fun. Yin Shanjun entered the imperial study and cupped his hands in greeting. "Your Majesty." Shang Guanyin asked, "Why did Imperial Uncle come here today?" Yin Shanjun looked around. "All of you withdraw," Shang Guanyin said. "Yes." Wu Cixi and the eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial study respectfully retreated. Shang Guanyin saw Yin Shanjun staring at her bowl, so she pushed the bowl to him. "Do you want to eat lotus seed soup?" "I didn't move." Yin Shanjun came to the desk and sat down. He took the lotus seed soup and an empty teacup from the side. He smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, I came here today to bid farewell to your Majesty." Shang Guanyin asked, "You're leaving again?" Yin Shanjun slightly smiled and said, "There's nothing for me to do in Chengdu. I want to take Light Shui out for a walk." Shang Guanyin secretly muttered. One after another they all left. Yin Shanjun paused and said with a pleasant expression, "In addition, I came to ask your Majesty to take back my royal status." Shang Guanyin looked at him strangely. "Why do you want to take it back?" I already said that I won't pursue the matter of you hiding troops. That's not the reason. He bowed his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not a member of the great Yan royal family. I'm the child of Imperial Mother and the Tujua. I know. Shangguan Yen said. She looked at him without blinking. After experiencing so many life and death situations, her eyes no longer had the naivety of her youth. Instead, they had the perseverance of a superior. The only thing that remained unchanged was that in the face of people she trusted enough, she didn't have any thoughts of beating around the bush. Yen Shanjun averted his gaze and looked at the scenery outside the window. He sighed helplessly. In addition, Imperial Brother and I are not blood brothers of the same mother but different fathers. Imperial Brother is a child that Imperial Mother adopted from Beauty Lu. Back then, Imperial Mother gave birth to a baby girl while Beauty Lu gave birth to a prince. In order to consolidate her position as Empress, Imperial Mother and Beauty Lu exchanged their children. Beauty Lu was unlucky and died a few years later. You can rest assured that it wasn't Imperial Mother who did it. Otherwise, Imperial Brother wouldn't be so filial to Imperial Mother. Shangguan Yen was surprised. There is such a thing? Does he know? Yen Shanjun looked at her again. You mean Imperial Brother? He should know that Princess Annel is Imperial Mother's flesh and blood. Shangguan Yen recalled, no wonder he is so close to Aunt Annel and asked me to be filial to her when I grow up. Yen Shanjun said, Princess Annel's fiefdom is in the South County. It is the richest fiefdom except for your fiefdom. Shangguan Yen looked at him suspiciously. Why did you suddenly tell me this? Yen Shanjun smiled and said, if I don't tell you, how can you agree to take back my royal status? Shangguan Yen said bitterly, you don't want to be my imperial uncle? Yen Shanjun sighed, I was bullied by you since I was a child. It's meaningless to be your imperial uncle. Shangguan Yen whispered, I didn't mean it. Who told you to be so weak? Okay. Yen Shanjun said. What's okay? Shangguan Yen was surprised. Yen Shanjun put the lotus seed soup back in front of her. You like to eat lotus seed soup but you never eat lotus seeds. Shangguan Yen stared blankly at the lotus seed in the empty cup. I have this problem? She was careless about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. She never cared about such details. When Wu Cixi asked her what she wanted to eat, she casually said lotus seed soup. But when the lotus seed soup was served, she didn't eat it. Is it because she doesn't like the lotus seeds inside? Yen Shanjun smiled and stood up. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, I'll go first. Shangguan Yen nodded. Yen Shanjun turned and walked out of the imperial study room. When he went out, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Shangguan Yen, the next time we meet, I will not be your imperial uncle. The wedding procession left Chengdu in a grandiose manner. Xinyuan Qi doesn't like to sit in a carriage, he rides a horse. Liao Chen also rides a horse to accompany him. The father and son enjoyed a rare leisurely time after their reunion. The grandfather and grandson of Gu family and Tang Yueshan, who originally wanted to ride a horse, had to sit in a carriage at this time. Tang Yueshan's face was bruised and swollen. There was a big bump on his head. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage and hung around his neck. His face was covered with a pink page band-aid, and his left nostril was stuffed with cotton. It can be said that he was very miserable. He said with grievance, I just told the truth. Look at how you beat me up. So many people ganged up to bully me. You don't have any morals? Gu Chengfeng coldly snorted. You deserve it. Hiss. As soon as his voice fell, he gasped in pain. His situation was not much better than Tang Yueshan's. After his grandfather learned that he was the great thief Fei Shuang, he severely beat him up. He was also covered with bruises and bandages. Gu Changqing was different. He hadn't been beaten or punished, but his faith had collapsed. He sat on the horse carriage in a daze, like a puppet that had lost its soul. The old marquis glared at the three of them in exasperation and silently covered the gauze on his head. He was also injured. It was so embarrassing that he slipped and fell in a hurry to leave the scene. His forehead hit the doorsill and his head almost split open. In the whole thing, the only one who was not embarrassed was probably Gu Jiao. She was not affected by the horse at all. She sat in the carriage leisurely and counted the gold that Dukan gave her. Are these all mine? She held a small box and looked at the 9 small boxes on the floor. Dukan smiled dotingly. Yes, they are all yours. Gu Jiao was very happy. She concentrated on counting the gold. Dukan looked at her gently. The afternoon sun shone in through the open window. It was quiet and beautiful in the carriage. The road after spring was easier to travel than in winter. After a long journey of a month, the group finally arrived at the capital of the Zhao kingdom. This was not just an ordinary marriage. It was also the first marriage between the two kingdoms. Xinyuan Qi, Dukan, and Liao Chen went to the Zhao kingdom as envoys of the Yan kingdom. Their whereabouts along the way were sent to the palace by the courier stations. The emperor of the Zhao kingdom was very excited. This was the first visit from the Yan kingdom. He attached great importance to it. He ordered people to go out of the city early to welcome them and set up a welcome banquet in the palace. When the news spread to the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang was practicing calligraphy with Shang Guanqing in the courtyard. Shang Guanqing finally experienced his mother's strictness. 10 copybooks a day. He was not allowed to eat until he finished practicing. Marquis Xianping was playing with his daughter in the courtyard. Xiaoyi was 5 months old. She had just learned to turn over a few days ago. She was lying on the big bamboo bed, giggling because of her father. What did you say? The envoys of the Yan kingdom are here? Then the people from the duke's mansion are here too? Princess Xinyang looked at the guard who reported to her at the door. She knew that Gu Jiao lived in the duke's mansion. The guard cupped his hands. Princess, Dukan, and the young master of the duke's mansion are here. Tenli Hongzhuang is also here. Princess Xinyang was stunned. What young master? Tenli Hongzhuang? The guard had just heard the news from the courier station. He glanced at the nonchalant Marquis Xianping and braced himself to say, it said that, the Marquis sent people to propose marriage to the young master of the duke's mansion. The duke agreed to the marriage and brought his son to marry the young master. Now the whole capital is saying that the young master is going to marry a man. Princess Xinyang looked at Marquis Xianping and snapped the brush in her hand. Xiao Ji. Chapter 9-10. She was just wondering why he did not make her angry these past few days. He thought that after having a daughter he would really become a proper and loving father. But look at what he had done. Xiaoji was so quiet. She must be up to something. Shang Guanqing looked at the broken brush and his eyes widened. No way is the princess's mother so fierce? Marquis Xianping gently coughed and calmly said, what are you calling this Marquis for? Princess Xianyang's entire body trembled with anger. Look at what you've done. When did you go behind my back to propose marriage to the Duke's Manor's young master? Young master? What do you take Aheng for? Marquis Xianping's teeth hurt. The Duke's Manor's young master was Gu Jiao. There was nothing wrong with him going to propose marriage to Gu Jiao for his son. He had just been a little mischievous and the average person would not take advantage of him. They would marry Gu Jiao off as the daughter of a wealthy family. The one surnamed Jing, did you play around so much? Princess Xianyang's anger continued. This is great. The entire world knows that Aheng is going to marry a man. She glanced at the inkstone on the table. Shang Guanqing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly reached out to press down on the inkstone. Princess Xianyang gritted her teeth and changed to grabbing the stone on the table. Shang Guanqing nimbly pressed down on the stone. Princess Xianyang went to grab the whip on the stone bench. Shang Guanqing rushed over and pressed down on the whip. Princess Xianyang was furious. Xiao Qing, get out of my way. Do you also want to be beaten? Shang Guanqing glanced at his father and hesitated for a moment before silently getting out of the way. Marquis Xianping, Princess Xianyang grabbed the whip. Eugene, carry Yi back to her room. Eugene secretly shook her head and walked over to the father and daughter pair. Marquis Xianping naturally would not sit and wait for death. Moving his body, he used his qinggong to rush out. Princess Xianyang became even angrier. She clenched her fists. Walk. Xiao Yi flipped over on the bamboo bed and lay flat, reaching out her fair and tender little arms towards Princess Xinyang. Princess. Eugene turned to look at her. Princess Xinyang sighed helplessly. She handed the whip to Shang Guanqing and walked over to pick up the little fellow on the bamboo bed. Xiao Yi grabbed her collar, buried her head and started to look for milk. Princess Xinyang looked at the little guy who had made a move herself. She was both angry and amused. Her anger immediately decreased by half. Little clever. The team of envoys from the Yan Kingdom left the courier station and arrived at the West City Gate in the evening. Outside the city gate, the officials of the Zhao Kingdom had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a young man in a red official robe. In the country of Zhao, the robes of 9th rank sesame officials were cyan, 7th rank and above were green, 5th rank and above were red, and only 3rd rank officials were allowed to wear purple official robes. This man was very young. He looked no more than 20 years old, but he was already a 5th-grade martial artist. He wore a black gauze hat, his skin was like jade and his face was exquisite. He had a jade-like noble temperament, and he didn't seem inferior when standing beside a first-rank official. When the team got closer, Grand Secretary Yuan raised his hand at him, indicating that he should go greet them. He nodded and walked to the front of the team of Yen Kingdom's envoys. He first cupped his hands at Shenyuan Qi, who was at the front. Grand Marshal. Then he cupped his hands at Shenyuan Zheng. Crown Prince Shenyuan. Liaochen was wearing armor and a helmet, so no one could see his bald head. Otherwise, who knew how many people would be frightened when he called him Crown Prince? The father and son looked at the young man in front of them. A trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. Was it because he was a crown or because he had changed into an official robe? He seemed to be more mature. Who are you? What are you here for? Shenyuan Qi asked in a tone. He looked at the first carriage in front of the team and said with a deep gaze, Xiao Heng of Marquis Shuamping's mansion is here to welcome my fiancée. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere immediately changed. The Black Wind Cavalry didn't know that Gu Jiao was a girl. They all muttered disdainfully, what fiancé? Our young commander is a man. Hey Wenren Chong, don't you think this Xiao Heng looks a bit familiar? Have you seen him somewhere before? Wenren Chong said, the emperor's grandson. What? Zhao Dengfeng asked. He looks like the emperor's grandson, Wenren Chong said. Except, he doesn't have that mole on his face. Zhao Dengfeng's jaw almost dropped. No way. Our emperor's grandson? No. He's a prince now. He came to Zhao country to be a young marquis? What's going on? Wenren Chong said indifferently, you ask me? Who should I ask? They and Li Shun were the few people who weren't surprised that the young commander was going to marry a man. After all, they had seen the young commander flirting with the emperor's grandson in the army camp. Sigh, what a good young commander. He could get any woman he wanted, but he just had to like men. The carriage's curtains were tightly shut. They could only hear the youth's clear and bright voice from inside the carriage. Who is your fiancé? Xiao Heng stared at the carriage's curtains without blinking, as if he was looking through the curtains at the woman inside the carriage. Is the person sitting inside the carriage? I am the only one in the carriage. I am a man. Have you thought it over clearly? Do you really want to marry me? Xiao Heng said without any hesitation, I'll marry you. I'll marry you even if the mountains collapse and the earth cracks. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, you are still my Xiao Heng's wife. Under the carriage's canopy, the hollow wind chimes gently swayed in the breeze, melodious like a young girl's voice. Grand Secretary Yuan closed his eyes. His hands were tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe. It's over, it's all over now. His newly promoted cabinet pillar had the matter of marrying a man's wife. So many officials and commoners had heard about it. There was no way to clear this matter. Xiao Heng, oh Xiao Heng, for the sake of marrying a wife you're even going to disregard your own official reputation? Grand Secretary Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Hua! The carriage's curtains were moved aside. A slender figure walked out with a bow. She was dressed in a green corded long skirt. Her slender waist could be grasped with one arm, long hair reaching her waist. Her head of supple black hair was like satin. A single finger was tied into a single bun, the green hair band fluttering about in the wind. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, the left side of her face having a vermilion birthmark. Everyone was stupefied. Black Wind Cavalry and Dark Shadow Division's eyeballs almost popped out. It can't be, right? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why did the young lady in front of them have the exact same face as their young commander? This can't be real. Wenren Chong was the calmest, but right now even he couldn't hold himself back. He got off his horse and arrived in front of the carriage, moving aside the curtains. The inside of the carriage was completely empty. There wasn't a second person. That was why. She was the young commander. She was a woman. The young commander who had fought with them for so long, was actually really a woman? The young commander had suffered so much with them at such a young age. It was already shocking and distressing enough. Who would have thought that she was actually a young lady? When we crossed the ice lake, she was the first to jump into the water. I stepped on her shoulder to cross it. When we attacked Puching, she took a kick for me. That kick landed on her stomach. We ignored her. I scolded her. What about you guys? Everyone clutched their chests. Damn it. So cruel. So painful. I even asked her to go to the forest to pee. A Black Wind Cavalry soldier said weakly. His companions all looked at him. His body trembled. No, I didn't know she was what? I'll beat you up. The poor soldier was beaten up just like that. Sigh this girl. Liao Qin turned his face away. He didn't want to look anymore, okay? She spoiled her fiancé so much. Wasn't she afraid that she would be disobedient after marrying him? Gu Jiao came in front of Xiaoheng. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at his deep eyes. Long time no see, fiancé. Xiaoheng tucked her hair that was messed up by the wind behind her ears and smiled gently. Long time no see, fiancé. The officials from both sides went through the formal greetings process. The old chancellor said that the emperor of Zhao country had set up a welcome banquet in the palace and invited all the envoys to the palace. Dukin and the old chancellor went first. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng brought Xinyuan Qi and Liao Qin to Little Jing Kong Inn by Shui Alley. The alley was full of lights. Sixth aunt was sitting on the threshold feeding her little grandson. When she turned her head and saw Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao, her eyes lit up. Lu Lang. Jiao Jiao. Xiaoheng greeted, Aunt Lu. Gu Jiao smiled. Aunt Lu. Cui. Jiao Jiao is back. Aunt Lu shouted into the house and said to Gu Jiao, I heard that you went to visit your relatives. Why did you take so long? Lu Lang and the others are back. You haven't come back yet? Come in and sit for a while. Who are they? She saw Liao Qin and Xinyuan Qi in armor under the twilight. Xinyuan Qi said politely, I'm Jiao Jiao's granduncle. He is my son Zheng. Aunt Lu looked at them without blinking. They were good-looking, but one was a little older and the other was a little younger. She stopped looking at them and pulled her little grandson's wrist. Huzi, greet her. It's your sister Jiao Jiao. The 3-year-old Huzi didn't recognize Gu Jiao anymore. He hid behind Auntie Lu. At this moment Aunt Lu's daughter Cui came over and invited them into the house. Gu Jiao declined and said that she would come another day. Aunt Lu smiled considerately. That's true. Everyone at home misses you. You should go back quickly. Jiao Jiao is back? Uncle Zhao's house door was pulled open and Aunt Zhao walked out. Gu Jiao greeted her with a smile and asked her how the salted eggs were and if she finished eating the pickled vegetables. Xinyuan Qi looked at Gu Jiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She was able to get along with people. She was so lively. Big brother always wanted to see her like this. Finally they came to the door of their house. The renovated door was ajar. At this time the men at home should have come back from school. Gu Jiao deliberately didn't say anything and knocked on the door. Very young footsteps came from the yard. Then Gu Xiaobao, who had just learned how to walk, peeked out from the crack of the door. Chapter 9:11. He only stuck out his round little head. He was too short and was only a little taller than the door sill. He raised his head with great effort. A child's head was heavy and this action made his already unstable body wobble. Finally he fell on his butt. However, he did not fall to the ground. Instead he was caught by a soft hand in time. Gu Jiao bent down and gently carried him up with both hands. Looking at the face that was almost carved from the same mold as Gu Yan's, Gu Jiao gasped in surprise. This small nose, small mouth, small face, it was practically a small version of Gu Yan. This human child was too cute. She wanted to pinch it. Children were very fragile. Gu Jiao resisted the urge to pinch his face and only used her index finger to poke his little face. Both sides touched. It was so soft that her heart melted. Do you still remember me? Gu Jiao asked him with a smile. Gu Xiaobao stared blankly at Gu Jiao. He clearly did not remember. Gu Jiao nodded. That's right. When I left you were only 5 months old. In the blink of an eye you're already a year old. Gu Xiaobao couldn't understand what she was saying. His eyes were wide and round as they rolled around. Gu Jiao turned and said to Xinyuan Qi and Liao Qin, my younger brother, Gu Xiaobao. At the end of the corridor, Granny Zhou's son was carrying a few bags of rice home. One of the bags fell down. I'll go take a look, Xiaoheng said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaobao. Yao Shi's voice came from the corridor. Gu Xiaobao heard his mother's voice and twisted his little body, wanting to get down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao was worried that he would fall in a hurry, so she simply carried him and pushed open the door to the courtyard. Yao Shi immediately saw her daughter who had returned home. She was wearing a long green dress and her figure was elegant. Her skin was a bit darker than before, and her facial features had developed. There was a bit more of a valiant and heroic aura between her brows, making her even more beautiful than before. In Yao Shi's eyes, her daughter would always be the most beautiful. She looked at her daughter whom she had not seen for more than a year and was so excited that the tip of her nose suddenly turned sour. Mother, mother. Gu Xiaobao reached his hand out to her. She turned around and wiped her reddened eyes. Smiling, she walked towards Gu Jiao and took Gu Xiaobao in her arms. When did you come back? She was referring to when they would arrive at Jade Water Alley. She had more or less learned about what had happened to Gu Jiao in the Yan Kingdom from Xiaoheng and Guyen. She also knew that she would return to the capital with the Yan Kingdom's envoy today. But she heard that there was a banquet in the palace and thought that Gu Jiao would enter the palace first and return home after the banquet. Gu Jiao said, "We just arrived. I knocked on the door and Xiaobao came out." Yao Shi looked at her son in amusement. "Normally you would be too lazy to go out. What happened today? Did you know that older sister is back? Did you especially open the door for older sister? Did you call older sister?" Gu Xiaobao dove into Yao Shi's embrace. Yao Shi could not hold back and laughed. She said to Gu Jiao, "He's shy." Gu Jiao poked his little but that was sticking up. Gu Xiaobao's little face was still buried in Yao Shi's embrace. He raised his little hand and reached behind his little but, clumsily trying to pry away Gu Jiao's fingers. Gu Jiao laughed loudly. "That's right, I brought 2 guests over." After poking enough, Gu Jiao invited Shen Yuanqi and Liao Chen into the courtyard. She said to Yao Shi, "Yan Kingdom's Grand Marshal Shen Yuan Jing Kong's granduncle. This is his son, Crown Prince Shen Yuan Jing Kong's uncle." After saying that, she introduced Yao Shi to the two. "This is," she paused. Yao Shi glanced at her and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She said to the two in a gentle voice, "I am Jiao Jiao's mother. Madame Gu." The father and son cupped their hands and greeted her. As they spoke, the Shen Yuan family's carriage arrived. The servants carried a few boxes from the carriage. They were the gifts for their visit. "We're all family. There's no need to be so formal," Yao Shi said. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it," Liao Chen said. Gu Jiao held Yao Shi's arm and said softly, "Accept it." Since her daughter had said so, Yao Shi could only accept it. She looked at the father and son with a pleasant expression. "You've come to see Jing Kong, right?" Jing Kong, Yener and Xiao Shen went to the orchard to pick fruit. They've been gone for a while and should be back soon. Come in and have a cup of tea first. The father and son obeyed and entered the room with Yao Shi. "Ah, you came over from the city gate. Did you run into Aheng?" Yao Shi asked Gu Jiao. Liao Chen thought to himself, "Did I just run into her?" There was also a basin full of dog food. "My stomach is still full." Gu Jiao said, "We came back together." He went to Granny Zhou's house to help. Yao Shi was gratified. "That's good, that's good." Granny Fong was not present today, and Yu had gone to buy spices. Yao Shi could not take care of the child on her own, so she invited a maidservant and a cook. The cook was currently cooking in the kitchen, and the maidservant was called Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang has been here for a year. She is quite nimble. Yao Shi said to Yuan Yang, "Pour tea for the eldest young miss and the guest." When Yuan Yang heard this address, she understood Gu Jiao's identity and hurriedly brewed tea. Gu Xiaobao continued to hide in Yao Shi's embrace, but he would occasionally sneak a peek at Gu Jiao. If he found that Gu Jiao was also looking at him, he would quickly turn his head and bury himself in Yao Shi's embrace. The sky outside was dark, and Yao Shi could not clearly see the two's appearances. There was an oil lamp in the room. Yao Shi's gaze fell on Liao Chen's face and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I've seen you before." Liao Chen looked at her in surprise. "Oh?" Yao Shi had no intention of offending him, but to verify that her eyes were not playing tricks on her, she looked at him a few more times. Then she said with certainty, "That's right, I've seen you before. It was at the temple near Qingchuan village. You were a monk in the temple. I remember, the abbot called you junior martial brother." Liao Chen switched to monk mode in a second and performed a Buddhist salute with one hand. He calmly said, "Amitabha, so benefactor Yao has seen this poor monk before." Yao Shi was shocked. She did not understand what was going on. Was he the heir of Yan or a monk in a temple? After Xiaoheng and Gu Yan returned home, they told Yao Shi about their experiences in Yan, but most of it revolved around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao explained, "It's a long story. Heir Shen Yuan is the uncle of Jing Kong and also the master of Jing Kong. Back then they had both become monks in that temple." Yao Shi suddenly understood, so it's like that. The heir of a superior country actually went to a lower country to become a monk. Many things must have happened. Yao sure understood, but she did not want to get to the bottom of it in this kind of situation. The four of them did not sit for long before three young men came back with baskets. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was the first to cross the threshold. He immediately saw Gu Jiao in the main room. He carried the small basket and ran over. He threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Jiao 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 Jiao. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Xinyuan Qi sat diagonally across from Gu Jiao. When little Jing Kong shouted Jiao Jiao for the first time, he looked over at him. Was this little sixth child? His voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Xinyuan Qi was like a withered tree that was suddenly rejuvenated. His eyes were shining as he stared at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong only had eyes for Gu Jiao. He did not notice him and did not notice Liaochen who was beside him. Liaochen's mouth twitched. Little stinky monk, I've been your master for so long. You can't even see me? Jiao Jiao, did you miss me? Little Jing Kong said coquettishly. I missed you, Gu Jiao said. Only then did little Jing Kong raise his head in satisfaction. He greeted Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao, benefactor Yao Xiaobao. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan also entered the room. Older sister. Older sister. The two of them called out at the same time. They did not expect to see Gu Jiao at home. The two of them pinched each other. It was painful. They were not dreaming. Jiao Jiao was really back. Unlike the little monk, they noticed the guests in the room. Yao Shi smiled and introduced them. This is Jing Kong's great-uncle Marshal Xinyuan. The other one is the son of the marshal. You can call him Crown Prince Xinyuan. The two of them had never seen Liaochen in the country of Yan, let alone Xinyuan Qi who was at the border. However, they knew the Xinyuan family. Even the marshal of the Xinyuan family was in their house. The two of them looked at Xinyuan Qi who was sitting there like a small mountain. They could feel the invincible aura of an army. Gu Yan, wow. Gu Xiaoshan, wow. Gu Xiaobao repeated, wow. Jing Kong, your master is here. Gu Jiao reminded little Jing Kong who was lying in his arms and did not want to get up. My master didn't come. Little Jing Kong pouted and said without turning his head, he's so lazy. How can he come? As soon as he finished speaking, a slender hand reached over and lifted him up. The voice said dangerously, who are you calling lazy? Gu Xiaobao, lazy. Little Jing Kong looked at Liaochen and rolled his eyes. Xiaobao is lazy. Gu Xiaobao is lazy. After repeating, he waved his hand and emphasized seriously, Xiaobao is not lazy. Chapter 9:12. Yao Shi lowered her head to look at her son in her arms and guided him. If Xiaobao is not lazy, then what is Xiaobao? Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his small chest. Xiaobao is smart. Everyone in the room was amused by him. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaobao curiously. You're already so good at talking. When I left, Xiaobao only knew how to cry. Yao Shi smiled. He's 1 year and 8 months old. He walked late and was only willing to stand up when he was 1 year and 2 months old. It was only last month that he completely let go of himself and walked. But he did speak early. He called his mother for the first time when he was 11 months old. She remembered that Yener and Jianghu only spoke when they were 1 year old. She just did not know Jiao Jiao. Thinking about how her daughter grew up in the countryside and how she knew nothing about her, Yao Shi felt guilty and uncomfortable. Little Jing Kong drooped his head in despair. Shifu, put me down. I'm dizzy because of you. When did Shifu shake you? He carried him and did not even move, okay? Little Jing Kong sighed. Shifu, you're too handsome. Of course I'm dizzy because of your beauty. Liaochen, everyone, Yao Shi knew that Xinyuan Qi and his son were going to reunite with Jing Kong. She carried Gu Xiaobao and stood up, saying to the two, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Then she gave Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan a look. We'll go too. Gu Yan understood and pulled Gu Xiaoshan, who was still worshipping the Grand Marshal, to the backyard. Yuan Yang, you come too. Yao Shi called for Yuan Yang. Yes, madam. Yuan Yang put down the cut fruits and followed Yao Shi out of the main room. The noisy room instantly quieted down. Before coming, Xinyuan Qi, Gu Jiao, and Liaochen discussed reuniting with little Jing Kong. Between hiding from him and telling him, the three of them unanimously chose the latter. Jing Kong was not an ordinary child. He was precocious, intelligent, and intelligent. At the same time, he also had a very sensitive heart. From the time he was born to the age of 3, he had been abandoned more than once. Gu Jiao remembered the first time they had met and talked. It was when he had packed his little bundle and was about to go down the mountain to be adopted. However, that family had changed their mind and didn't want him anymore. Gu Jiao could still feel the loneliness of little Jing Kong whenever she recalled the little figure sitting alone on the stone bench. He even thought that his parents didn't want him because they didn't like him. Ever since he was adopted by Gu Jiao, he had inadvertently revealed his cautiousness. He was worried that he would become a burden to Gu Jiao and that he would be sent back. At his age, he had endured things that he shouldn't have. He needed to understand that he had parents who loved him very much. He was a child born under the expectations of his parents. He was not abandoned. Liao Chen put his disciple down. Gu Jiao took his hand and made him look at Shen Yuanqi. She said softly, "Jing Kong? That's your granduncle." "Granduncle?" Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this title. Gu Jiao paused and said, "He's your father's uncle." Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. "I have a father?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. "Yes, you have a father and a mother who love you very much." Little Jing Kong looked up into Gu Jiao's eyes. "Then why don't they want me?" Gu Jiao looked at him sincerely. She took a small petal from his head and said softly, "They want you, but they're going to a very, very far place. They can't take you with them." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. "Just like how they can't take me with them when they go to war in Jiaojiao, right?" Shen Yuanqi looked at Gu Jiao nervously. They had planned to make it clear, but now, everyone felt that it was cruel. He was only 6 years old. He shouldn't grow up in the pain of his parents' death. Gu Jiao paused for a moment and nodded slowly. "Yes, that's about it." "Oh." Little Jing Kong nodded thoughtfully. Shen Yuanqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Why don't you lie to him? What's the use of lying to him? A failure is a failure. White lies are the most boring thing in the world." She had really changed a lot. With compassion, one would be able to empathize with the emotions of others and change one's own principles. Little Jing Kong was a very smart child. He had an amazing learning talent, but some things were beyond his knowledge. He couldn't question them. "Will they still come to see me?" he asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said softly, "They can't come. They've asked granduncle to come and visit you. Will you be disappointed?" "A little." Little Jing Kong scratched his head and said honestly, "But since they didn't abandon me, I'll forgive them reluctantly." Gu Jiao curled her lips. Shen Yuanqi and Liao Chen both relaxed. Let him live on with hope in his heart. Little Jing Kong came to Shen Yuanqi and looked at him with his big eyes. He said hopefully, "Granduncle, when I grow up, can you take me to see my parents?" Shen Yuanqi raised his calloused hand and carefully placed it on his head. His throat was swollen and painful and his arm was trembling slightly. He smiled and said, "Okay. Granduncle, my name is Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong introduced himself seriously. Shen Yuanqi looked at him as if he was looking at little Six when he was a child. His eyes reddened unconsciously. "How old are you?" Little Jing Kong stuck out his chest. "I'm 9 years old." Liao Chen looked at him speechlessly. Little Jing Kong said, "Okay, I'm 3 years old." Little Six was weak when he was young and he always liked to pretend to be older. Shen Yuanqi looked at him and endured the pain in his throat. He smiled and said, "Jing Kong is your Dharma name. You have a name." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Shen Yuanqi finally put down the hand on his head. He stroked the top of his head and hugged him in his wide arms. "Your name is Shen Yuanqi." At this moment, Shen Yuanqi didn't know that this quiet and sensible name would make the 7 kingdoms tremble many years later. On the other side, Yao Shi went to the kitchen and ordered the kitchen to make more dishes to entertain the guests. Gu Xiaobao was carried away by Gu Yan. She went back to her room. As she was packing up, there was a knock on the door. "The door is open. Come in," she said. It was Gu Jiao who came in. Yao Shi looked at her and was slightly stunned. "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back. She hesitated for a moment and walked to her side. "That?" She wanted to say something but stopped. Yao Shi glanced at her and lowered her eyes. Smiling, she said, "Are you going to leave after eating?" She continued to fold clothes. The light was dim and it was difficult to see whose clothes she was folding. She calmed herself down and endured the bitterness in her heart. She said, "It's okay. Mother knows." "I think you might not know." "What?" "I didn't go to the palace because I wanted to bring them to see Jing Kong." Gu Jiao pursed her lips. "I wanted to see you." Yao Shi was shocked and looked at her daughter in disbelief. Gu Jiao raised a hand and pointed at her heart. Here. What? Yao Shi's eyes reddened. She always felt that her daughter was very distant from her. It was not that her daughter did not treat her well, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. She tried to get closer to her daughter. She could feel her daughter's kindness towards her. But she could not enter her daughter's heart. Until now, her daughter had never called her mother. Just now, when she was introducing herself to Grand Marshal Shen Yuan, her daughter was stuck. She knew that her daughter could not call her mother, but she did not want to call her madam in front of outsiders and embarrass her. Yao Shi had comforted herself before. Her daughter did not rely on her because she had never raised her daughter. She could silently endure this loneliness. Even if she never called her mother, it was fine. But just now her daughter said that she missed her. She could no longer suppress her feelings. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jiao Jiao. Mother doesn't know what to do. I don't know how to make you call me mother, mother. Gu Jiao called her. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. She was completely stunned. It's not that I don't like you. Gu Jiao said, I had a bad experience so I can't call you that. What bad experience? Yao Shi's heart clenched. She thought of Gu Jinyu's birth parents. It's not third Gu and his wife. Gu Jiao did not want to say more. All right, mother won't ask. Yao Shi choked with tears. Then why is it okay now? Gu Jiao said, I don't know, but it's okay. The unbearable past from her previous life seemed to be being healed by something. Was it Jing Yining? Was it Gu Jiao's mother? Or was it her who had been abandoned as a monster by no one after losing control? She could not answer. Human emotions were too complicated. She could not understand them. But she did what her intuition told her. She did not know if she was doing the right thing. Then do you like it when I call you that? Gu Jiao sat on the stool. She did not move at all except for her eyes. The young killing god who had caused people to tremble with fear on the battlefield was now like a child waiting for the right answer. Yao Shi laughed. Her tears turned into laughter. She walked over and pulled her daughter into her embrace. I like it. Mother likes it very much. Can you call me mother again? Gu Jiao was hugged tightly by her, and one of her cheeks was pressed into a pulp. She pouted and said, Mother. This was the most beautiful voice in the world. Yao Shi's heart melted. All of her pain was healed. She smiled through her tears and hugged her daughter even tighter. Hey! Again, say it again. Gu Jiao, whose small mouth had been squashed out of shape. She. Chapter 9:13. Granny Zhou's family was going to celebrate their birthday in a few days. They bought rice, flour, and spices, and Xiaoheng helped them move it in. Coincidentally, they bumped into Granny Zhou's grandson revising his homework. The child didn't know how to read and write some words, so Xiaoheng taught him. When he returned home, the children went to the backyard to play. Shen Yuanqi also went to the backyard to enjoy the joy of being with his family in Jingkong. Although his son was not bad, he was already past the age of cuteness. How could he be as fun as little Jingkong? Gu Jiao was tidying up her clothes in the east room. She neatly spread the beautiful dresses all over the bed. When Xiaoheng entered the room, she was admiring her clothes one by one. She looked like she was enjoying herself, and she was also a little proud. Xiaoheng came to her side and looked at her in amusement. What happened? Why are you so happy? As he said that, his gaze fell on the clothes on the bed and he exclaimed, Where did you get all these clothes? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, My mother made them. Xiaoheng smiled in surprise. You called her mother? Gu Jiao blinked. Yes. Does this girl know how to be shy? Xiaoheng couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked sternly. Xiaoheng cleared his throat. Ahem, it's nothing. You're cute. Of course, Xiaoheng wasn't laughing just because he was amused by her. There was another very important reason. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what she had experienced to have such a barrier in her heart. But no matter what, she had overcome it today. In reality, Xiaoheng knew that these clothes had been made for her by Yao Shi. They had left the capital in the 3rd month of the previous year, and it was now the 5th month. For an entire year and 2 months, Yao Shi had not seen Gu Jiao. But Yao Shi did not miss Gu Jiao for a single day. When she had nothing to do, she would make clothes for Gu Jiao. She did not make much for Gu Xiaobao. These were only the best that Yao Shi had carefully selected. There were also many that Yao Shi did not think were good enough and did not take them out. After Gu Jiao showed her clothes to Xiaoheng, She sat on the edge of the bed and folded them one by one. Xiaoheng sat on the other side of the bed and handed her clothes. As he handed her clothes, he said, "I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "All right," Gu Jiao said. It seemed that this girl was really happy tonight. Otherwise, based on her usual personality, she would have heard the bad news first. Xiaoheng was affected by her mood and his lips unconsciously curled up. "The good news is that our wedding date has been brought forward. We don't have to wait until the 10th month. Gu Jiao stopped folding the clothes and looked at him with surprise. Xiaoheng said, "Uncle Emperor changed it to the 18th of next month. He did not have time to announce it to the public. The reason is that the Empress Dowager of Zhao is ill and needs a wedding to drive away the bad luck. So the marriage between the two countries was brought forward." "Gu Jiao, great aunt, you're also being naughty." Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been provoked by Marquis Xianping showing off his daughter all day, finally gave up on her principles. She wanted a little great-grandchild. "Now, immediately. Xiaoheng gently looked at her and said, "But don't worry. It's just that the date has been brought forward. The wedding will not be simple." In fact, Princess Xinyang had been preparing for the wedding since the beginning of the first month. Everything was ready. Xiaoheng saw that she was silent and said, "Of course, if you don't want to bring it forward, I'll have someone change the date." Gu Jiao said seriously, "It doesn't matter whether it's brought forward or not. The main thing is that we want to drive away the bad luck." Xiaoheng held back his laughter. "Then what's the bad news?" Gu Jiao asked. At the mention of this, Xiaoheng looked up and sighed. The bad news is that because we're getting married, I'll resume my identity as Xiaoheng. I'm no longer Xiao Lulang. According to the rules, I can't live here before the wedding. Great aunt will come back late. So Jing Kong, Gu Yan and Xiaoshuan's homework. I can only trouble you." Gu Jiao, a bolt from the blue. At night, the family sat in the main room and had dinner together. Little Jing Kong insisted on sitting next to Gu Jiao. He still used his own small cutlery and vegetarian dishes. Xinyuan Qi sat on the other side of him and listened to him proudly showing off his cutlery. This wooden bowl was made by Jiao Jiao. This spoon was also made by Jiao Jiao. The pattern on the chopsticks was carved by brother Xiaoshan. He spoke with great familiarity. It was obvious that he was well taken care of in this family. Gu Xiaobao went to grab his chopsticks and messed up the cutlery that he had painstakingly arranged. He was not angry. Instead, he picked up a wooden bowl and passed it to Gu Xiaobao. "You can only play with this. The chopsticks and spoon will be poked." Gu Xiaobao obediently took the wooden bowl and played with it clumsily. Xinyuan Qi never thought that he would be able to reunite with his family other than his son. Everyone ate happily during the meal. Xinyuan Qi's gaze fell on little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao from time to time. Even Liaochen noticed it. There was nothing strange about looking at Jing Kong. After all, he was his grandnephew. But why did he keep staring at that girl? Xinyuan Qi sighed softly. "I never thought that she would be able to live like a normal person one day." "Father, what did you say?" Liaochen thought that his father was talking to him. He did not hear him clearly. Nothing," Xinyuan Qi said. "Let's eat." After dinner, it was time for Xinyuan Qi to go back. Duke An's men had bought a house in the capital in advance. Xinyuan Qi and Liaochen lived there too. Xinyuan Qi bade farewell to his family. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and went to the door to send the father and son off. "Talk to granduncle for a while. I'll go boil some water," Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. "Okay, Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong nodded and let go of Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao turned and went into the house. Xinyuan Qi knelt down on one knee and looked at him deeply. He removed a piece of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth and said kindly, "Jing Kong, do you want to stay with granduncle for a few days?" "What?" little Jing Kong asked. Xinyuan Qi said, "Because granduncle misses you a lot. He wants to see you more often." Little Jing Kong said, "Oh, if you miss me, you can come and see me." "I can't leave. Bad brother-in-law has already left. I want to stay and accompany Jiao Jiao. I can't let Jiao Jiao be lonely." Xinyuan Qi smiled and patted his little shoulder. "Okay, I won't let Jiao Jiao be lonely." Little Jing Kong sent the two of them out of the house. He stood at the doorstep and waved at the two of them. He said goodbye cutely, "Goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master." The father and son rode their horses and left. Little Jing Kong closed the courtyard door and stood on his tiptoes to lock the door. He stopped acting cute in a second. With a serious expression, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of Master Zhao's house next door. After leaving the alley, Xinyuan said to his son, Jing Kong is doing well. You were right to entrust him to Jiao Jiao. Liao Chen said, I didn't entrust him to do that. The little monk chose him himself. Xinyuan was slightly surprised. Really? Liao Chen said, yes, the family who wanted to adopt him went back on their words. Coincidentally, that girl came to the temple to buy the mountain, so the little monk went down the mountain with her. Xinyuan thought for a while. That's really fate. Liao Chen looked at him deeply. Father, why do I feel that you treat that girl differently? Xinyuan glanced at his son and said, don't call her girl. You're so rude. Liao Chen smiled. Father, she's 2 years older than little Shi. She's the adopted daughter of Duke Yin and my cousin. According to seniority, she should call me uncle. Xinyuan opened his mouth but stopped. Anyway, you're not allowed to call her girl. I know, father. I'll call her by her name, okay? Liao Chen said and glanced at his father. I can't even call her by her name, right? Xinyuan was thinking about how to answer his son. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he turned around. Someone's heading towards Jade Water Alley. It's an expert. Liao Chen's eyes narrowed. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he used his qinggong and disappeared into the night. Gu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair in the backyard when she sensed a rapidly approaching aura. It seemed to be heading towards little Jing Kong. Her eyes flashed and she turned to protect little Jing Kong behind her. Then she pulled out the red tasseled spear beside her. However, before she could do anything, Liao Chen arrived. Liao Chen didn't give the person a chance to enter the yard and sent him flying with a palm strike. Liao Chen chased after him. Gu Jiao called Yuya over and asked her to continue washing little Jing Kong's hair. Then she chased after him. Liao Chen cornered his opponent in the opposite alley, and the two sides began to exchange blows, fighting fiercely. However, the other party's skills were not as good as Liao Chen's. Liao Chen slapped him again and sent him flying into the wall behind him. Liao Chen looked at him coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose? The other party clutched his aching chest and didn't answer him. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, You're taking advantage of me. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't lose to you. Gu Jiao came to Liao Chen's side and stared at him. She said in surprise, It's you? Chapter 9:14. You know him? Liao Chen looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, Oh, he's been stalking Jade Water Alley for a long time. He even bought a golden abacus from Jing Kong. He calls himself Young Master Mingyu. Liao Chen looked at him again, his eyes cold. You're here for Jing Kong? Who are you? Young Master Mingyu also recognized Gu Jiao. He rubbed his chest, straightened up and said angrily to Liao Chen, I'm not here for that little monk. I'm here for you. Liao Chen said, Me? Young Master Mingyu said angrily, I've been looking for your whereabouts for the past few years. It wasn't easy to follow you to your temple, but you rarely showed up, so I could only keep an eye on your disciple. I've been watching from Zhao to Yen and then from Yen to here. However, Liao Chen's whereabouts were too secretive. Even if he had been watching little Jing Kong, there would be times when he missed him. Liao Chen didn't understand. Why are you watching me? I don't know you. Young Master Mingyu said coldly, You don't know me, but you hurt my people and stole my things. Give them back to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. So it's about the two of you. Gu Jiao withdrew her murderous aura and held her red tasseled spear, calmly watching the show. Liao Chen was not someone who could be threatened. He curled his red lips mockingly and said, Oh? You said I took your things. Do you have any proof? Young Master Mingyu's face darkened. That guard is dead. There's no witness, but you know best whether you took it or not. Liao Chen smiled faintly. What did I take from you? Young Master Mingyu said angrily, A sword. A sword? Liao Chen smiled carelessly. Indeed, many people have given me swords. I wonder which one was given to me by your guard? Young Master Mingyu said in exasperation, What gift? You're the one who snatched it. Liao Chen looked at him with a faint smile, not at all angered by his words. Young Master Mingyu also knew that he was the passive party now. His cultivation had been affected and he was no longer a match for these people. Since they couldn't beat him, they could only try to reason with him. Mingyu Gongzi turned to Gu Jiao and said, Miss, back then I spent 500 silver taels to buy an abacus from your younger brother. You snatched the abacus back and didn't give me a single silver tael. At the very least, you did earn some silver taels from me. Shouldn't you at least prove my character to him? Gu Jiao said to Liang Qin, as you can see, he can still take a beating. Young Master Mingyu, he took a deep breath and said, forget it, I won't argue with you about this. That sword is a treasured sword that my father spent a lot of effort to find. My father passed away and it's the only thing I have left in this world. You can name a price. I'm willing to make a deal with you. Liao Chen's interest was piqued by this man's generosity. What does your sword look like? Young Master Mingyu said, it's a black iron sword. The scabbard and hilt are engraved with sapphire blue peacock feathers. Liao Chen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, now that you mention it, I do think I've seen such a sword before. A trace of eagerness flashed across young Master Mingyu's eyes. As long as you're willing to return it to me, I'll pay you however much you want. Liao Chen spread out his hands. Unfortunately, you're too late. The sword isn't with me. I thought it was too heavy so I threw it away. Young Master Mingyu was stunned. Threw it away? How could that be? You better not lie to me. Gu Jiao thought, why would I lie to you? Is it strange that a prodigal monk who threw the Fushi zither into a charcoal brazier would throw a sword to you? Liao Qin said innocently, I'm not lying to you. Believe it or not, I really threw it away. Where did you throw it? Young Master Mingyu asked. Liao Qin smiled. I don't remember. I threw away so many things. How can I remember them all? Young Master Mingyu choked. Let's go. Liao Qin ignored him and led Gu Jiao out of the alley. You really don't remember? Gu Jiao asked. Liao Qin said indifferently, even if I do, I won't tell him. How dare he lay a hand on his disciple? Liao Qin was lucky that he didn't kill him today. Let's go in. Liao Qin walked Gu Jiao to the door. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell her. It was a few years ago. In the Yen Kingdom, I didn't take the initiative to rob him. It was his bodyguard who delivered it to me. His bodyguard bullied a weak old man in the tea shed. I couldn't stand it and taught him a lesson. I wasn't interested in weapons, so I sold it to a blacksmith shop near Xing City. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. In the alley, the guard in gray found his master. He saw his master holding the wall with one hand and clutching his chest with the other. He seemed to be injured. He strode over and held his master's arm. Master, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well again? Young Master Mingyu said with a pale face, I went to catch that little monk. Who knew that person would appear? The gray-clothed guard frowned. Was he the one who injured you? My body is getting weaker and weaker. I'm no match for him. Young Master Mingyu panted. He said the sword wasn't with him. It didn't seem like he was lying. The guard in gray was shocked. What? The sword isn't with him? Then we've been watching his disciple for so long in vain. Master, your condition is getting worse. Why don't we go back? Young Master Mingyu looked at the dark night and said with a complicated expression, without the sword, we can't go back. That night, Gu Jiao rested in the Jade Water Alley. Dukin left the imperial palace and took a carriage back to his servant's residence. Manager Zheng also came to Zhao country. He smiled and said to Dukin, young master, no, you should call her Mississippi. Will you be sad if Miss doesn't come back tonight? Dukin smiled. What's there to be sad about? She's been with me for so long. It's right for her to go back and accompany her mother. I'm more than happy to have another person doting on her. All right. Remember to count the dowry. I feel like it's not enough and want to buy more. The wedding date has been brought forward to next month. We have to hurry. Go tomorrow. Manager Zheng was dumbfounded. Duke, it can't be. This isn't enough? It's already 10 miles of red dowry, okay? Even marrying a princess wouldn't be so extravagant. In the dowry he brought, besides the family business he had earned over the years, there was also the dowry Shen Yuanzi brought to the Duke Manor. When he used up all his family's wealth to collect the corpses of the Shen Yuan family's sons, he didn't touch Shen Yuanzi's dowry. Now he brought it all to Gu Jiao. Even so, he still wanted to give her more. The next day, Manager Zheng made a trip to Jade Water Alley. Normally speaking, Dukin should have come to visit Yao Shi, but Yao Shi was a female, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Thus, Dukin only had Manager Zheng deliver some of the specialties of the Yen Kingdom. This could be considered a greeting. Yao Shi warmly said, Duke is considerate. Please thank him for me. Yao Shi had the servants prepare a gift in return. The next time Gu Jiao went to visit Dukin, she would bring it along with her. After Manager Zheng left, Gu Jiao prepared to go out. She had already greeted her husband last night, but she still hadn't seen her grandaunt. She planned to go into the palace in a while. Coincidentally, Yao Shi also wanted to buy Gu Jiao a few sets of beautiful jewelry. Although the family didn't lack jewelry, they were all old styles. She wanted to let her daughter personally choose. The mother and daughter pair carried Gu Xiaobao and took the candied fruits made by their grandaunt and sat in the carriage. Their trip today was to first buy jewelry together and then go into the palace to visit their grandaunt. Grandaunt, Gu Xiaobao said. Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. Yao Shi smiled and said, every time the Empress Dowager comes she gives him good food. He really likes grandaunt. Today Gu Xiaobao was wearing tiger-headed shoes and a tiger-headed hat. He looked fierce and cute. Gu Jiao couldn't hold back and gently pinched his little cheeks. Do you want Jejia to hold you? Yao Shi asked. Gu Xiaobao dove into his mother's embrace and excitedly kicked his little legs. The three arrived at the capital's largest jewelry store, Bao Lin Pavilion. Gu Xiaobao didn't like to walk. Yesterday when he opened the door for Gu Jiao, he had already walked a month's worth of steps. Yao Shi wanted to put him on the ground, but he curled up his little legs and refused to let his feet touch the ground. Yao Shi had no choice but to hold him in her embrace. Gu Jiao was engaged and wore a veil according to the capital's custom. Her birthmark was covered, but her eyes were so beautiful that people couldn't look away. However, when her veil was blown up by the wind, revealing the red birthmark on the left side of her face, everyone immediately shook their heads in disappointment. Yao Shi frowned and held her daughter's hand. Gu Jiao said, I'm fine. She was already used to these gazes. Yao Shi took a deep breath and said, it was right to bring forward the wedding date. The chastity mark was about to fall off, soon. What? Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi's eyes flashed and she smiled. I'm saying, it's good that your wedding date was brought forward. Just as she said this, a servant girl came from the side and called out to Yao Shi, Madam. Yao Shi stopped in her tracks and looked over with Gu Jiao. The servant girl came in front of her and respectfully bowed. It's really you. The young master also came. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. Chapter 9:15. The young maid said awkwardly, Are you also here today to pick up jewelry for second miss? This is... She saw Gu Jiao beside Yao Shi. Yao Shi said seriously, She is eldest Mississippi. The young maid was shocked and bowed. This servant, Chun Lu, greets eldest Mississippi. Yao Shi said to Gu Jiao, Chun Lu is Jinyu's maid? I forgot to tell you, Jinyu is also getting married. Her fiancé is the third young master of the Marquis of Chongping's family, surnamed Quan. This marriage was chosen by Gu Jinyu herself. Yao Shi had originally chosen the legitimate son of an assistant minister. Although his background was not high, he was kind-hearted, upright, and diligent. Her parents-in-law were also kind people. In addition, they did not mind that Gu Jinyu had a bad reputation in the capital. Gu Jinyu would be able to live the rest of her life peacefully after marrying. But she said she did not want to marry. Coincidentally, the Marquis of Chongping returned to the capital from his fief to report on his work and brought his family along. Third young master Quan fell in love with Gu Jinyu at first sight and hurriedly sent people to propose marriage. He was not from the capital and did not know much about Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital. They would get married in the capital and go to the fief after marriage. Although Madame Yao was angry at Gu Jinyu's past actions, she still hoped that Gu Jinyu could find a good home on account of the Gu family's third branch's sincere love for Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu's relationship with Yao Shi had faded a lot. Her marriage was now managed by old Madame Gu. Chun Lu came to the manor last year. You haven't seen her, Yao Shi said to Gu Jiao. Chun Lu bowed and began to secretly size up Gu Jiao. Her eyes were extremely beautiful. Even second miss did not have such a pair of cold and moving eyes. Chun Lu said, Madam, second miss's wedding date has been set. It will be on the 18th of next month. Wasn't it set long ago? Yao Shi asked. You haven't asked yet, Chun Lu whispered. Gu Jiao looked at her indifferently. Does my mother need to personally ask about this kind of thing? As servants, don't you know how to report it? Feeling wronged, Chun Lu said, I thought Marquis and Madame had already talked about it. Recently, something had happened to the mines in the capital and the Ministry of Works had to rush to repair them. Marquis Gu had not returned for almost a month. While they were talking, the clip on Gu Jiao's veil came off and the veil fell down. Chun Lu's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's birthmark and she was shocked. She immediately lowered her eyes and the corner of her mouth twitched in disdain. No wonder she had to cover her face with a veil. She was so ugly. He couldn't even compare to a single finger of second Mississippi. Gu Xiaobao suddenly reached out and grabbed Chun Lu's hair. Children still couldn't control their strength very well, so they didn't know how to control their strength. Chun Lu cried out in pain. She reached out to pull Gu Xiaobao's hand away. Gu Xiaobao held on tightly. The more she pulled, the more pain she felt. In the end, her tears came out. Xiaobao. Madame Yao's expression changed. She quickly grabbed her son's small arm. You can't grab people. Let go. Gu Xiaobao did not let go. Madame Yao panicked. He's not like this usually. He doesn't grab people or hit people. What's wrong with him today? Chun Lu cried out in pain. All the customers in the shop looked at her. If an adult bullied her, perhaps someone would come forward to help. But she was grabbed by a 1-year-old child. How could they help? Gu Xiaobao was a little fierce today. Gu Jiao looked at her fierce younger brother and said indifferently, "Let go. Elder sister is fiercer than mother." Gu Xiaobao let go. A large chunk of Chun Lu's hair was pulled out. The top of her head was almost bald. But the one who pulled her hair was the young master. She was angry but did not dare to say anything. In addition, she had lost face in front of so many people. She did not want to stay a moment longer. She even forgot to take Gu Jinyu's jewelry and ran out crying. Madame Yao frowned and looked at her son in her arms. She said sternly, "Xiaobao, what's wrong with you today? Why did you grab people?" She was really angry. Gu Xiaobao looked at Madame Yao innocently. 3 seconds later, he held Madame Yao's face and said in a childish voice, "Mother, Xiaobao loves you." Madame Yao. The people around them were amused by the child. They told Madame Yao not to blame the child. The child was still young and could be taught slowly. Only Madame Yao knew that her son was very obedient at home. He was very sensible. It was just that he was a little strange today. Gu Jiao glanced at the little fellow, raised her knuckles and knocked on his head. They were siblings after all. They got familiar with each other very quickly. When they were sitting in the side room looking for jewelry, he was already willing to play with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carried him onto her lap. He struggled a few times without much effort, then lay flat and let her do whatever she wanted. However, he still did not call her elder sister. Plans could not keep up with changes. They spent a long time looking for jewelry. When they came out, it was already afternoon. Gu Xiaobao was drooling in Gu Jiao's arms. At this time, her grandaunt was also taking an afternoon nap. Gu Jiao did not want to disturb her. "Mother, how about I go over to Godfather's place first?" Madame Yao thought for a bit, then warmly said, "That's fine. Dukin has just arrived. You should take good care of him." Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. "I will." The carriage first sent Madame Yao and her son back to Baishui Alley. Then it sent Gu Jiao to the street she had mentioned. The carriage driver looked at the long line of people moving boxes and felt his scalp go numb. He said, "Miss, there are people in front. Our carriage can't pass through. Just stop here." Gu Jiao said, "You go back first. I will send a carriage back in a bit." "Yes, Mississippi." The carriage driver turned the carriage around. Gu Jiao walked towards the mansion that Dukin had set up. She had only taken a few steps when someone suddenly called out to her. "Elder sister?" Gu Jiao turned her head and saw a graceful figure walk out of a residence diagonally across the street. She wore a light purple translucent veil. Her exquisite features were faintly discernible. She was indescribably beautiful. It was Gu Jinyu, whom she had not seen in a long time. Gu Jinyu had just walked down the steps when a carriage stopped at the door. The carriage driver saw her come out and quickly reached out to open the curtain. She gestured at the carriage driver and the carriage driver lowered the curtain. She came in front of Gu Jiao and said with a face full of surprise, "Elder sister, why have you come? I heard that you accompanied Yen to Yuzhou to find a divine doctor to treat his heart disease and then returned to the countryside to visit family. Have you been well?" Going to Yuzhou was a story that Madame Yao and her husband had made up. They had even said the same thing to Marquis Gu. "Very well," Gu Jiao said. She did not ask if Gu Jinyu was well. They were not close. Small talk was a waste of energy. Gu Jiao was about to leave. Gu Jinyu said again, "Elder sister, you, don't be too sad." Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. Gu Jinyu sighed faintly, "I don't know if mother and younger brother have told you?" "So, brother-in-law is the young Marquis of Jiaodu who died in the fire 6 years ago. He did not die. When you went to Yuzhou, he reunited with his family. Now he is no longer Xiao Lulang. He has regained his identity as the young Marquis. It was His Majesty who decreed that he had regained his identity. If elder sister does not believe me, You can go to the palace and ask His Majesty and the Empress Dowager for confirmation. She had a sad expression. When I first heard this news, I was very happy for elder sister. The husband that elder sister had picked up in the countryside was actually the young marquis who had fallen on hard times. What kind of good fortune is this? In the future, elder sister will be the young marquis wife and the future mistress of Marquis Schwamping's residence. But I never expected that just a few months ago, news of the young marquis marriage alliance with the Yan kingdom came from the palace. Speaking of this, Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao with eyes full of heartache and regret. But Gu Jiao clearly saw some joy. My reputation was in tatters. I thought that I would never be able to get married in this lifetime. Who knew that I would be chosen by the legitimate son of Marquis Changping? And you, elder sister, who had always been above me, have become the young marquis wife. After not seeing her for a year, Gu Jinyu had changed a lot. It seemed that she had been pleasing old Madame Gu recently. Marquis Changping was a marquis with real power. He guarded the eastern border of Zhao country together with Marquis Schwamping's younger brother, General Wei Yuan. He doted on his youngest son the most. No wonder old Madame Gu changed her usual behavior and doted on Gu Jinyu. Tears welled up in Gu Jinyu's eyes. I heard that back in the countryside, elder sister had to scrimp and live frugally in order to support the young marquis's education. You suffered a lot. Originally, I thought that after suffering was over, the good would come. Who knew that you would be demoted? Gu Jiao said, you seem to really care about me. Of course I care about elder sister. Gu Jinyu's voice was choked with emotion. Elder sister, you don't know. The young marquis's fiancée is the daughter of the Duke of Yan. Behind her is the Empress of Yan and the entire Shen Yuan family. With this kind of background, not only can our Ding and Marquis Fu not afford to offend her, I'm afraid that even His Majesty and the Empress Dowager would not dare to easily stand up for elder sister. She raised her hand and pointed at the dozens of guards carrying the boxes. Elder sister, do you see that? That manor is the one the Duke of An bought for his daughter's marriage. It's even bigger than Ding and Marquis Fu. Last night I saw them bring hundreds of dowry. Today they actually bought so much from outside. As she spoke, she moved closer to Gu Jiao and whispered in Gu Jiao's ear, Elder sister, are you jealous? Chapter 9:16. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao did not answer Gu Jinyu's words. Instead, she looked at the long line of people moving boxes outside the residence. She made a sound and said, right? You also think that it's too extravagant. Gu Jinyu smiled and glanced at Gu Jiao. Of course it's extravagant for the daughter of an aristocratic family to marry. When elder sister got married in the countryside, she probably did not even have a dowry, right? No wonder elder sister feels uncomfortable. If it were me, I would also find it hard to accept. The husband that she gave up became someone else's in the end. It's a pity for elder sister's efforts all these years. If elder sister had known, she would have listened to father and severed ties with Xiao Han. After all, it was elder sister who did not want him. Before the news spread to the capital, father might have been able to find a good marriage for elder sister. Now that the entire capital knows that elder sister is the wife who was cast off by the young duke, who would dare to marry elder sister? On the other side, a box was stuck in the carriage. They could not push it or pull it out. Gu Jiao went over to help. Gu Jinyu sighed at her. This time she did not manage to stop Gu Jiao. She thought for a moment and chased after Gu Jiao. Second miss. A servant girl chased after her. Where are you going? Didn't you say that you were going to the shop to get the jewelry? You can also go to the embroidery shop to change the size of the wedding dress. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao's back and said, it's the same if I go later. My silly elder sister is going to embarrass herself. I should stop her. Elder sister. Don't be rash. She chased after Gu Jiao to the carriage. A coachman was standing in the carriage unloading the goods. He tried to push the box out but it was stuck. Not only that, his fingers were also stuck. Gu Jiao looked and drew a dagger from her waist. She was about to pry open the box when Gu Jinyu grabbed her wrist. Elder sister. What are you trying to do? No matter how unhappy you are, you can't do something like destroying someone else's dowry. Everyone turned to look at the two of them. The people who came to deliver the goods were local shop assistants from the capital. They didn't know Gu Jiao and naturally didn't know that she was the young mistress of this mansion. Gu Jinyu quickly said to everyone, apologies, I am the second young miss of Marquis Ding and Manor. She is my older sister. She just took things too hard for a moment, but I think she did not do it on purpose. Please do not blame her. The crowd listened for a long time but did not understand what she meant. But when they saw the dagger in Gu Jiao's hand, combined with Gu Jiao's words, they naturally thought that Gu Jiao was here to find trouble. Strange, this family had just moved in and they already had a feud with someone? Gu Jinyu earnestly admonished her, "Elder sister, don't do anything foolish. I know you're jealous of the Yin Kingdom's daughter for stealing your husband. But no matter what, you can't do such a thing in front of so many people. If you do this, what will happen to your grandfather's face? What will happen to your father's face? What will happen to your brothers and the entire Marquis Ding and Manor's face?" This time everyone understood. So this newly arrived large family was the Duke of An and his daughter from the Yin Kingdom. Wasn't the Duke of An's daughter engaged to the young Marquis of Jiaodu? Could it be that the young Marquis already had a first wife? Gu Jinyu choked out, "When the young Marquis was in trouble in the countryside, you saved the young Marquis and made him your husband. Now that he has recovered his identity, even though my heart aches that elder sister only found out the truth today, so this girl had once saved the young Marquis and forced the young Marquis to marry her? And she never knew about the young Marquis's past? The young Marquis was not even willing to tell her his past. It could be seen that he did not sincerely want to marry her. He must have been threatened by her." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Jinyu, her expression indifferent. "Have you finished speaking?" Gu Jinyu shook her head pleadingly, "Elder sister? I'm begging you, don't do anything foolish. If you go to the manor now and admit your wrongs, grandfather and brothers will definitely be willing to acknowledge you." Everyone was even more shocked. So this eldest young miss had never been acknowledged by the manor? A shop assistant muttered softly, I think I heard. Eldest young miss grew up in the countryside. She's not presentable." Gu Jiao glanced at Gu Jinyu speechlessly. She retracted her hand and stabbed the bottom of the box with the dagger. "Elder sister?" Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. Before anyone could stop her, Gu Jiao had already pried the box open. The coachman on the horse carriage had successfully taken out his swollen finger and he heaved a sigh of relief. If he had been any later, his finger would have been crippled. Outside the horse carriage, a shop assistant looked at the box that Gu Jiao had brought down and said in shock, "Aya! The box is spoiled. This is a top-quality mahogany box. It's filled with this year's fashionable jewels. It can't be spoiled too, right?" It had been spoiled in the process of moving it. If someone were to ask for responsibility, these shop assistants would not be able to pay for it even if they sacrificed their lives. Gu Jinyu said bitterly, "Elder sister, I already told you not to be like this. No matter how unhappy you are, you can't vent your anger on these things." Just as she finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Then they heard the coachman whose finger had been saved by Gu Jiao say, "Oh no, the steward of the Duke's public house is here." Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao and her lips curled in disdain. "Elder sister, don't be rash later. That person is the head steward of the Duke's public house. If you offend him, then—" She was only halfway through her sentence when the steward came in front of Gu Jiao with a murderous aura. He glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. "Who told you to move the box?" Gu Jinyu said softly, "Steward, don't be angry with my elder sister, my elder sister. Doesn't your hand hurt?" Steward Jing said with his hands on his hips. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The other coachmen were also shocked. Steward Zheng had learned the language of the country of Zhao. He was speaking the language of the country of Zhao, so everyone present could hear him clearly. He had just been asking, "Does your hand not hurt?" Gu Jinyu blinked in confusion and came in front of Steward Zheng. Standing next to Gu Jiao, she said, "I am truly sorry. My elder sister broke your box, but don't worry. Our Ding and Marquis Manor will definitely compensate for your losses. I ask that you do not blame my elder sister. My elder sister is just too upset, too angry." Steward Zheng glared at Gu Jinyu and unhappily said, "Who are you?" "I am speaking with my family's young miss. What are you interrupting for?" Gu Jinyu was once again stunned. She suspected that she had heard wrong. Your family's young miss?" Steward Zheng said, "That's right. She is my family's young miss." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Jinyu was flabbergasted. Her mind went blank. Steward Zheng was a very astute person. She kept saying that her family's young miss was sister, but her words were all about her family's young miss. Her family's young miss was low-key and did not like to flaunt her status. Did she think that she had caught her family's young miss in a pigtail? Oh my, the Duke's manor did not have a tradition of taking in concubines. The inner residence was peaceful. He had no place to display his skills. Coming to the country of Zhao, he had encountered it. Steward Jing rolled up his sleeves and took 2 steps towards Gu Jinyu. He arrogantly said, "My family's young miss is the Duke's beloved daughter. These things all belong to my family's young miss. My family's young miss can break them however she wants. Even if she takes them all and burns them for fun, she will be happy to do so. What does it have to do with you?" Gu Jinyu was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Steward Jing advanced step by step, forcing Gu Jinyu to retreat step by step. Steward Jing chuckled, "Don't keep calling her elder sister. Are you worthy of being related to my family's young miss?" Gu Jinyu was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Hadn't she been divorced by the young marquis? How did she become Duke An's manor's young miss? She was clearly just a girl who grew up in the countryside. She didn't know if it was because she was too shocked or too jealous, but her entire body trembled lightly. Her fingernails dug into her palms, almost drawing blood. She looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Didn't you go to Yuzhou? How did you? Just at this moment, another horse carriage came from another direction. It was the old marquis and Gu Changqing who had returned from court. Perhaps they had noticed the commotion in front of the Duke's manor. After the 2 of them got off the horse carriage, they walked over. What happened? Gu Changqing asked with a frown. Gu Jinyu saw her grandfather and elder brother. At first she was stunned. Then an idea flashed through her mind. It was as if she had seen her lifesaver. She said with tears in her eyes, "Grandfather, elder brother, elder sister didn't go to Yuzhou. She secretly ran to the country of Yan. She even became the Duke's manor's young miss." Grandfather had always been the most disciplined. He would never allow his own granddaughter to run off to another family to be their daughter. Moreover, they were from another country. This could be considered treason. Grandfather was a general. He would never tolerate this kind of behavior. Gu Jinyu looked at the old marquis expectantly. The old marquis only frowned. "How many times have I told you? You're not my granddaughter. Don't call me grandfather." Gu Jinyu's face turned white in an instant. In the past, no matter how much her grandfather disliked her, he would not make a fuss about it. Now, he had embarrassed her in front of so many servants. What? Gu Changqing did not even look at Gu Jinyu. He came to Gu Jiao's side. His cold expression softened. "The sun is so bright. Why did you come out?" "I came to see Godfather," Gu Jiao said. The old marquis put his hands behind his back. His face was cold as he looked up at the sky. He cleared his throat heavily. A strange feeling rose in Gu Jinyu's heart. Was grandfather jealous? Was he blaming that girl for only looking at Godfather and not grandfather? Chapter 9:17. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "Eldest brother, is your throat uncomfortable?" The old duke glanced at it and almost exploded on the spot. "Eldest brother what? You've already fallen off your horse." "Pipi Jiao, as long as I don't admit it, I haven't fallen off my horse." Gu Changqing rarely saw his grandfather suffer a setback. He couldn't help but smile and said to Gu Jiao, "Are you only here to see your godfather?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "General Xianyuan already had dinner with us last night? All right, there's no harm in seeing him again." Gu Changqing glanced at his livid grandfather and asked his sister, "What else?" Gu Jiao's eyes darted around. "Liaochen?" The old marquis snorted angrily and left without looking back. Gu Changqing looked at his grandfather's back view and sighed. "Grandfather, since you're already here, why don't you pay a visit to Duke Angua? Didn't you promise His Majesty to treat Duke Angua well in the palace just now?" The old duke didn't stop at all. He made a sharp turn and strode into Duke Angua's residence. Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. "Your reaction is too fast. Were you waiting for me to say that?" When he brushed past Gu Jiao, the old duke glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "If you want a makeover, make it a complete makeover. You don't even have a mask. Bad review." Steward Zheng was very warm to the 2 of them and invited them into the residence with a smile. Gu Jinyu was left alone outside. She was all alone, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. The development of the situation was completely beyond her imagination. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Everyone looked at her with a strange look in their eyes. She had originally thought that the eldest miss would not be acknowledged by the marquis's household, But who would have thought that she was the one who was not acknowledged? She was doted on by her own grandfather and brother, while she, on the other hand, was disliked by the old Marquis when she called him grandfather. That's right. I heard that the daughter of the Marquis was swapped with a girl from the countryside. Second miss is the one who came from the countryside. A pheasant is a pheasant. It can't become a phoenix even if it flies to a branch. Isn't it? If she really treated her as a sister, why didn't she tell her that she was the adopted daughter of the House of Duke? She dares to say anything. She just came to complain, right? It wasn't that men couldn't tell, but some men just happened to fall for it. Steward Jing turned back and glared coldly at Gu Jinyu. Ha, you're asking for humiliation. Miss, let's go. The maid who had rushed over carefully tugged at Gu Jinyu's sleeve. Gu Jinyu's face was burning. She was more embarrassed than ever. Just because she had embarrassed Gu Jiao in front of everyone, her grandfather and eldest brother would not give her a way out? But didn't Gu Jiao not embarrass her? She was the daughter of the House of Duke and had a glorious life. She was the most pitiful. Miss, let's go. The maid urged softly. Gu Jinyu awkwardly returned to the Marquis's household. She didn't want to take the jewelry anymore. She wasn't in the mood. She directly returned to her own courtyard. However, she hadn't rested for long when a young maid reported that the madam's personal servant, Nurse Fong, had come. Nurse Fong had gone home to visit her relatives and only returned to Jade Water Alley at noon. She brought some news that she had accidentally heard. When Madame Yao heard about it, she asked her to go to the Marquis's household and call Gu Jinyu over. Gu Jinyu originally didn't plan to go, but when she thought of Gu Jiao's identity, she really wanted to know what had happened to Gu Jiao and how she had become the daughter of the House of Duke. She went to Jade Water Alley. Gu Xiaobao was still taking an afternoon nap. Madame Yao met her in the main room. Ever since she started living in Jade Water Alley, Madame Yao's complexion and spirit improved day by day. She even looked younger than a few years ago. Gu Jinyu's expression was not very good. She calmly sat down on the other side of the table. Madame Yao turned her head to look at her. Jinyu, I called you over today because I have something to tell you. Gu Jinyu calmly said, what a coincidence. I also have something to tell Mother. She used to call her Mother. Nurse Fong did not like her attitude. No matter how cold-hearted the eldest miss was, she had never been stern in front of the madam. Madame Yao did not care about her attitude. Since she no longer had any expectations, she naturally would not be disappointed. Madame Yao said, all right, you go first. Gu Jinyu coldly said, I heard that elder sister has become the daughter of the House of Duken. Why did Mother hide such an important matter from me? Madame Yao did not ask how she knew. She only looked at her and said, you don't care about Jiao Jiao. I don't think there's a need to tell you about these things. Madame Yao's unyielding attitude shocked Gu Jinyu. Then she felt wronged and angry. When a person's good behavior became a habit, then her occasional bad behavior would become a sin. Gu Jinyu sneered, that's right. I don't care about her. I'm cruel and unscrupulous. When has she ever cared about me? Does Mother only ask of me? Madame Yao said, I don't ask of any of you. You have no obligation to care about each other. But since you don't care about her, don't ask about her. After all, Jiao Jiao has never asked about you. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. Mother. Madame Yao calmly said, are you done? It's my turn to speak now. Jinyu, I've raised you for more than 10 years. Regardless of whether you still recognize me as your mother in your heart, I want to give you one last piece of advice. Marquis Chomping's third son is not a good match. You should cancel this marriage as soon as possible. Gu Jinyu mockingly said, not a good match? Then who is? The son of a lowly assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants that Mother carefully selected for me? Your own daughter can marry the noble young Marquis. And I can only give myself to the son of an assistant minister of the House of Yellow Servants. Mother. Just how biased are you? Madame Yao looked at her coldly. Isn't the Marquis biased? When you blame me for being biased, why don't you think about how your father is always biased towards you? Gu Jinyu pointed at the second courtyard. But grandfather and brothers are also biased towards her. Even Gu Xiaobao, that fool, likes her more. Slap. Madame Yao stood up and slapped her across the table. Gu Jinyu's head buzzed from the slap. She looked at Madame Yao in disbelief. Don't talk about your younger brother like that. He's not my younger brother. He doesn't even cry when he's injured. He doesn't even walk when he's a year old. If he's not a fool, what is he? Gu Xiaobao was awakened. He obediently sat up and stared blankly at the door. Madame Yao pointed at the door. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very strict. Get out. Gu Jinyu covered her red face. Her eyes were red as she glanced at Madame Yao. She left without looking back. Gu Xiaobao was carried out by Yu Ye. Yu Ye muttered, how can she be like this? I kindly reminded her, but she treated it like a donkey. Does she really think that there's a free lunch in the world? She doesn't even think about her own reputation. How can she enter Marquis Changping's residence? If it wasn't for third young Master Quan? Forget it, I don't have anything to say. Nanny Fang said, she's arrogant and thinks that she's better than eldest young miss in everything. She also wants to beat eldest young miss in marriage. Why would she think that there's something wrong with this marriage? Madam has already done her best. If she wants to walk a dead end, let her be. Madame Yao placed Gu Xiaobao on her lap. Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his chest. He waved his hand and said seriously, Xiaobao isn't a fool. Those words were heard by her son. Madame Yao closed her eyes in heartache. She smiled at her son. Of course Xiaobao isn't a fool. Xiaobao is the smartest. She turned her head and said with a determined gaze, in the future don't call her second young Mississippi. You also don't need to report anything about her to me. From now on she only had one daughter. Xiaobao and Yin only had one elder sister. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu angrily returned to the Marquis's residence. When she passed by the small garden, she heard two sweeping servants whispering. Ah, I heard about third young Master Quan's matter at old Madame's courtyard that day. That third young Master Quan? Their voices were too soft and Gu Jinyu didn't hear them clearly. However, she inexplicably felt that it wasn't anything good. Really? The other servant turned pale with fright. Then if second young miss doesn't get married, then, what are you doing here? A dignified voice sounded from the other end of the path. The two sweeping servants' expressions changed and they hurriedly looked at each other. The person who came was old Madame's current steward. Her surname was Zhang. Nanny Zhang glanced at Gu Jinyu, who was on the winding path, and then looked at the two sweeping servants. She said sternly, are you done? If you're slacking off and acting unreasonable here, I'll chase you out. The two hurriedly nodded and bowed. We won't dare, we won't dare. We won't dare again. Nanny Zhang smiled and greeted Gu Jinyu. Young Mississippi, the people at old Madame's side did not call her second young Mississippi. This made her feel as if she was the only daughter in the residence. This pleased Gu Jinyu greatly. However, when she thought of the conversation she had just heard and Yao Shi's warning, Gu Jinyu felt uneasy. Nanny Zhang, is there anything about third young Master Quan that I don't know? Nanny Zhang said in shock. Young miss, why do you say this? Did these two old maids talk nonsense? I'm just asking, Gu Jinyu said. Nanny Zhang smiled and said, what do they know? Third young Master Quan is the legitimate son of Marquis Changping. He is talented and upright. Other than studying has made him stupid. He is too kind-hearted and always takes in some homeless beggars, which makes the Marquis very angry. There's nothing else about him. Ah, you're a bit soft-hearted. But being soft-hearted has its benefits. In the future I'll listen to you. Won't your days in the Marquis's residence be easier? Gu Jinyu asked, why didn't you tell me before? Nanny Zhang waved her hand and said with a smile, it's not a big matter. Also, I was worried that you would dislike him for being a bookworm. Old Madame watched you grow up. How could old Madame harm you? Gu Jinyu said apologetically, how could I? Third young master is diligent. This is my good fortune. I'm sorry, Nanny Zhang. I shouldn't have doubted grandmother's good intentions. Nanny Zhang held her hand and said with a benevolent smile, it's good that you understand. Gu Jinyu smiled slightly. Then I'll return to my courtyard first. Go. Nanny Zhang released her hand and smiled as she watched her leave. Nanny Zhang's smile only froze when she disappeared at the end of the path. Old Madame once doted on you, but old Madame doted on her three grandsons the most. As long as she could pave the way for her grandsons, why would old Madame care about the life and death of a granddaughter? Chapter 9:18. As for Gu Xiaobao, after sitting on Yao Shi's lap for a while, he began to look around. As if he didn't see anything, he slid down from Yao Shi's lap. Xiaobao is willing to walk? Yao was surprised. He walked by yesterday and went to open the door for his older sister. Yao Shi's mood improved a lot when she mentioned the two children. Gu Xiaobao staggered to the east room and pushed open the door that was slightly ajar from the wind. He peered inside. Yao Shi followed him. He turned around and shook his hands at Yao Shi, saying seriously, "No." "No what?" Yao Shi asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao didn't say anything. Gu Xiaobao went to the courtyard to search again, but to no avail. Just like yesterday evening, he went to the courtyard entrance and climbed over the high threshold. He stood up and looked around the alley. Yao Shi looked at him with a smile. He turned around and shook his hands again. "No." Nanny Feng and Yu Ye were also amused by him. Yu Ye teased, "Didn't you say you didn't want older sister yesterday? Why are you looking for her now?" Before Gu Xiaobao fell asleep, Gu Jiao was still there. When he woke up, she was gone. Gu Xiaobao was very confused. Yao Shi knew that her daughter wasn't there, but she still let Gu Xiaobao search inside and outside the house. And he had finished 2 months of walking today. Looking at his sweaty appearance, Yao Shi couldn't bear it and asked him, "Do you want older sister?" Gu Xiaobao nodded. The Marquis and Gu Changqing didn't interfere with Gu Jinyu's marriage. Gu Changqing left the capital 3 days earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Marquis Gu had just annulled the marriage between Gu Jinyu and Royal Prince N. The Marquis had gone to Chishui Pass in the 8th month of last year. At that time, Marquis Changping had not returned to the capital to report on his work. When he returned from Yen this month, old Madame Gu was already arranging Gu Jinyu's marriage. Neither grandfather nor grandson said anything. Steward Zheng brought Gu Jiao and the grandfather and grandson pair to the reception pavilion and had someone invite Duke Ongwa over. He had been tired from the journey, and Ongwa Duke was not a general. It was hard to hide the tiredness between his brows. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately became alert. "Godfather." Gu Jiao stepped forward and greeted him. "How are you feeling? Are you used to living here?" "I'm used to it," Dukin said with a smile. Dukin, the old Marquis, and Gu Changqing also cupped their hands and greeted him. Dukin was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't get up to greet them. He could only cup his hands in greeting. When they were in the Yen Kingdom, they lived in Duke An's mansion. Today, even if the emperor did not ask, they would take the initiative to visit. "I'm not meeting Great General Xian Yuan," Gu Changqing said. Dukin smiled. "He's in good spirits. Liao Chen took him around Jingkong. He said he wanted to see the place where you and Jingkong lived." Gu Jiao nodded. Dukin gestured for the three to sit down. Gu Jiao sat next to him. He looked at the old Marquis and Gu Changqing and asked, "Ah, right, the emperor of the Zhao Kingdom is not angry, right?" The fact that Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to the Yen Kingdom could be hidden from the world, but not from the emperor. After all, the emperor was Xiao Heng's uncle. After the wedding, Xiao Heng had to bring his wife to the palace to greet him. Gu Jiao couldn't always wear a mask. The emperor called the grandfather and grandson pair into the palace today to find out the ins and outs of the matter. The two of them told the truth about Gu Jiao, performing the operation on Gu Yen, becoming the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, treating Dukin and being adopted as his goddaughter, the battle at the border, and so on. The whereabouts of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor were not mentioned. The emperor only knew that one of them resigned and the other went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. The whereabouts of Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan, the old Marquis, and Gu Changqing were also mostly concealed. The old Marquis said, "His Majesty is not angry. He was just very shocked." Even after they left, he was still dumbfounded. Dukin was also very surprised. "Your Majesty is really different from the rest. If it was the retired emperor of the Yen Kingdom, he probably wouldn't be so magnanimous as to tolerate a daughter of a general going to another country to command the cavalry." Gu Changqing said sincerely, "His Majesty is a benevolent ruler. He wasn't suspicious. This was a double-edged sword. He could tolerate people he trusted unconditionally, like the old imperial concubine Jing in the past, and like his grandaunt and Gu Jiao now." "What about Ah Heng's background?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing said, "Grandfather asked around. It seems that Princess Xen Yang didn't tell His Majesty the truth, so we didn't say anything. We just said that he accompanied you to the Yen Kingdom. After all, this was an internal matter of the imperial family. As officials, it was inconvenient for them to get involved." The group chatted for a while in the parlor. The grandfather and grandson saw that Dukin hadn't rested well and said their goodbyes. Gu Jiao had originally planned to take Dukin out for a walk, but now she gave up on this idea. She squatted down next to the wheelchair and looked up at Dukin's handsome face, saying, "Adoptive father, rest well. I will come see you tomorrow. When you are feeling better, we will go to the capital for a walk." Duke smiled dotingly. All right. The three left. Duke called for a servant to bring over a walking stick. Let's go to the garden. Manager Zheng quickly stopped him. Oh my lord, my ancestor. You can't be so tired. They all thought that the Duke was so tired because of the long journey. In reality they weren't wrong. The journey was very tiring, but the Duke wasn't afraid of hardship. He got up before dawn and practiced walking in the garden. Duke An's eyes were firm as he said, I don't want to sit in a wheelchair to send her off. I want to stand up and personally send her to the bridal sedan. The three left the Duke's manor. As for Gu Jiao getting married as the daughter of the Duke, the old Duke and Gu Changqing didn't mind at all, but it wasn't completely true to say that they minded too much. Having experienced life and death together, they knew very well what kind of person Gu Jiao was. She didn't want to climb up the social ladder. Moreover, Gu Jiao had grown up in the countryside and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice from the Duke's manor. She was free to recognize whoever she wanted. It was impossible to bind her with the rules of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold as to become sworn brothers with the old Duke. She was full of power, far more powerful than anyone could see. Jiao Jiao, where are you going? I'll send you off, Gu Changqing asked. He knew that his sister wouldn't go to the Duke's manor, so he didn't ask her to come to the manor. I want to make a trip to the palace, Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Changqing said, that's fine. Great aunt misses you. Take my carriage. Go early and come back early. I still have matters to attend to, the old Duke said indifferently. What matters? Gu Changqing looked at his grandfather in confusion. After winning the battle, the emperor had granted him and his grandfather an entire month of leave. He was very free after this, okay? The old Duke said seriously, come with me to Grand Secretary Yuan's home. Upon hearing Grand Secretary Yuan's home, Gu Changqing's expression froze. He had almost forgotten that in order to find an excuse to disappear from the capital, he had acted out a play with Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter. Gu Jiao looked at a certain person with schadenfreude, the corners of her lips curling up. If that's the case, you don't have to send me off so as to not make Miss Yuan wait too long. I have a carriage, so I'll go first. After saying this, she sat in the Duke's manor's carriage. Gu Changqing closed his eyes with a headache, then turned to look at the old Duke. Grandfather, The old Duke put his hands behind his back and strode forward. I've prepared everything for you. Get in. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth. Don't you already know that I went to Jiangnan to find the phoenix and propose marriage to cover up the truth? Back then, he had agreed that if he couldn't find the phoenix, he wouldn't have the face to propose marriage to the Yuan family's little nun. The little nun was dejected and went back to Buddhism, never to marry again. Forget it, I'll go. There aren't any phoenixes anyway. Gu Changqing got into the carriage without fear. As soon as he sat down, he saw 2 bird cages on the floor. Inside each cage was a phoenix that was brimming with energy. Gu Changqing? The old Duke thought, you're still too inexperienced to fight with grandfather. When Gu Jiao arrived at the palace, she realized that she had forgotten to bring the token of Rinshou Temple. The guards at the palace gate were new and had never seen Gu Jiao before. Gu Jiao thought about sending someone to pass the message. At this moment, the family's carriage drove over. My lady. It was Yu Ye'er's excited voice. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and turned to look. Yu Ye'er? Xiaobao? Yu Ye'er carried Gu Xiaobao down from the carriage. Gu Jiao also hurriedly got down from the carriage. Why are you here? Yu Ye'er smiled. After Xiaobao woke up, he was looking for you everywhere. Madam said that you would definitely go to the palace, so she asked me to bring Xiaobao there first. The little guy would still look for her. Gu Jiao unexpectedly pinched Xiaobao's face. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked with a smile. Gu Xiaobao turned his small body and buried his head in Yu Ye'er's arms. Yu Ye'er said to Gu Jiao silently, angry? Over. Gu Jiao laughed and carried the little guy over. Xiaobao proudly struggled for a while. When he couldn't move, he took out a pair of small hands to cover his face. He didn't want Gu Jiao to look at him. Gu Jiao was amused by him and laughed out loud. She remembered the first time she left little Jing Kong to go up the mountain. When she returned home, little Jing Kong had the same reaction. What did she do back then? Alright, it's my fault today. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? I need a kiss to forgive you. Gu Jiao nodded meaningfully and kissed Gu Xiaobao's cheek with experience. Gu Xiaobao still didn't remove the small hands in front of his face. Gu Jiao asked, It didn't work? Gu Xiaobao was very shy. Chapter 919. Gu Xiaobao was a frequent visitor to Rinshou Palace. Gu Jiao hugged him and enjoyed the privilege of entering the palace with her face. Gu Xiaobao had used up all his power when he was looking for his sister in by Shui Alley, so he couldn't walk anymore. Gu Jiao was strong and was happy to carry him. Yuya helped Gu Jiao carry her things and happily entered the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't care about court affairs and went to Bai Shui Alley to play cards when she had nothing to do. Her days were leisurely, but she was too worried about Gu Jiao and fell ill several times. It wasn't until the news of the victory at the border that she gradually recovered. Great Aunt. Gu Xiaobao was very close to his great aunt and reached out to her when he entered the bedroom. Great Aunt disliked children for being noisy, but Gu Xiaobao wasn't. He was a rare quiet child. Great Aunt allowed Eunuch Qin to carry him over. Eunuch Qin smiled and walked forward. Miss Gu, you're finally back. The Empress Dowager missed you every day and didn't eat or drink. If you didn't come back, the Empress Dowager would go to Yin Kingdom to find you. Eunuch Qin tactfully swallowed his words. Give him to me. Eunuch Qin reached out to carry Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao turned away. He didn't let him carry him. Eunuch Qin sighed. Let me do it. Gu Jiao said. Then I'll go make tea. Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the palace maids with him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting by the window drinking tea. Gu Jiao walked over and sat beside her. She softly greeted, Great Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Yuya curtsied. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang, yes. Gu Jiao, wait, is there such a difference in treatment? Gu Xiaobao climbed behind Empress Dowager Zhuang and sat for a while. He found it quite boring and climbed down. Yuya placed the food box on the table and carried him out to play. Gu Jiao opened the food box and took out the things inside one by one. Candied plums made by granduncle. Rose cakes made by my mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was sour and she was unmoved. Gu Jiao took out a small box from the bottom. Peach cake. I made it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression eased a little. But in the next second, her brows furrowed again. Who allowed you to enter the kitchen? Does Ijia lack a peach pastry or something? Do you think the food you cook is delicious? Gu Jiao suppressed the smile on her face and mischievously reached out to grab the box. Oh, then I'll take it back. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged the peach cake and glared at her with hidden bitterness. Gu Jiao laughed so hard that she fell back into her chair. The sun was shining brightly and the girl's smile was beautiful. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, but the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up, and tears flashed in her eyes. Her Jiao Jiao was back. She was back with her tail intact. A lot of things had happened in the year that Gu Jiao was not in the capital. First, Crown Princess Wen Linlang died of illness. Then, Empress Xiao selected 2 concubines for the Crown Prince. To Gu Jiao's surprise, one of the concubines was actually concubine Rui Wang's younger sister. Her name was Du Xiaoyun. Gu Jiao had a little impression of her because when she first came to the capital, she met Du Xiaoyun several times. Du Xiaoyun was Wen Linlang's loyal supporter and regarded Wen Linlang as the perfect goddess in her mind. She wondered how she felt when she was selected to be a concubine in the East Palace. Du Xiaoyun's belly was very strong. She was pregnant 3 months after entering the palace. Now she was 5 months pregnant. Empress Xiao once told Empress Dowager Zhuang that if Du Xiaoyun could give birth to a son for the crown prince, she would ask the Empress Dowager to make her the crown princess. In addition, Rui Wang showed his skills in the court and was valued by the emperor. The emperor appointed him as an imperial envoy to Jiangnan to observe the situation of the people. Concubine Rui Wang and her son traveled with him and had already set off. What about Prince Ning? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. He's still the same. He's still confined in the mansion. Ever since Chu Yu separated from him, his temperament changed a lot. I heard that he has been secretly sending people to inquire about Chu Yu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Prince Ning clearly had Princess Ning in his heart. He just couldn't get Wen Linlang when he was young. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Chu Yu was long gone. It was too late for him to regret. What about Zhuang Yuheng? Is there any news of him? Gu Jiao asked again. You have a lot of people on your mind. Empress Dowager Zhuang said this, but in her heart she knew that Gu Jiao was worried about her. Whether it was Prince Ning or Commandery Prince N, they were both children that she had truly loved. No one expected that Grand Tutor Zhuang, Prince Ning's grandfather, not only did not discipline Prince Ning, but also secretly urged Prince Ning to rebel. Prince Ning fell, Grand Tutor Zhuang was beheaded, and the Zhuang family was exiled. Zhuang Yuheng was first expelled from the family by Grand Tutor Zhuang, and then he performed meritorious deeds. He could have stayed in the capital, but he was exiled without hesitation. When the Zhuang family was at its peak, he gave up his glory and left the Zhuang family. When the Zhuang family fell into a quagmire, he gave up his bright future and returned to the Zhuang family. Thinking of him, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt distressed and regretful. Her heart was filled with emotions, but no one dared to ask or mention it. Only Gu Jiao could make her speak. Empress Dowager Zhuang let out a long sigh. He became a teacher at a small private school at the border. He teaches during the day and helps people write letters at night. He copies official documents and earns a small amount of money to support his family. Although he was exiled, Zhuang Yuheng himself was not a criminal. Therefore he could teach at a private school. Even so, his days were still very hard. Zhuang Yuheng himself didn't think it was hard. When the people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him how he was doing, he said that Xiao Lulang had suffered all these hardships before. If Xiao Lulang could endure it, he could too. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. You're still competing with Lulang. By the way, Xiao Shui sent you a letter. Gu Jiao, oh. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. She pointed to a place and Gu Jiao went to fetch the letter. There were a total of 6 letters. In ancient times, transportation was not convenient. A letter might take 2 to 3 months on the road. Gu Jiao received 6 letters in the 1.5 years she was gone. It could be seen that the frequency of Xuaningxiang writing letters was not low. Xuaningxiang mainly talked about the back of the mountain and her daily life in the countryside. Her handwriting is better than mine, Gu Jiao muttered. The back of the mountain had been reclaimed. According to Gu Jiao's needs, different kinds of herbs were planted. Some of them were expected to be harvested next year. Gouhua was 5 years old. He was very naughty and always ran around the streets. Xuaningxiang was easy to find. Gouhua got along well with Headmaster Li. He really thought that he was Headmaster Li's biological son. Headmaster Li taught him how to write. Guess what? He actually learned very well. The second-to-last letter said that her great-aunt sent a letter to Xuaningxiang, asking her to bring her husband and Gouhua to the capital. She said that she would come immediately. The last letter followed closely. Xuaningxiang was pregnant and couldn't come to the capital for the time being. After the baby was born, she would come to visit her great-aunt in Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened to the news for an entire afternoon and read so many letters from Xuaningxiang. Suddenly, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. When she first transmigrated, Gouhua was only 1 year old. Now he was 5 years old. Unknowingly, she had already spent 4 years here. Gu Xiaobao staggered in while she was sighing. He stood in front of Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang, looking at Empress Dowager Zhuang with an especially innocent and well-behaved expression. Great aunt. He called out in a childish voice. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Oh, what trouble did you get into now? Gu Xiaobao put his small hands in front of him. His right hand pinched the index finger of his left hand. No. Just as he finished speaking, Yuya and a palace maid from Rinshou Palace walked in a panic. The two bowed their heads. Yuya didn't know what it was and didn't know how to report it. The palace maid braced herself and said, The phoenix seal is broken. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. A row of daggers flashed through her eyes. Gu Xiaobao walked forward and hugged Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. Great Aunt Xiaobao loves you. Empress Dowager Zhuang's body shook. Who taught him that? Gu Jiao had dinner at Rinshou Palace before returning. Gu Xiaobao was so tired that he fell asleep. He was snoring sweetly in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao looked at him. Oh, this child is so cute. Yuya smiled and said, Miss, don't be envious. You will soon have a child with the son-in-law. Have a child. Gu Jiao was stunned. The Yuan family. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were chatting happily in the parlor. Gu Changqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles beside the old Marquis. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by outside the window. The other party seemed to look at him. He understood and stood up. Sorry, I have to go to the washroom. The old Marquis glanced at his grandson with dissatisfaction. Why did he have to go to the washroom? Grand Secretary Yuan smiled and raised his hand. It's fine. Go ahead. Zhao San, take Gu to the washroom. Yes. The manservant called Zhao San led Gu Changqing to the washroom. Gu Changqing said without a change in expression, I know the way. You go back first. It'll take me a while. Yes. Zhao San returned to the parlor. Gu Changqing turned around and used his qinggong to arrive at a small garden nearby. The little Taoist nun in Taoist robes had been waiting there for a long time. She was holding a newly published novel. The little Taoist nun closed the half-read novel and turned to Gu Changqing. "You're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have gone to invite you myself," he said. "You had someone call for me just now." "Yes." The little Taoist nun nodded. He asked, "Is something the matter?" The little Taoist nun glanced behind him, then gave the maid beside her a meaningful glance. The maid understood and walked to a nearby spot to keep watch. The little Taoist nun asked, "How did your grandfather talk with my grandfather?" Gu Changqing recalled how the two elders had hit it off so quickly. His expression was complicated. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect my grandfather to find a phoenix. Give me some time. I'll find another way to break off this engagement." The little Taoist nun paused, then probed, "If you break off the engagement, won't you have to get married in the future?" "What?" Gu Changqing didn't understand why she would ask such a question. The little Taoist nun explained, "What I mean is that our original plan had a loophole. It's not that easy for me to return to the Taoist temple, especially since my grandmother threatened to kill herself a few days ago. It's the same for you. Even if you break off the engagement with me, your family will arrange another marriage for you until you get married." Gu Changqing fell silent. Yuan Baolin was right. As the heir to the Marquis estate, he would inherit the Marquis estate in the future. His grandfather wouldn't give up on his marriage. Yuan Baolin thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you still the same as before? Don't you want to get married?" "Amen." Gu Changqing nodded resolutely. Yuan Baolin said, "Me too. I don't want to get married. What's so good about men? I've seen women live to a ripe old age, but all of them die young. Treasure your life and stay away from men." Gu Changqing was speechless. He had nothing to say to that. Yuan Baolin hugged the storybook in her hands. She rolled her eyes and looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Since you don't want to get married and I don't want to get married, why don't we work together?" Gu Changqing gave her a deep look. "You mean?" Yuan Baolin took a few steps forward and said calmly, "In any case, it's fine as long as we can deceive them. In the future, if you have someone in your heart or if I have someone in my heart, it won't be too late for us to separate." Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment, then said, "But this isn't fair to you. It wasn't a big deal for a man to separate, but if a woman separated, she would more or less suffer criticism. Even if she was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter, she still couldn't avoid this secular custom." Yuan Baolin laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Honestly speaking, I don't care what others think of me. Their gazes and words can't hurt me. Just tell me if you agree or not, okay?" This maverick nature was rather similar to his younger sisters. Gu Changqing knitted his brows. This matter had nothing to do with him, but for her it was indeed. Yuan Baolin said frankly, "Don't look down on women too much and don't use your way of thinking to measure me. I know what I want. Unless you don't want to work with me, then pretend I didn't say anything." Gu Changqing pondered for a moment. He looked at her with a complicated expression and gave his choice. Chapter 920. After Yuan Baolin returned to her room, her younger sister Yuan Tong walked in. Her younger sister held her arm and whispered, "Sister, do you really agree to this marriage?" Yuan Baolin pulled her hand away and lay down on the chaise lounge. She leisurely flipped through the half-read novel. "Yes." Her younger sister was surprised and sat down next to her. "But sister, didn't you say that you won't marry in this lifetime?" Yuan Baolin sighed, "Grandmother threatened me with death. What can I do?" Yuan Tong nodded and pinched her handkerchief. "Speaking of which, he really found the phoenix for you. This means that he is serious about you." Yuan Baolin flipped a page and continued to read the book. She said indifferently, "He didn't find it." Yuan Tong was puzzled. "How do you know that he didn't find it?" Yuan Baolin said, "I just know." Yuan Tong frowned and stood up. "Then I'll go tell grandfather." "Wait." Yuan Baolin took down the book, looked at her and said casually, "Don't ruin this marriage. I'm going to marry him." Yuan Tong frowned. "Sister, there are so many good men in the world. Why do you want a dishonest man?" Yuan Baolin said helplessly, "You don't understand." Yuan Tong pouted and pinched her handkerchief. "I don't understand. I only know that once sister gets married, it will be my turn soon. In the future, the Yuan family will become my maiden family. I won't be able to see my parents every day, and I won't be able to talk to sister like this. Yuan Baolin continued to read the novel. Yuan Tong thought of something and took a deep breath. If sister and Gu Shizhi get married, won't I and that Bumblebee's relative? Yuan Baolin asked, what Bumblebee? Yuan Tong stomped her foot. His younger brother. That rude and annoying person. Yuan Baolin turned a page. Oh, is there such a person? I forgot. Gu Chengfeng, who was completely forgotten by his sister-in-law. After leaving the palace, Gu Jiao went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to visit Princess Xinyang and Shangguanqing. Shangguanqing was recovering well. The remaining poison in his body was almost cleared. He should be able to stop taking the medicine for the last month. In the future he would pay more attention to his diet. There would not be too big of a problem. The three of them sat in Princess Xinyang's room. Gu Jiao inadvertently looked around. Princess Xanyang faintly said, don't look. Ahing is not there. Shangguanqing sat on the right side of his princess mother. He picked up the book on the table and covered his left face. He whispered to Gu Jiao, I know you're here, so I sent him away. I don't want you two to meet before the wedding. Gu Jiao said with a bitter face, oh. Yu Yeher carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air while Eugene fanned Xiaobao. Xiao Yi had not yet fallen asleep. She lay in the cradle alone and played with her feet. From time to time she would make a small sound. She was a baby with a strong presence. As long as she was awake she would not stop. She was the complete opposite of Gu Xiaobao, who could not even be bothered to cry. Yao Shi gave birth to Gu Xiaobao. It was as though the family had not given birth to a child. Princess Xinyang gave birth to Xiao Yi. It was as though the family had given birth to twins. Gu Jiao went to the side of the cradle to play with her. She stopped scratching her feet. Opening her gem-like eyes wide, she stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. She was about to grow her first tooth. Recently she had been drooling quite a bit. Gu Jiao remembered that Gu Xiaobao was not so fat when he was 5 months old. Her little arms were like lotus roots, white and tender. She wanted to pinch them. Can I pinch them? Gu Jiao asked Shangguanqing, who had also come to the side of the cradle. Shangguanqing sternly said, of course you can't. Children have soft skin and tender flesh. What if you break them? After saying that, he glanced at the princess mother, who was sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea. Using his body to block her view, he whispered to Gu Jiao, feel free to pinch them. Xiao Yi, who was suddenly betrayed by her brother. Gu Jiao pinched and pinched. Oh, it felt so good. Xiao Yi was a lively baby. She loved to laugh and cry. Usually, if her brothers pinched her like this, she would have wailed and complained to her mother. But today she gave her sister-in-law enough face. After Gu Jiao pinched her little arms, she raised her little feet high as if asking, here Jiao. Here, do you want a pinch? With the two little ones playing with Yi, Princess Xinyang went to do her own things. When only the two of them were left in the house, Shangguanqing asked Gu Jiao, oh right, how's my mother? Gu Jiao, who was pinching Xiao Yi's hand, paused. She turned her head and looked at him strangely. Why didn't you ask just now? Shangguanqing coughed lightly and said, the princess mother was here just now. I was afraid that she would be jealous. Gu Jiao, you know quite a lot. Shangguanqing raised his eyebrows and said, of course. Everyone is like that bookworm younger brother, who doesn't understand women. Gu Jiao said honestly, but I feel that he understands the two mothers much better than you. Shangguanqing's face darkened. How could she undermine him like this? Gu Jiao took out a folded letter from her purse and handed it to him. This is a handwritten letter from the Empress. See for yourself how she is doing. Shangguanqing took the letter and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. He snorted and said, you're still talking about me. Why didn't you take out the letter just now? Gu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, I forgot. Shangguanqing, haha. When Gu Jiao and Shangguanqing were talking, they neglected Xiao Yi, who was in the cradle. Xiao Yi pulled Gu Jiao's hand unhappily. It was as if she was saying, don't talk to stinky brother, talk to me. Gu Jiao curved her lips and carried Xiao Yi. Gu Xiaobao liked to drink milk. Gu Jiao carried him for an entire day, so her body was also stained with a faint milky fragrance. Xiao Yi smelled the familiar scent. Her two chubby little hands grabbed Gu Jiao's lapel and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao? Gu Jiao thought that Xiao Yi was hungry, so she carried her to the greenhouse and gave her to Princess Xinyang. Xiao Yi, who suddenly returned to her mother's arms, was dumbfounded. That was an instinctive reaction. She hadn't played enough with her sister-in-law yet. Then she was pressed into her mother's arms. Great, with milk everything is fine. Xiao Yi ate happily, completely forgetting about her sister-in-law. There were a total of 3 letters from Shangguan Yan. 2 were for the 2 brothers and the other one was for Princess Xinyang. The letter to the 2 brothers mainly described the current situation of the Yan kingdom. It also mentioned her ascension to the throne and chatted about daily life. In addition, because the war had just ended, the new emperor ascended the throne, and it was time to deal with the 10 great clans, so the court was busy. She was deeply sorry that she couldn't attend Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's wedding. In fact, everyone knew that the current situation of the Yan kingdom wasn't as light as she described it. The power of the 10 great clans was enough to give her a headache for a while. There was another reason why she didn't attend the wedding. She was worried that Princess Xinyang didn't want to see her. In the study, Princess Xinyang sighed, "It's all in the past. I've already let it go." Gu Jiao left, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. In her arms, Xiao Yi looked at her with wide eyes, as if trying to understand what happened to her mother. Sheng Guanqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you have to tell her yourself. Otherwise, with my mother's temperament, she will never be able to understand." Princess Xinyang suddenly said, "When are you going back?" Sheng Guanqing stared, "Why? Mother, are you driving me away?" Princess Xinyang looked at her daughter in her arms. "You 2 brothers are with me. Your mother will be lonely by herself." Sheng Guanqing raised his eyebrows. "Then why don't my brother go back?" Princess Xinyang looked up at him. "Your brother found a wife from the Zhao country. Do you also want to find a wife from the Zhao country?" Sheng Guanqing said seriously, "It's not impossible. I can consider someone like you, mother." Princess Xinyang was in a very sad mood when talking to Sheng Guanqing, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his last sentence. But then again, Sheng Guanqing did have plans to return to the Yan kingdom. His mother was on both sides and he had thought it through. He would live on one side for half a year. Anyway, he liked to run around. At the end of the 3 letters, they all mentioned the same thing, the identity of the 2 children. She wasn't sure which of the 2 brothers would be willing to be the prince of the Yan kingdom. Perhaps both of them would be willing, or perhaps neither of them would be willing. She respected the choice of her 2 sons, and she would gladly accept any result. This was also something that Princess Xinyang had been brooding about, so she hadn't told the emperor of the Zhao country about the 2 children's identities for the time being. Princess Xinyang said, "Your mother doesn't have any objections." "Actually, I don't have any objections either. You go and discuss it with your brother." Sheng Guanqing's eyes flashed. "You don't need to discuss it with my father?" Princess Xinyang's face fell. "Who is who? Aren't you both his sons? What does he have to lose?" Sheng Guanqing touched his nose resentfully. He had just mentioned it and look at how angry his mother was. A day and a night had passed and his mother was still angry. She didn't know if it was because the mention of her father reminded Xiao Yi of this person. She turned her head to look outside and even wanted to sit up. Princess Xinyang regretted mentioning her father in the middle of the night. Wasn't she asking her to look for her father? Xiao Yi, who needed her father to coax her to sleep every night, became emotional at will. Her small mouth pouted and she cried. Chapter 921. Little Yi was a very determined baby. If she wanted to cry for her father, she would definitely cry. Other children would get tired after crying, but she was full of energy and didn't have such a situation. Princess Xinyang occasionally felt that she was spoiling her too much. She might as well let her cry. After crying a few times, she would understand that this trick didn't work on her. But this child was stubborn. She wouldn't stop crying even when her voice was hoarse. Marquis Xianping appeared at the door of the study in time and walked in arrogantly to show off his status in the family. Did Yi find her father? Yi really likes father the most, right? He asked, asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang glared at him and expressionlessly handed her daughter to Sheng Guanqing. Sheng Guanqing sighed inwardly. His bookworm brother really didn't have it easy these years. He was always sandwiched between his parents. The little fellow was crying so much that he pursed his lips and hurriedly carried her to his father. She stopped crying once she was in her father's arms, but her expression was full of grievance. This made Marquis Xianping's heart ache. He hugged his daughter and looked at Princess Xinyang disapprovingly. "Qin Feng, when you..." Princess Xinyang shot daggers at him. Marquis Xianping changed the topic seamlessly. How can you raise your daughter so well? Her father was completely defeated. The siblings turned their faces away and couldn't look anymore. On the other hand, Gu Jiao appeared to have left Princess Xinyang's residence, but in fact she secretly returned. She leaped into the courtyard with one hand and walked around Xiao Heng's room. He's really not here. Princess Xinyang really went all out to make this fiancé and fiancée follow the rules. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and returned to the carriage. Gu Xiaobao probably wouldn't wake up tonight and would sleep until dawn. Gu Jiao pinched his little arm. It felt different from when she pinched little Yi. He wasn't as fat as Yi. The two of them got off the carriage. Yuya carried Gu Xiaobao into the courtyard first. Just as Gu Jiao was about to cross the threshold, a slender hand reached out from her side and gently grasped her wrist. She turned around and saw Xiao Heng pressing his index finger to his lips as he gestured to her. She understood and said to Yuya, I'm going to buy something. I'll be back in a bit. Yuya, exclaimed in confusion. When she turned to look at Gu Jiao was no longer outside the door. Why didn't you buy it on the way? She mumbled as she carried the sleeping Gu Xiaobao into the house. Madame Yao was currently making a wedding outfit for little Jing Kong. The reason was that little Jing Kong had once seen Xiao Heng's wedding outfit at Princess Xinyang's home. He thought that if his bad brother-in-law had it, he should have it too. Where's Jiao Jiao? Didn't he come back with you? She put down the needle and took her son. Yuya replied, she's back. Just as she reached the door, Miss remembered that she forgot to buy something and went out again. I see. Madame Yao did not suspect anything and carried Xiaobao back into the house. Alright Yuya, go get some hot water. I'll give Xiaobao a bath. Understood, madam. Yuya happily went to get the water. On the other side, Gu Jiao was being held by a certain little duke who was getting more and more scheming by the day as they walked along the busy streets of Chang'an. Tonight, there was a small lantern festival and the streets were very lively. Gu Jiao wore a veil and walked side by side with him amidst the endless crowd. Feeling the unique night breeze of Zhao country, she could not help but feel a sense of tranquility. It's not easy to be able to walk on the streets without any worries, she said softly. Xiao Heng's eyes were filled with her. He smiled and said, It's been hard on you, my dear fiancé. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, Likewise. Xiao Heng laughed softly. His face was picturesque like jade and like an immortal. In the past he was always cold and cheerless, but he did not know when it started, but as long as he was with her, he could always unconsciously smile. The two of them holding hands were covered by Xiao Heng's wide sleeves. Gu Jiao said, Sometimes I feel like I've known you for a long time. Xiao Heng nodded his head. It's been a long time, for years. Gu Jiao thought for a bit. That's right. Xiao Heng looked at her with a smile. Of course it is. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, But the first time I saw you, I had an unusually good impression of you. Xiao Heng teased her, Because I'm handsome? This girl always said that he was handsome. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and could not think of a reason to refute. Her good impression of him might have originated from his face. After all, she was obsessed with appearances, right? Although she did not know how many times her godfather had told her not to always look at a man's face. Xiao Heng did not know that she was really thinking about this problem. He said with emotion, In these 4 years, we've been apart more than together. If I'm not on the road to take the exam, then you're on the road to war. Speaking of which, why did you believe that I would pass the exam? He even jumped into the cold lake for a county exam paper. Gu Jiao said, I don't know, I just thought that you would pass the exam. It doesn't matter if you don't pass. I said before, I'll take care of you. Xiao Heng looked at the road and then looked at her. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, my dear wife, please take care of me in the future. Gu Jiao curled her lips and said, We're not married yet. Aren't you calling me wife too early? As soon as her voice fell, a large man carelessly bumped into them. Xiao Heng used one arm to protect Gu Jiao, but he did not dodge and was hit by that person. That person raised his hand and was about to punch Xiao Heng, but Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist and threw him to the ground. That person fell on his back and scolded angrily, Who is he to you? Gu Jiao fiercely said, My husband. Xiao Heng's lips hooked up and his eyes sparkled with a smile. This was just a small interlude. That person was not Gu Jiao's opponent and left dejectedly. The two of them continued to go to the lantern festival. Suddenly, a man and a woman seemed to be quarreling at a stall in front of the alley. The man's voice sounded familiar. The two of them could not help but look in that direction. Who would have thought that they would see Gu Chengfeng stand up from the stool in front of the small table? Surnamed Yuan. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Your big brother is just dishonest. He was clearly not the one who caught the phoenix, but he still pretended that he did. What phoenix or not phoenix? How ridiculous. Gu Chengfeng had been outside the whole day and knew nothing about his big brother's engagement. Yuan Tong put her hands on her hips and said, "Stop pretending. If it wasn't for my sister not letting me say it, I would have already complained to my grandfather." Gu Chengfeng sneered, "Go ahead and complain." Yuan Tong stomped her feet and said, "I'm doing this for my sister's sake." Gu Chengfeng mocked, "Oh, your sister's face is so big." Yuan Tong did not reply, but immediately took back the initiative. "I don't want to be relatives with someone like you." Gu Chengfeng laughed, "You think I want to be relatives with you?" Yuan Tong gritted her teeth, "Big hornet." Gu Chengfeng did not back down, "Round tube. No, I think you're so dumb you should be called her Tong." "Were you calling her Tong?" Yuan Tong was so angry that she grabbed a stool and threw it at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng was someone who practiced martial arts, so naturally he would not be hit by her. He dodged around the table and said proudly, "Come on, come on." "Rtong, rtong, rtong." Yuan Tong was really angered by him. She had never seen such an annoying person in her life. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng both recognized each other's identity. They did not expect Gu Chengfeng to know her, and seemed to have a deep relationship with her. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not try to stop the fight. Gu Chengfeng and Xiao Heng were the same age and turned 20 last year. When he was the monarch of the Yan Kingdom, it was the state preceptor and duke in who performed his coronation ceremony. He was the first person in the world to have these two host his coronation ceremony. But looking at him, even though he had turned white, he still looked like a child. "What are you thinking about?" The two of them continued to walk forward. Xiao Heng saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and could not help but ask her. Gu Jiao said, "I'm thinking about how to make it up to you if I'm not there when you perform your coronation ceremony." The coronation ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony in ancient times. It was very significant. Xiao Heng and Shang Guanqing turned 20 last year in December. At that time, Gu Jiao was preparing for the war against the Jin kingdom at the border. Xiao Heng suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Make it up to me on our wedding night." His voice was low and full of magnetism, making her little ear feel numb and itchy. She raised her hand and touched her little ear. "Oh." Xiao Heng smiled, "No, you're not going to refuse? What if I want you to do something bad? Something very, very bad?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "Anything is fine." Xiao Heng took a deep breath. "Gu Jiao, you don't know anything about how bad men can be." He was no longer the innocent boy in Qingchuan village who would not have any evil thoughts when he slept with her in the same bed. He had grown up. He had grown into a very, very bad wolf who wanted to eat her at any time. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.